Welcome to the 30-second day of me completely restarting and scaling my business from scratch. And essentially, in today's video, you are going to watch the entire process of me starting about 32 days ago, my business completely from scratch, not having a name, not having a logo, anything of that nature, and building it up to where it is now, where I've onboarded about 12 clients and cash collected, I believe about $5,000 at the time of this recording. Essentially, you'll be able to watch the entire thing, the biggest lessons I've taken away from it, and kind of the whole way that I've put it together. So without further ado, I'll let it play. This is 1 month's revenue in my coaching business. In this Stripe account, you can see we've made over $500,000. And if I click over to this Stripe account, you can see we've made roughly $600,000. And all this to say that I am no longer running this business. I'm removed from it. My partners are still running it. But today, I want to show you I'm going to be restarting from scratch to build a business completely public, how I'm going to do it, and why I'm going all in. So to start, I'm going to go through the basic information of the business, as you can see over here. Then I'm going to break down the entire funnel and all the social channels that I'm using, and then also just the full process so you can kind of follow along with me. So the business name is Seven Figure Creator. As you can see here, this is the logo, and I kept it very simple. I just went in Canva. As you can see here, this was the first prototype, and then this was the final copy of the logo. The offer that I have is scaling to $1 million a month or working 20 hours a week. That's personally what we did in the previous coaching business. So I'm going to be replicating a lot of the strategies that we actually use to do that. And then the mechanism. So pretty much this is how I'm going to do that. It's first principle scaling, which is basically a thinking concept and science of distilling something down to the most simple way possible. And then a very important part here is this thing that says meta example. Essentially what this means is a business model that is almost acting out what they're saying as they're doing it. So all the funnels that I'm going to be using and everything that I'm building, my product, as you might say, is literally the funnel that I am using for my own business. So I am using my own business model, which means that me growing also means that all my clients grow and all my students grow, which means that it's going to be a huge and massive flywheel, and honestly just be completely transparent with how everything works as I'm doing right now. So the unique angle that I have and what you're watching right now is the startup style documentation. So as you can see here on my Instagram page, this was day one, and I'm going to be posting these very, very basic reels of just me sharing what I'm doing in life, how it's working, and me actually scaling this business up in the process that I've seen a lot of startup founders do, where they just share their life and what they're doing to build a lot of authority with their own personal brand, but then also explain what they're doing. Heuristics. So this is basically just like core tenets that I believe in and that I run the company off of. The first one that I have is think first principles, as per, I guess, one of the mechanisms that I have right here. Data is the driver, so I'm only going to make ever decisions based on data, which I can walk through in just a second here. And then finally, I have do it now. So this means is just having a crazy sense of urgency, kind of like how Elon Musk, SpaceX, all those companies operate, and then ignore everything but the number one priority, just a lesson I learned in my previous business. Tools that I'm going to be using, extremely simple. So I got G Suite, which is just the domain that I've set up. And for your information, it's just alex at sevenfigurecreator.com. So if you want to email me some spam, DM me, whatever it is, you can do it there. YouTube, that is where I'm posting this video on right now. Instagram, as you can see here, going to be documenting this entire process. Clicking back over, I've got ChatGPT. I'm actually going to be integrating a lot of AI to actually do my content and actually build up vidIQ so I can actually get better YouTube video SEO and whatnot. Miro, how I'm showing you this now. Canva to make thumbnails, graphics, anything like that. Don't need Photoshop. WAP to process my payments and then also host my entire kind of community setup, as I can show you right here what we've got set up for it. Honestly, nothing crazy at the moment. I'm just actually trying to still put it all together. So we'll see, I guess, how this whole thing pans out. And then from that point on, the only other thing is Monday, where I'm going to be managing the YouTube video CRM, which I can show you some other day because it's not actually built right now. Then from that point on, what I'm actually going to be running as a funnel. And this is going to be kind of the full meta funnel that I'm using, because I don't believe in email lists. I don't believe in building these crazy automations that I did in my previous business. I think it can be super simple and something that you run honestly with very little work. So pretty much goes like this. First off, we have YouTube exposure, which is going to be these videos that I'm producing right now. 3 times weekly uploads, so Monday, Wednesday, Friday. One viral style video, so this is going to be to attract as much attention as possible, get as many people in the funnel. One niche growth, so this is within my niche. So for example, me breaking down a funnel or a sales training or something along those lines. And then one nurture style. This is going to be a completely random video that has almost nothing to do with business and more so just my life. For example, one of the videos I'm actually going to be doing for the nurture style is going to be a complete office tour of, I guess, the room that I'm in right now, which you've only ever seen kind of this angle of. Then from that point on, the YouTube video goes to a few places. First off, it goes to what I call the magnum opus video. This is pretty much a video that explains my entire process on YouTube. It explains how I work, what I do, and if I actually pull up a whiteboard right here, here's essentially what happens. We have each and every single video like this, And what they do is they all direct to this one video that is going to be super big and super important. So let me do that right here. And essentially what this video does is it walks through my model and is almost like a VSL that also provides value. So I can call it a value VSL. I just like the name Magnus Opum, sounds cool. So from that point on, they're going to see the value VSL. And because each video directs to this as the main way of me actually going through and selling my product, what's going to happen is that this is going to start performing on the algorithm, because every single time, let's say 100 people watch this video, 5 of these people are always going to click back to this video. So every single time I post, it's just going to get compounded more and more and more, which means that it's going to get pushed in the algorithm and start to grow exponentially like this. And that is going to be my plan when it comes to where my YouTube videos link my descriptions. And then also from that point on, I'm going to be directing people all the way over to my Instagram nurture right here, where I have those daily reels, which I'm actually going to be uploading as shorts as well on this channel. And then also daily stories, which, I mean, if you see right now, I kind of just walk through what's going on in my life, yada, 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 yada. And yeah, that is essentially the story aspect of it. Just try and be authentic, top of mind, share what I'm doing, be transparent, actually grow a relationship with everyone in my audience, almost like I have a camera and I'm just talking to my friend. From that point on, we have the highlights, pinned posts, pretty much just to explain what I do and I guess why I'm actually creating all this content in the first place. CTA to DM, so just having conversations with people, and then a value-based conversation to see if it's something they're interested in. Then from that point on, it goes to the WAP funnel. So essentially, this is going to be where I'm processing payments. It's going to be where I'm communicating with clients. And it's going to be where everything is hosted, potentially even my team. This, in my personal opinion, is a lot stronger than Skool as a community platform right now. And honestly, it gives you so many benefits that I'll walk through in some other video, but I'm going to be also setting up a landing page on this. So as you can see right here, there's a landing page that still needs to be built. It's got my whole story, all this stuff on it. I'll show you this when it's complete. It's actually one of my things that I actually need to do for today, as you can see. So probably come in within the next week or so, you'll see that. And then it goes into the 7-figure creator $1 million a year offer. I plan to completely be transparent about my prices. Everyone will know how much I charge, what I do for it. There's going to be public reviews because I really want to build this as a public product, as I mentioned again, because it again is a meta business. So it means me seeing success, it means that all my students are seeing success because the methodology is obviously working if I'm seeing success. Now, show you the data aspect of this. These are all the metrics that I'm tracking for to make sure that I'm on target with things, to make sure that I'm actually moving forward. So Alchemy and Visual, that's a personal thing. Bank account, I like to check the number in my bank account and my total net worth every single day. Daily reel and short, daily stories. YouTube video posted 3 times weekly, so either click posted or not posted. Then I track my new subscribers, new followers, the amount of inbound DMs I get, so people DMing me, asking me questions, and kind of opening up those sales opportunities. Calls scheduled, so how many calls I had in my calendar, showed calls, and then closes. And that is the full kind of spin out of what I've done so far to actually build out this business. And now let me explain why I'm actually going to go all in on it. So the reason I'm doing this in the first place is because I have a hunch. And if this hunch is correct, the $2 million a year that my coaching business is on track to make with the monthly revenue is going to mean nothing in comparison to the opportunity and the business that I can create by scaling my personal brand. Essentially, I believe that the personal brand is the way of the future. We keep seeing these guys get exponentially and stupidly rich in front of us just by posting content. And I want to show people how to actually do it while I'm doing it myself, because so many of them are going to be selling a course for trading, or they're going to be selling a course for e-com, or how to start an SMA. But in reality, it's never going to be the model they're running themselves. So I want to take this opportunity I kind of see as a gap in the market to be a content creator that is actually teaching the business model that he himself is running actively and showing everything that he's learning along the way. And that is essentially what I'm going to go all in on. Build my personal brand and build something that in the next 5 to 10 years I can still see myself doing. And that is pretty much the long story short of why I'm doing this. I'm going to be documenting again on this channel, executing the exact strategy that I'm doing as my product in front of your eyes. So if you see me getting views and if you see me getting customers, it means that you can do the same. And everything on this channel is going to explain how to do that. Stay updated with my daily journey. I'm going to be showing everything on Instagram and then also on these YouTube shorts here. But yeah, as you can see, I'm kind of burning with energy and I'm just super excited to see where this is taken. And I appreciate you sticking along and yeah, just watching this video. Oh, and I forgot. I hope the value that you got in this video was worth the time that you spent watching it. Peace out. Maybe some of you guys know, maybe some of you don't, but I quit my $2 million a year coaching business to restart completely from scratch and document. And on this channel, I actually signed my first 3 clients for this business in my first 24 hours of starting. So today I want to break down the strategy that I use because I know that's a milestone that so many people watching this video probably still want to work towards. And I used a bare bones simple strategy that I think anyone can actually execute and implement on. Before I hop on the computer and tell you exactly what the strategy that I used is, I first want to explain a little bit more about what the business does. The company's name is called Seven Figure Creator, and essentially what I do at the business is I help coaching businesses and people that want to start creating and producing content online monetize their audience the same way that I actually did at my previous business. So given that the offer that I actually ran for people is that I'm going to onboard them and sign their first client for free, and then once they actually begin making money, I can continue the service and we can begin on a paid version. Now, the reason why that offer is so appealing is because everyone is offering these crappy free lead magnets where you have to go and consume a training. Then after you're done consuming the training, you have to actually go out and do that thing, or they're giving you some free personalized roadmap, which doesn't really mean anything because they're not personalizing it and they don't really have any relevance or details about your situation. So instead, I said, okay, what is the absolute most guaranteed no-brainer offer that we can make somebody? And I just threw it out there. And just going through the strategy that I'm going to show you today, I was able to blast out maybe 10 to 20 messages. So no actually content that I posted or anything like that. And from that alone, able to get so many people that are getting started. And I'll actually pull it up as I speak right here. If I am to go to Monday on my calendar of next week, which is when I am going to be meeting with all these people, you can see that I've got all my onboarding calls scattered throughout the week on that black square right there. So I'll explain how this all happened. All right, so now we're on the computer. Let me explain the process of how I actually started the business this fast, because I know a lot of people when they first start a business, it takes them weeks and weeks to get rolling, and then actually how I acquired these clients. So when you start a business, there are a few things that you want to outline for yourself. First thing that you want to outline is going to be the softwares that you're using and the overall strategy that you have. So what I did is I made this visual right here, and essentially what you can see in it is that I mapped out a few important things. First thing that I mapped out was going to be the methodology that I had, the offer, the mechanism, which is essentially how I get people results, the unique style, which for me is startup style documentation. And then from that point on, the most important thing that I actually did completely first was the funnel that I plan to run in order to get people on board. And that is the initial step that you want to, just so you have a visualization in your head of what you want the business to look like endgame. Then from that point on, and let me actually throw my hat on, not having the greatest hair day here. So from that point on, what you actually want to do next is you're going to want to go ahead and define your ICP and what your actual target market looks like here. So what that means in this situation is you need to find the following things. First off, you need to find who. You need to find the what. So this is what problem are you solving? And then you need to find a why. And you need to also go through and get the how here. So essentially, this is the process of finding a super solid ICP. When I say who, I don't just mean like, hey, I help coaching business owners. And I know I said that actually earlier, but you want to get very specific. And in my situation, I know exactly who I'm helping, and it is an audience owner that has between 500 to 10,000 followers. Anyone between that range is someone who I can immediately plug into, and if I can get my systems installed, they're going to immediately begin seeing results. So you want to get very specific about the who, and then again, to show you a little graph here, the more specific we get, the more resonance we have. So what that actually looks like is if we had all the way up top here, who our ICP is. Well, the guy that I mentioned is also most likely a guy, because I don't think guys watch these videos, but we've got men at the very top right here. Then from that point on, we've got entrepreneurs. So we got entrepreneurs here. And then from that point on, we've got the specifics of his business. And in direct correlation to the more specific that I can describe him, and at the very bottom right down here would be what I said of an entrepreneur guy who's 25 years old that runs a business between 500 and 10,000 followers. That is the ICP, and that is so specific. And if I address to him specifically down there, what's going to happen is the amount that I resonate goes up with him, and the amount that I can charge goes up with him, because it is so specific, and it improves the likelihood of him seeing results and the speed at which he sees results, because no one else is marketing to that specific audience. That also includes the why. So that is the why of this as well. What we now need to go for and solve is the what. So what are we actually solving for these people? What problem do we have? The easiest way to start a business is to solve a problem that is already existing in the prospect's mind. So not an end-to-end solution, but a problem that is already existing that you can immediately plug in, that's not that big, but you can consistently solve it quickly. That is the key to actually executing on this. Then from that point on, the final thing we have is the how. So this is once we actually get installed into their business, what do we do in order to go through and get them results? Is it going to be something where we have conversations with them? Or is it going to be something where we immediately plug into their business and build out a done for you service? That is the first step. We need to outline everything in relation to our offer. And then from that point on, the final thing that we want to add to our offer in order to quick start very quickly is going to be the free component. Everyone loves free stuff. And if you are someone who's good at what you do and give free stuff, it is going to sell like hotcakes. The biggest things that you have with the free offer are, first off, making it believable, because there's this experiment a long time ago. Guy essentially made an ad that said, hey, if you give me $100, I'll pay you $1,000 back. Ran on a bunch of newspapers. Absolutely no one bought it. So you need to make it believable. And the way that we actually make the offer believable is we go through and we add comedy to it, and we add damaging admissions to it. And what a damaging admission essentially is you saying something that would otherwise be an attack on your character, something that is not the brightest detail about you, and use it as a way to gain trust in the eyes of your prospect. A way that I do that is that I say that I absolutely suck at talking and being on camera, but as a result of that, I'm a systems operation guy. I plug into the back end of your business. It might be boring, but it's going to click like that and get you results. That is the example of a damaging admission, because I'm saying I'm not good at something to explain the entire process of my service. So when you're offering something for free, you might need to go, hey, I'm not offering many of these, and to be transparent, if I get a paying client, they're going to be the number one priority. However, this is going to be free, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the details of your offer. That is going to be the entire offer component, which in reality is going to be the 20% of work that leads to 80% of the results. If you have a great offer, it doesn't really matter if you're advertising on outbound DMs, on LinkedIn, cold email, or even content or ads. People are going to buy it, especially if you run ads as something for free, which I can talk about in a later segment of this video. So now we actually have to optimize for the only other variable in our business, which is going to be traffic. And traffic, described at this early phase of a business, just going to be as simple as possible. It is, how can we get our offer to people? The simplest and quickest way to do that is what we are after. Now, we don't need to detour with all the crazy crap and just distractions over here, because a lot of people, instead of going straight offer to people, they're actually going to go ahead and do something that looks like this. So they're going to have their offer and they're going to go zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. Let me stop around here. Let me build out a landing page, and then let me go yada, yada down here. And then finally we get to people, and it's going to take them months to do what you could do in days, literally by doing the exact same thing and just removing the distractions on your business. So what that actually means is, if you are producing content, that means that you want to produce content on your social medias every single day, and you want to explain your offer, you want to launch your offer. If you are doing outbound DMs, you're going to want to launch out your offer, and you're going to want to message it to as many people as you can. And I don't just mean like text them, I mean get on there and do voice and video messages. And for me, I did all three of those. If I go ahead right now and go to my Instagram profile, you can see that I did a little series where I go ahead and document a little day to day. So I've documented the first 3 days of actually going ahead and signing these clients. And as you can see, I have stories up every single day where I talk about the business, what I'm doing, et cetera, throughout the entire day, so that actually I have people building resonation with me. And when I make those offers, people are going to immediately convert. Such as you can see here, I walk through the entire model, et cetera, the company that I'm running, and this alone has been converting me customers. So that is the power of actually just getting the message out there and telling as many people as possible. Because when you make that free offer and you can optimize again for that time between offer to people, you are then going to get so many people that are going to say yes. And if you say, hey, I'll onboard you completely for free, you're going to absolutely fill the floodgates. And if the question that you're asking, or if you're about to leave a nasty comment because they're free clients and not paid clients, you need to understand that you first have to deliver to people before they haven't given you any money back. And then once you've established a reputation is when you can actually demand and charge upfront. However, if you have an efficient strategy to get people on for free at scale, and then a consistent number that you say, let's say we go ahead and upsell 33% of them, you are going to be rich beyond your wildest dreams, because you will be able to consistently bring on people with an offer that almost anyone would buy because it is so attractive, and then have a predictable measurement of how much you can turn them into paying clients. And when you've got someone like that, they're going to stay around for a long time. You're gonna have recurring revenue and a real business, which very little times exists in this space. So I hope you enjoyed, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see you guys in the next video. Welcome to my first weekend. Today is Saturday, and as you can see, I sleep on the bed in my office right by my desk there. I just pull it up onto this wall behind here. But yeah, I'll get on my computer and show you what we got for the day. All right, so as you can see, I actually put my bed up over there when I'm not working, but let's do a review of everything that we've got for today. So first things first is I got my reel uploaded, as you can see right here, and I'm gonna have to actually go, oh, my finger's coming. I'm actually gonna have to go and go through this and upload it to my YouTube short. Then from that point on, I just checked in on these videos here. This one looking pretty good. I believe the problem with this is the click-through rate. Yep, and then also on this one, average view duration looking pretty good, and the issue again is the click-through rate. So I need to figure out how to fix that. I don't really want to do thumbnails, so it's going to be a little bit of an interesting problem to solve. But yeah, I'm going to write out my task list for the day, and then you can see me kind of execute it all and start building the product, because that's going to be the main focus of the day. I just want to get my product as good as possible. That is the big domino of this business. If I have a dialed-in product, everything falls into place, and like that is the rule of business. If you have a product that makes other people rich, you are also going to be rich. So yeah, that's where my focus is going. I'm going to show you how to do that. So I don't know how well you can actually see me here, but what I do is I run my entire life off of my notebooks here. And as you can see, I do a lot of scribbling. I do a lot of writing down of ideas. So I have to kind of come up with a system to manage everything, which as of right now is messaging myself on Slack and then hopefully like remembering to check it. So I'm gonna write down my tasks for the day. You know, it's one thing to build up this grand vision, and part of that is actually gonna be reading this book right here, How to Never Lose a Customer. Absolute banger. If you read this book and implement everything in it, you will have a banger customer experience. And if you have a banger customer experience, you can have a great product, and if you have a great product, you can make a lot of money. But it's one thing to map out what it should look like, and it's another thing to actually put it into action and do it fast. And that is going to be what my goal is. And yeah, so this is the task list, because I can show you here. We've got everything that I've written. So we've got morning prayer, we've got daily reel and short, we have a daily vlog episode, we have the build product IG story. That lines up with our war map here, which is, I keep it like this so I have a daily and like calendar view of everything that's going on. And yeah, first thing that I have to do is I have to get this over the short, and then I'll show you and keep you updated as I start building the product. So what you just saw right there was me doing two things. First off, it was listening to a voice message from an old friend who might actually be a potential client for the service, depending on if it's a good fit. I'm gonna let him know that in a second. But then from that point on, I went through this thing that I have called, as you can see here, Self-Alchemy. And I'm gonna zoom out a bit because it's a super personal thing that I probably won't wanna share for a little bit. But essentially, I've gone ahead and reverse engineered my dream life. I'll tell you what each of these sections say, but essentially, I walk through the personality traits that I'd like to do more of, and then I also walk through kind of the heuristics that I have as a person, so what I want to do, and then I also have the lifestyle, I have the people, and most of the people is honestly just people that I already know, just want to keep growing with them already, and then I also have my story and just kind of define everything that I want in my life. I don't think it does anything in terms of crazy spiritual manifestation, esoteric. Obviously what you think about comes to fruition, because that's what you attract, but essentially I do it just so I have a clear picture and like actually a target that I'm working towards. Then from that point on, I've shown this many times, but I have my business mapped out. I think this is completely essential for anyone that's trying to build a machine of their business and not just like running around amok on a show. Honestly, you have to have some form of visual so you can look overhead bird's eye view on the business to actually know what's going on. But yeah, that is essentially what I've done. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to get back to the guy over here. And then from that point on, I'm gonna put this over to a short and finally get to the product work. So ladies and gentlemen, what you are looking at is the initial layout of how I actually want to build my product. So what we have here is in this book, How to Never Lose a Customer Again. I essentially have read it many times before, but I asked ChatGPT to summarize it for me here. And I went through this, reread it, made sense to me. And essentially what I did is I kind of put it into, oh, there we go, there's me. But I put it into my own words of how I am actually going to be building it out, and an example of some of those things. So I'll explain what each phase means. First off, we have assess. So this means that when someone is actually getting onboarded to our product, we need to make sure that they are a good fit by providing testimonials, client results, and make sure they fully understand the process. Because a lot of time people are gonna buy because you suppressed their fear of payment and not because they actually want the product. So make sure people are onboarded and sold the right way. Second is admit. So when someone actually decides to buy, celebrate their decision, provide them personalized stuff, make it cool, make it fun for them. Third part is affirm. So remove the buyer's remorse by providing an actionable timeline. So as soon as somebody starts, I want to give them like, hey, this is what we're doing. Here's what's going to work. Boom, 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 boom. They know exactly what's going to be happening. So they don't have that phase of buyer's remorse. And we reaffirm it by showing time and time again, testimonials and just ways to show that they can actually achieve results, same way that all the results have. Then we're a bit blurry here. Okay, fourth, we have activate. So when our customer actually uses our service for the first time, we need to make sure that it is the best thing they've ever touched. So I have some examples here that includes building a personalized presentation, show up with call with a crap ton of energy, and then also completed assets. So if they're on the onboarding call, instead of just going through the boring, hey, can I get your information? Oh yeah, it's not them giving away things, we're giving things to them. That's a great way of on that first touch point showing what the working relationship is going to look like, because the onboarding call is the 20% or even maybe like the 1% of calls that's going to shape every single client relationship, every single call from that point on. Then we have acclimate. So this is when they get into the routine of using your product and service. The best way to win the long game of acclimating is just by providing daily banger support, education, and always exceeding expectations in any way that you can imagine. So if you on a call run away with feedback to, let's say, for example, improve YouTube video speaking, instead of letting them do that themselves, you want to get them with every single YouTube video speaking video you can find to actually help them, and then make sure that you're always following the initial roadmap you laid out. So then from that point on, accomplish. This is something we're probably gonna have a big takeaway. But as a customer achieves goals and milestones with your product, you need to be celebrating each and every single one of them so they understand that this is not like, hey, once you get to that end result of 100K a month, you have, like, that's the only goal of the product. If you don't get to 100K a month, you failed. You want to celebrate every single little milestone, outline exactly what it is to keep their enthusiasm up. So I've written this here. The first YouTube video they post, the first lead they get, the first appointment they get, the first client, the first call, the first everything they get, and even smaller milestones, 2.5K a month, 5K a month, 7.5K a month, 10K a month, 25, 50, just celebrate everything along the way of actually showing them that they're achieving results and have those milestones in place. Finally, adopt. This is when they actually achieve the result. You want to provide gifts to them. So this is where you see things like the 2 Comma Club Award come into play. This is where you see things like shirts, sweaters, all these things come into play so that they can move into the 8th phase and actually achieve it, which is advocate. So they want to become a raving fan who recommends your business and gives you referrals and all these things. And if you do a great job of coming up with a unique way for someone to adopt your business, it's going to be almost public marketing. So I'm actually going to write down here. I can't think of a crazy one off the top of my head, but I want to find a unique mechanism of adoption. So for example, let's say they all change their background to this, for example. No. They all change their background to this, for example. That would be like a cool way that people know that they are part of 7-Figure Creator. They went through our business, and finding something unique like that in order to have them actually market the business and then give referrals because they had such great client experience. And yeah, if you're wondering what I did with the bed that's on the floor, it goes up there while I'm working, and I've got a little sucker. I don't know if I should drink that or not. I probably shouldn't. We'll see how far and how the day treats me. But yeah, what I'm gonna be doing for the rest of the day and what the actual plan looks like. So first things first is I really just need to take all of that information and I wanna give jot point after jot point after jot point of every single milestone that my client needs to go through. Once I've done that, it's easy to add gimmicks, et cetera, but first you essentially wanna find what needs to happen. So they need to celebrate, do they need to have a gift given to them? Do they need more education? You want to find what, then you want to move to the next layer, which is going to be the how. So what is it in this specific case? Is the gift going to be a hoodie, or is the milestone them getting their first client? Or is it them getting a 1 million view video? What is the milestone? And then once you found the milestone, the third and final layer is going to be how we actually execute it. So it's going to be the tech stack that we use. Do we have to use Zapier? Do we have to use Slack? Do we have to use Monday? What do we have to do to actually execute and build this? And if you can map all of that out, before you ever even touch building your product at all, it's gonna be super, super easy to execute the entire thing because yeah, the plan's not gonna go exactly how you imagine from A to Z, but you can adapt it along the way and always have a bird's eye view so that you know you're building a holistic experience. Because the mistake that I've made so many times is I'll go ahead and I'll build this product, but I'll build one module here, one module there, and it doesn't all connect into this amazing experience that people receive. So it ends up being a bittersweet service overall. So yeah, I'm gonna be mapping that out, and yeah, that's pretty much gonna be the rest of my day today. Tomorrow, I'm actually gonna be showing you how it's actually going to look when I implement all the board and everything on there. For the clients that I'm onboarding, one is gonna be on Monday morning, very, very early because he's in a different time zone, but then the rest during the day. And I'm gonna show you, walk you guys through that, show you how it went. But I wanted to get these guys the best results possible. And yeah, I just want to take you through the process of me kind of grinding out to do that. And if you guys enjoy this longer style, more authentic content, please let me know. I plan on doing these daily, but let me know if you guys want it, if you don't want me to get rid of me. I hope the value that you got from this video is worth the time that you spent, and I will see you in the next one. All right, maybe some of you guys know, maybe some of you don't, but I restarted my business 5 days ago, and today I want to break down the 7-figure funnel that I used in my previous business that I'm going to be implementing again that doesn't involve any landing pages. And to give you an overall update of how the company is doing, we've got 4 people on board right now. They're going to be getting started all tomorrow. One I have to stay up for because it's super early in the morning, but the other 3 are just going to be in the afternoon. But yeah, I'm going to be walking you through this funnel because the era of landing pages and opt-ins is just no longer existent. 4 years ago, you could create this opt-in webinar funnel and people would pay so much time and attention to you. But today, because so many people have made so many offers, because so many people have gone out there and began preaching, what begins to happen is at the consumer level, people just don't care about your free trainings. They don't care about your information, and the attention is a lot more scarce. I myself do this, and I very rarely opt into anything. And every time I do, I get these crappy trainings. So today I want to explain a little bit of a different approach, because if you are to nurture people exclusively through your YouTube content and also using other platforms like Instagram to build a sort of parasocial relationship, which just means the person connects with you and understands you on a human level, but not only a business level, you are able to convert people without even having to send them through a crazy email list or get them phone numbers, anything of that nature. And I actually use this strategy to get these first 4 clients, then my previous business to scale it and get clients that would actually show up to sales calls pitching us on why they should work with us. So I have made quite possibly the most simple funnel framework, the TNP framework, and I'm going to show you because everything in this is actionably implementable. Right now we are in a trust recession. Right now we're not competing for people's money, but we're competing for their trust and attention. So I'm going to show you how you can actually do these things. We're going to start by understanding Mr. Consumer over here, because Mr. Consumer has been getting screwed. He has been bait and switched. He is opted into so many trainings and he has been sold courses again and again and again. He's been told that there's no money up front and then been charged. He's been told that there's a rev share and been charged. He's been told so many things. And here is what he is tired of. He is tired of Iman clones. So what I was actually doing before I started making these videos, where you set up the 4K camera and you stand there with like a little pincer hand telling people how they need to run their lives. He's also tired of opt-ins. He's tired of giving away his information for more information. Doesn't make much sense to him. And then finally, he is tired of objective advice. But before I do that, I want to explain a little bit more about the opt-in one, because he's not necessarily tired of receiving information and receiving value. He is simply tired of opting in and not getting that thing, because for so many times he's opted in and got a free poor training and then just being called by a setter to immediately try and rinse him on whatever crazy offer exists. And finally, the objective advice. So he's tired of watching videos where people say, hey, here is the best thing, or here is the top 5 things, here is what you need to do, and try and stay from this objective perspective of what is best. And what he wants, I actually explain how all these things actually combine. So what he wants is upfront value. He needs to be proven that someone, whoever he's watching, is valuable before he actually decides to invest anything into that. Second off, he wants personal stories. So instead of hearing objectively what is the best business model to run, or objectively hearing how he should do his sales, he wants to hear how some people who are doing sales are already like executing and going and doing it. He wants to hear what their frameworks are, and then from that point on, if he thinks that he can replicate that, then he's going to follow it. Then finally, he wants a transparent funnel. So anything like me, and if consumers are anything like me, because I'm a consumer, I've paid for so many info products courses, I actually got scammed on a lot of courses. I don't care if someone wants to make money online, whether it's Mr. Beast making videos and selling chocolate, or monetizing off the YouTube ad spend, doing brand deals, or someone building their own product. I don't care. I honestly think building your product is more respectable because you have complete control. All I care about is that there's a transparent funnel. So when I see you, I'm aware of what the process to actually work with your company looks like, and at no point am I going to feel tricked, deceived, or eluded throughout that entire process. Essentially, all that I care about is this line right here. I want my expectations met. So when a consumer clicks on something, and when you say things in your marketing, there is an expectation met. There's a bar that, let's say, set up here. And if anything under delivers that, then you're automatically going to be disappointed. That's just kind of the way it works. So this is what the consumer wants. And to actually do these things, it's not that hard. You just have to break the mold of thinking that this is how you do it. If you look at the way a guy like Iman actually blew up, it wasn't because he sat there and put his pincer hand out and told people objectively what the best thing to do was. He already did that when he was massive. To start, he shared his entire story, everything he was doing in videos just like the style that I'm doing right now. So you have to realize that there are levels to the game, and you have to be a massive authority to do that, where people already know, like, and trust you. If you start trying to do that and you don't have a name, it is not going to work. So how the funnel works, first things first, is we have traffic. Traffic needs to abide by all of these rules. If you switch all of your content to saying how I or how my, and actually just do that instead of the objective advice, you immediately make yourself a one-of-one niche, because no one can replicate that strategy you are using. Second off, and what actually traffic could be, that could be YouTube content. That's probably the best long form platform. Honestly, yeah, just go with YouTube for this long form. You have long form traffic. Then from that point on, you have nurturing. This is where the money is made. This is where so many people are understanding the kind of missing link that is stopping people from making money online. They do this amazing job of going through and making this amazing traffic content, providing all this value, but they don't have the ability to nurture it into people who actually care about them. People only buy from people who they can relate to and who they actually see as someone that they like and would hang out with. So if you just get on there and say, hey, I've given you all this best business information, yada, 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 you should pay me, it's not going to work. Usually the people that you give money to, you like on a personal level. So how do you actually nurture them? You can use platforms like Twitter, you can use platforms like Instagram, but essentially you want to begin sharing your life. For example, something about me is I sleep on that bed over there. And I've shown that many, many times because I'm just here to document the process of what I'm doing. And if you can do that and nurture people up to who you actually are as a person, it becomes very, very easy once you go to the product phase, which is the final part, and are transparent about what you sell. So to explain what I mean by transparent about what you sell, I'm not saying that if you sell a $10,000 product, you have to go out there and say, hey, this is $10,000, yada, yada, yada. Because I understand that that leads to a drop off in sales, because certain people need to understand and actually see the value up front before their eyes even associate anything with the price of $10,000. So I get that. But what I'm saying is that your product has to have transparency involved with it. If you're selling something high ticket, tell people that you're selling something high ticket. And essentially, if you can create a transparent view on your product and then actually show what you're doing for people, you're going to get so much more business than kind of this shaded away, hey, here's how I make all this money, but you have to opt into my funnel. You have to show up to a sales call to figure out how. On this channel, I'm actually going to be documenting and showing my entire product as it gets built and what that's going to do as it gets better and better and better. Like right now, I don't believe that anyone should pay for it. That's why I'm actually allowing people to get onboarded for free to actually sign them on further. But once it does become something that's great, and once it gets more and more results, it's going to be something where now they see how much money it's making other people, they see how it works, and the price automatically becomes warranted in real time. So with your product, you want to make sure that you're including how it actually works, the mechanism that you're actually doing, instead of just shading it away as marketing. And the kind of pro and con to this is immediately, the pro is that people are going to build more trust with you, and throughout your entire process, throughout your traffic and your nurturing, they're going to be already like on a sales call with you, learning about what your product does and beginning to actually get converted. But then the con is that you actually have to build a good product, which for a lot of people is just way too much work and something that they don't want to do. So this is the overall funnel, and the reason why it's going to work on a consumer level is because people are so sick and tired of hearing what they need to do, and they just want to hear what someone else is doing and then associate themselves with that thing. And when I say people, I'm more so referring to myself and the overall state that I see the market in, but to explain how I actually do this on a fundamental basis. So first things first, I'm doing doing both daily reels and daily shorts, just same thing reposted on my Instagram and YouTube, that I'm also doing a daily vlog where I show myself building up this business. And one thing that I'm going to make sure that I do throughout this entire process is that until I become an authority, a massive authority, and already have a big following, I'm only ever going to talk about what I am doing and what has worked for me, because I honestly understand that that is the way to go. And even if I might make a video when I have a lot more followers saying, here is how you should, it's going to be shared through my own personal experience and only through things that I've actually ever done. Which again leads to the overall theme of this video, which is that people are just no longer trusting people online, and you have to do a lot more legwork to actually earn someone's attention. And the best way to do that is just by sharing who you are and having what I like to call damaging omissions. These are things that would otherwise be perceived as faults about yourself that you then show to people, which make you appear more human and therefore more trustable. For example, as you can see, this is my room, this is my life. There's no flashy, fancy cars. I don't have a watch on, empty wrist, and I'm just showing my life. Someday I might have that, but essentially, I'm just being transparent about the stages that I'm in and what I actually value, right? I've made money enough to buy some nice watches and probably to have a nice car, but the truth is that I'm honestly too young to have a car. So essentially, I've broken down and shown every transparent aspect of my life, which allows the person watching to see me for who I am and not necessarily what I'm portraying and what I'm trying to put out. And that is how you're going to win in this new economy. It's only going to get worse. Trust is only going to get harder. So if you want to win, you have to get on the TNP wave now. And yeah, I hope the value that you got from this video was worth the time that you spent. It's a bit more of a rant, me putting out my frustrations about the market and how I'm actually opposing them myself to change it with my own landing pages, funnels, etc., etc. But yeah, you let me know your thoughts and I'll see you in the next one. So if you didn't know, I restarted my $2 million a year business, and today is day number 5 where I have to take 4 onboarding calls with all the clients that I signed on one of my earlier videos and make sure they're actually ramped up and seeing great results. So I'm going to take you through my day as I onboard each of them, my thoughts after each meeting, how we're actually going to get them results in the first place, and then also my plan is to build this out into a formalized product and then also ramp up my initial marketing so that I can really start hitting heavy and building up a massive client acquisition system that relies and completely is built off of the success of my product. Okay, so now we are on the computer, which is something about doing more in this series, but I want to show you my YouTube analytics and then also everything that I've got going on for the day. So first things first is if I clicked over to my calendar here, this doesn't show the actual names and whatnot, but I had one onboarding already, which is why I'm staying up, starting a little bit late. It's around 11 a.m. and I've only been working for about 30 minutes or so. Then I've got 3 more onboardings starting about 1 hour and 15 here, and maybe knocking out those, doing those client work. Then if I go over to my data, let me show you what we have done for the day. So input's good as usual, Praying, Alchemy, got my daily short, daily stories, got my YouTube videos posted. What is very cool about this is that I finally hit my new subscriber KPI that I want to maintain and be consistent with daily. So that's super sick. I really want to do that. And then also this week, I'm hoping to actually transition the free clients that I've gotten onto paid clients and start to actually onboard people for a paid offer as I begin to prove out and establish my objective product, which is like the final end goal for this week. So to put it long story short, if I'm able to get to a point where, let me show you actually a whiteboard. So right now is like week 1 and we're going into the holidays. So week 2 over here is kind of like a mix between the holidays. So I don't know what we can do is like, this is my definition of a reef here. So what we've got going on is week 1 is the week that I'm talking about right now. And what I want to do this week is I want to make sure that my 4 guys, so the guys here, that they are absolutely dialed and they are good to go. And then what I want to do is I want to make my funnel. So I want to have a publicly open site that people can go on to understand what I do and actually sign up for my offer if they want to. So I want to build that and have it actually publicly launched so that anyone watching this, if they can actually get helped, they can go through and apply to see if we can actually work together. And then I also want to build my objective product. So something that is templatized for everyone that I can use as delivery, because right now everything I'm doing is custom and it's not going to scale, but I want to do it right now. So if I can do all of that going into week 2, which is going to be a little bit of a slower week because it's going to be Christmas, holidays, and I'm actually going to be flying back to Canada, which is only going to be about a 1-day lag or so. I want to essentially just focus in on opening up and contacting old relationships and getting things positioned so that the week of the 28th, 29th, and even going into New Year, I'm just absolutely on the ball, getting people ready to start on the 1st. So I have an additional maybe 4 or 5 people that I can get started on the 1st. just because I'm going to be the only one still working during that time and still making those contacts. So that is going to be my big season for, I guess, getting new people on board. And yeah, I'm going to kind of go anti holiday style and see if I can make that something massive for my business. Finally, showing you my analytics. So as you can see here, this is super, super cool. You can check on a long-term time chart, kind of me not liking YouTube and me liking YouTube a lot. This one isn't that great. But as you can see, I was doing around 20-ish views per day just off of SEO. And when I post, maybe it jump up to 120 in the day, etc., etc. But ever since I started this series, I've honestly been loving YouTube a lot more and finally falling in love with it. Again, it's been a dream of mine for a very long time to be a content creator of sorts ever since I was like 10 years old. So doing it in a way that also aligns with my interest in business has been super fun. I'm very grateful for anyone that's watching this right now or watches any of the videos. I promise you, if you want to chat in any way, shape, or form, I'm more than happy to just, if you message me on Instagram, give you any advice, if you want any thing that I'm doing, any knowledge, whatever it might be, or you just want to chat, please message me. And yeah, essentially I just want to keep this growing, keep doing great things with it. And that is the update for the 16th at 10:50 a.m. All right, so I just finished the first onboarding call since I woke up. Now I have 2 out of the 4 total down. And as you can kind of see over here, let me just block this out. Okay, as you can see over here, we got 2 more that we need to do, but the first one went really, really well. I'm honestly super excited to get these guys on board because I think that this guy that I just spoke to is going to be able to get to 100K a month in the next 90 days. The first guy I spoke to, the goal that we set out was 25K a month. And I guess to actually block out a lot of the names here, but to still kind of show you what we're actually working on, maybe this does it properly. You can see that we have to ramp up the school community engagement strategies, create a one-on-one offer with unique mechanism, create YouTube content, and then build a daily SOP to have the setter dialed in and actually have that working super well. And those are the daily actions that we need to execute. But honestly, these guys are looking super, super sick. And I honestly think they're going to be getting great client results, which is great for me. Because once again, if you make other people rich, it doesn't matter what happens or how it actually unfolds or the offer, the sales strategy that you have, you too are going to be rich. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So right now it is 3:20 p.m. and I just finished the 4 onboardings that I had scheduled. So honestly, right now, I just want to tell you how each of them went. So the first 2 were the ones that I actually did a post-game recap kind of, and those both went super amazing. First guy, we're going to try and scale 25K a month. Second guy, we're going to go for 100K a month. Third guy, also 100K a month. And the fourth guy, we're going to actually go for 150K a month. And that's going to be the target that we have for each of them within the next 90 days. Now, how are we actually going to do that? And that's where it comes in, the kind of product and the whole model I'm building that I like to call first principle scaling. And essentially what that means is instead of focusing on things that I believe aren't the most important things, such as your landing pages, your sequences, the entire way that you follow up with people, instead just honing in completely on the very few things, the 20% of your business that leads to 80% of the results. How you're positioned in the market, your unique selling proposition, and how you actually appear to people on camera. Because if you can appear as authentic and if you can actually build a product that helps people in a unique and new way to your market and find like a legitimate gap, you are going to absolutely crush out the competition. So essentially just finding a way to do that for each of them pretty well. The funnel that we're running for all these guys is they have existing brands. I believe all of them are posting, I believe, 1 piece of short form content per day. They have agencies already taking care of that. So I'm super lucky that they have a pretty good amount of attention that it's already garnering. From that point on, I'm having them actually direct that attention to their Instagram, where they're going to be running an inbound Instagram setting process. So at first, it's going to be them using voice messages, whatnot, to actually go through and in the DM sell their offer. But in the future, what it's actually going to be for these people is they're going to have an inbound setter placed in the business whose job is full-time. Everyone that likes a post, everyone that views the stories, immediately getting contacted and pushed into the offer. And that's essentially what I'm running for each of these guys. The offers that they actually sell are all around high ticket mentorship, all in different spaces. One of them is in actually how to start up and scale a micro brand. We've got guys in the agency, sales space, guru space. We've got so many different niches, and really they're all running the same funnel and how it all works. Okay, so I've got a bunch of stuff open on my computer right now, but what I actually mean by the first principle scaling philosophy. So in any given thing in business, you're going to have a set amount of energy, and no business is ever going to be perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect business. It's just about where we allocate our energy. So we can put the E in the middle right here. Now, there's also the alternative of if we have these 4 different places where energy is going, we put our energy into one given domain. When we do that, we go much further and further within that given domain. So essentially what the model of first principle scaling scaling is it's focusing on the base reason why things work and why we do things. So for example, the reason why we buy things from people is because we trust them. That's the base level emotion that someone feels. So as a result, instead of trying to do a bunch of gimmicks to make someone try and trust us, we just cut through all the BS and we focus on essentially committing to the first principle of a flywheel. And a flywheel is essentially one thing. So if I actually search up what a flywheel is on Google here, you'll see that it is one thing that continuously spins over and over and over again, begins getting momentum and spinning faster and faster and faster and faster. We can build this in our business where if we focus on core actions, which are in the middle, so there's going to be you or me, person running the business, we're going to consistently gain speed and speed and speed and traction to actually develop more revenue and grow the business. So what these actions actually are that we focus on are things such as YouTube content that we're posting and positioning it in a way where it's the exact same thing as building our product. Right now, the video that I'm making that you're watching right now is me sharing how I'm delivering my product to people. This means that my flywheel is literally just delivering great results for clients. And because I'm marketing that, it allows me to get more and more people to actually deliver for. So you can see the flywheel spins around and around and around and around as I begin documenting and sharing more and more about how I'm scaling this business. People are going to be getting more and more trust from me as I show legitimacy in what I'm doing in my process. And then again, document it. And again, it spins around and around. You get the point. And that is essentially the model that I'm running and why onboarding these people to the first principle funnel is so important. So that is the recap of the day. Again, for the week, the plan that we have is just to make sure everyone that we onboard is good to go and start to ramp a little bit of our acquisition going into the Christmas season. So yeah, going to be keeping updated daily. And I hope the value that you got from this video was worth the time that you spent, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so today is day 7 of restarting my business, and at this time of recording, I have around 1,600 subscribers on YouTube. Yet with this super small audience, I've managed to have it consistently convert me clients, with YouTube being my only source of traffic. And today, I want to show you how you can do this approach at branding, because I edit these videos on CapCut, I do the thumbnails on Canva, and I don't even use this fancy camera that I have and don't even know how to work. I use my iPhone to actually record them, because it's a little bit of a unique approach on branding. You don't need the pincer hand and all these fancy edits that you see. You can grow a brand and like a channel that actually is based around a skill or interest that you have and make money off of it just by understanding who you are, being authentic, and having the right posting frequency and a right series and idea and vision for your channel. I'm going to show you how to create that today. So before we dive into the super tactical of how to actually do this, I want to explain why objectively lower quality videos are getting more views than people who have the fancy cameras, editors, and like those crazy Mr. Beast thumbnails, no dead space, all that stuff. Because I've seen a lot of people intentionally try and lower the quality of their video, hoping that it gets them more views, but it never seems to work. And the reason why these videos actually perform in the first place is because people want to see something that resonates with them, right? When something resonates with you, you can relate to something, it builds trust. And what builds more trust than seeing someone without there being perfect lighting, without there being this highly calculated, oriented approach? Because when you do that, when you have a super setup camera and you have a perfect script and all these things, all it makes it seem like is you are detracting from the overall value of the video, right? A lot of the time, these people are giving you objective advice. So here's how you make money. But people don't want to hear that anymore. They want to hear, here is how I made money, and maybe this can relate to you. So when you make these lower quality videos and you just show how you did something, like for example, how I built what I have today, it allows people to go in and see a window into what someone else is doing and therefore relate and resonate with it themselves and want to execute on it. That is the reason why it works. So if you try and intentionally lower your content quality and just grab a camera with an iPhone and think you're just going to get more views as a result of not having the super fancy pincer and all that stuff, it's not going to work. You need to have an overall vision for your channel and something that you're doing that is overall cool and people want to get behind. In my sake, it's completely restarting a business from scratch. I realize that there's no one who has actually gone on a day-to-day basis in the entirety of the YouTube business market and shown themselves rebuild a business and just go through all the trials, tribulations, the good, the bad, the entire roller coaster while documenting their day-to-day every single day. So I realized, okay, that's a purpose people can probably rally behind. And as a result, it doesn't matter whether my content is super high quality or whether it's super low quality, it's something that people care about and want to watch. Before I dive into the posting frequency or anything of that nature, the first thing that you need to do is you need to define who you're actually helping, so your niche, and why they should listen to you. And the coolest way and the easiest way to do that is just to find something interesting that you can do in a format of a series. So let's say you are a skinny guy right now and you want to sell a fitness product. It would be absolutely amazing if you did a daily vlog going from skinny to bulk and every single way, every single meal that you're eating and everything along that path. that would be guaranteed to build you a following as you go through that transformation. Because what's going to happen is the videos might not get views at first, but as soon as you have that one video that hits the algorithm, people are going to realize that this guy's been doing this for a super long time, and every single video is going to baseline rise and get more and more views. And that is what the process of actually doing this looks like. You want to build out a series so that when someone likes one video, they can now watch every single one that you have. And if you can find a cool niche and something interesting to do, that is the first step. And the only other step left is the actual factor of how we put together these videos, how we're making them, the posting frequency, and where we're actually sending this traffic in order to monetize it and make us money. Okay, so now we are over on the computer, and I want to show you what the process of actually putting this whole thing together looks like. So the first step, as I mentioned, is going to be like the niche and overall series. So the idea that you actually have, and this is, I'm gonna like let you guys know in advance, this is not going to be something where I talk about the click-through rate or the average view duration. I have a completely different approach on doing this, and maybe I'm completely wrong about it, maybe I'm completely right, we will see. So niche or series is the first step. So this is something cool that you're doing, something that people want to watch you for. The second thing that we need to solve for is going to be posting frequency. So how often are you going to post to actually keep people engaged with this series or thing that you are building? And then what is also the quality associated with it? So that's going to go down to the third step, which is going to be the process that we actually go through. So is it going to be high quality stuff? It's going to be low quality stuff. What kind of videos are we going to be making? And then fourth and finally, it is going to be the content within the videos. So as a result of the overall niche or series that we are doing, what do people want to see as a result of actually going on that journey and actually building whatever given thing that we were talking about? So as I mentioned, a great example of this is if you are a skinny guy right now and you want to be an in shape guy, this is a banger series that you could do. So if we were to go for each of these things on this example, what we would give as a niche is going to be fitness. So we have fitness right here. And then the series would be from skinny to bulk, from skinny to bulk. And then from that point on, posting frequency. So my posting frequency that I do for this channel is going to be once per day. I believe that if you can do daily, that's going to be absolutely amazing, because it's going to allow people to get parasocially invested into what you're doing. And that's going to be above all probably the most important thing. Then the process of actually making the videos. So because it is not like on the computer like me, where I can just open up my camera and talk about whatever I'm doing on the day, you're gonna have to go through a style similar to someone like Sam Sulek, where you go through the process of you eating, you buying food, and then also just what workouts you're doing in the first place. So we've got those three things. We've got eating, we've got working out, and then finally, we've got the process of actually shopping and getting the food. And then fourth off, the content that we're going to be going through is actually, this is actually going to be the content down here. And the process of actually doing that is just going to be handheld with our phone. We don't need to make it complex or anything of that nature. And essentially, if you can find these four things for your niche and you can go and embark on this series, it's going to allow, and it might not be the most popular series on the internet. It's not going to get millions of views or hundreds of thousands of views, but what it is going to do is going to allow every single person that watches you to be invested in you, so that when they see you complete a journey, when they see you complete an objective, they want to convert. And I'll give you another example of myself doing this in a different niche. So before this, the business that I actually ran was a marketing agency coaching program. So myself and my partner, whose channel I can actually search up right here, let me search it up. Cool. So if I go to his channel and I look at the series that he has put out, there was this one series, and let me find it right here. It was called the SMMA documentary series, and you won't be able to hear it, but essentially what we did is we posted 6 episodes of us completely starting a marketing agency from scratch. You can see there's my face on it, there's me, and whatnot going through the act of building up the series. It's like me on the phone when we realized that we switched our niche and all these things. And when we actually did this, we had our coaching business drop to $0 in revenue. So we're doing about $50,000 a month around here. We dropped to $0 in revenue for the entire duration while we were making this series. And after episode 6, as we scaled up further and further and further, we relaunched it, and then we actually hit our first 100K a month in December of 2023 when we returned to the coaching end of the business, because people saw that we had just proven this massive idea in our business that the gurus or the people that sell coaches and like actual products just can't restart their business. So that is something that if you can do, it is going to be absolutely banger. If you sell any form of product from that point on, doesn't matter whether you have a link in your description the way that we did, or whether you direct them to your Instagram, you're going to be getting people that care about you. And it's simply the idea of finding a vision and finding something interesting rather than sitting there in YouTube jail trying to optimize your click-through rate and your average watch time. Because transparently, if you are a business owner, if you are someone with fire in your belly and you just want to get out there and actually achieve a given objective in your own domain, learning how to roboticize YouTube isn't the way that all the best creators in the world, outside of maybe someone like Mr. Beast, actually rose to fame. They rose to fame by doing something interesting, and once they got there, they maintained it through hiring YouTube specialists and all these things. So essentially, that is my take on how I actually grew this channel. I'm going to continue doing it. We'll see if I'm right or not. And yeah, I appreciate you watching the video, and I hope to see you in the next one. I hope the time that you spent on it was worth the value that you got in return. Okay, so before the video starts, I want to show you proof of everything that I'm saying. So here is our revenue in October 1st to October 31st of 2023. You can see November implementing this concept, it almost doubled. And then finally going to December of 2023, we hit our first 100K a month, which continued over, allowed us to make over $1 million. So I can show you right here. If I were to go to all time, you can see in this account, we have around $600,000. If I were to click over to the other account that we've got set up, and go to all time, I will show you what that looks like as well. Over here, we're able to collect another 570K rough estimate. So these are the principles in this video. I'm going to show you exactly how it all happened. All right, so today is day number 8 of restarting and scaling my business in public and my previous business. And the front end product that we used to achieve all of this was completely for free. And this business, I'm going to be doing the exact same thing. So I'm going to explain how that strategy kind of works and how you can make a lot of money by selling something for free the same way that I am doing right now. So I learned this lesson the hard way, but before we dive into the offers, funnels, or anything of that nature, you need to understand that you are selling something for free right now. In my business, we wanted to attract a high level of agency owner to actually go on and sign our product so we can actually go into their business and make them money. But for the longest time ever, we weren't able to find them and just kept attracting these people that just weren't qualified. They didn't have money on hand. They didn't even have a business. So they really weren't ideal prospects and we could never charge more, which kept our business stuck around 10-ish K per month for a very long time. Then from that point on, when we realized this and we realized after looking at all the free content and all the free exposure that you'd get without having to pay us, so anything that was for free when you searched up our names online, essentially it was all directing someone to how to start a business, how to get your first client, how to start your agency. And it gave us this really big realization that essentially, whether it's your online free content or just the way that your profile looks, if you don't have any social media or nurturing content, is always selling people something, because people's only way to perceive the future, and I guess what buying a product, a payment, anything of that nature is in the first place, is essentially they're making a predictor of value based on what they can already see. So if someone sees really good free stuff, they make a prediction in their head that the paid stuff is going to be even better. And that's kind of the assumption that people go through. So what happens a lot of the time is people aren't creating great free stuff. And as a result, the assumption that people make is that their paid stuff is going to be the exact same like that. So whether you realize it right now or not, what someone can access for free about your business and what they can understand about it is going to create the entire judgment of whether they think that you can actually deliver a great result on the paid basis as well, and whether it's a good decision for them to spend their money on it. Alrighty, so now that we are well on the computer, I want to explain exactly how this functions, because there's 3 phases towards doing this. The first step of this is going to be the actual offer that we have to sell free stuff. So what that means and what this actually looks like in this use case is I see almost everyone in this industry have a free lead magnet, or they have a free opt-in or a free training or a free custom plan. That is not going to cut it. The way that a free offer works, if it is actually good, is essentially what will happen is it's a service that is either going to be at a loss monetarily, so you're going to have a loss of money, or you're going to have a loss of time. So you're gonna have a loss of time. It needs to be at the expense of one of these things. Not because these are the only prerequisites to make it good. It's that 99% of the time, in order to actually provide something of value, you're either gonna have to spend money on it to give it away for free, or you're gonna have to spend time on it. So let me give you 2 examples of what this might look like. Let's say, for example, that we are running a video editing agency. Something that would cost us money and or time is delivering a free video to anyone that opts in to our funnel or wants to work with our agency. So the time would either be the video editor ourselves, so the video editor if we're doing it ourselves, or it could be the actual money that we have to pay the video editor. So let's say maybe that is like 20 bucks a video. So it's going to be minus 20 bucks. Essentially, we need to offer something that is so good that it would actually be a part of our legitimate service. And if we can do this, what is going to happen is, let's say that per every 10 videos that we make, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So for every 10 videos that we make, we learn that on one of them, this person actually goes and they convert into a customer. Now, imagine this customer over the duration of their lifetime with their company ends up paying us with a great product and actually keeping them on for a long time. Let's say around $10,000. It can be even less, and I'll just illustrate this principle here. The price that it would cost to have these first videos edited at $20 is going to be 20 bucks, 40 bucks, 60 bucks, 80 bucks, 100 bucks, and then double that over to $200. So we're gonna be paying $100 per 5 videos. And if we can get one client that gets us, again, 10K over here, we are making a 100x return, or even half of that, still ridiculous, a 50x return on the actual customer that we get over the lifetime that they pay us. And that is the power of having a super strong loss leader offer. Now, that is going to be the first phase, and how you should actually do that if you have something that's a little bit different from a video editing agency. Maybe you run a coaching product, is you want to actually go ahead and onboard people to a certain extent completely for free. So let's say you run something a little bit more esoteric. Let's say you run a mindset manifestation or a fitness program. The way that you can actually implement a free offer for somebody is you onboard them completely free of charge. You give them a free service. So whether that is a free meal plan or whether that's a free custom coaching plan, and then you give them the implementation calls to actually do it, or you onboard them to a free inner circle. You give them something, once again, that would otherwise be paid. And it has to kind of sting. You have to have that feeling where it's like, oh, I don't know if I really should be giving this away for free, because that, again, is what's going to make it see success. Someone's predictor of the free value that you give them is going to be the indicator of whether they decide to pay you. And a lot of the time, what's going to actually happen is from that point on, when we set up our free shit, so we've got our traffic, so traffic over here, and it's going to be directing to this insane free offer, is that we're going to get a lot of people who are going to opt in to this free offer that otherwise would never have. These are people that wouldn't have opted into an email list. They wouldn't have given us their phone number. They might not even like things. They might even like social media. We might not even know they exist. They're just lurking their ghosts on our channel. But what a free offer like this does is it allows them to come out of the shadows and actually get to test run and actually get to test drive the service that you are selling before you actually buy it. Look at the greatest stores in the world. Look at an Apple store. Look at any tech shop. They are all, and look, Costco is a great example of this. They're always giving out free things to you. You know what an Apple phone looks like. You know how game consoles work. You've played the demo of any video game that you've tried. Essentially, they're doing the same thing where they're creating a vision of what it would look like to actually have this product and to own it, which makes you actually want to go forward and buy it. So from that point on, once we've got this free offer right here, the next phase, and I guess where a lot of people get tripped up and don't decide to implement this, is they actually go forward and they need to get upsold. So you need to sell them into a paid client. The best way to actually do this is in the free experience, you got to do a few things. First off, it actually has to be good. Honestly, I would say it has to be great. Your free stuff has to be better than other people's paid stuff. If you can nail that, it's not only going to be the fact that you make a good amount of money, you are going to literally stomp out everyone in your market one by one by one by one if your free stuff is better than their paid stuff, because word is going to get out and marketing is just the process of people finding out and however long that takes. The second thing that actually needs to happen in this offer is you need to set good expectations. So when someone actually gets into your ecosystem, so whether it's that you are editing them a video for free, or if it's coaching, this is going to be especially powerful. You are onboarding them for free. You have the ability to pretty much spend a bunch of time with this person. And if you're spending a bunch of time with this person delivering them a product, you have a lot of time to actually curate and position the upsell and what it would look like to actually use your service as a paying customer. So when you are working with them, one of the biggest things that you want to do is you want to set a long-term vision. So you want to set a long-term vision of you two working together. And you also want to set the payment clauses in the future if you do decide to work together. So I'll give you an example. Let's say we are the Mindset Manifestation Coach. We onboard somebody, and the expectation that we set after we deliver this great product is that, hey, over the next 12 months, you're not going to be able to just achieve this minor result that you have in the first 30 days of this. You're going to be able to absolutely transform this and achieve this great thing, but it's going to take 12 months to do. And that's just the timeline. That's how long things take. So what I wanted to actually discuss is we are delivering this free thing to you right now. The reason we are doing it is because we want to give you the ability to see that it can actually change your life. Is this something that if you actually are seeing results and you're actually making a return on it, would be something that you're willing to pay for? Okay, amazing. And then you're going to walk through, as you can actually see here. So this actually says payment, just to make it clear. And then this actually says vision. Apologies that no one's blocking it out. You're going to show them the entire spin of how you offer the product structuring and what you have. so that when they do get that great result, it's a very natural upsell onto whatever paid product you are selling them. Ladies and gentlemen, this absolutely transformed my life, and I hope it can do the same for you. I'm actually going to be launching my product in the next few days, following this exact same rule, so it's going to be completely for free to try it out, see what it looks like, etc., etc. So yeah, I'm going to keep it posted. I'm going to prove this concept live in action. So I hope the value that you got from this video was worth the time that you spent, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, so there's a lot of people talking about how they would scale to 10K a month if they had to restart. And in today's video, if you don't know, my name is Alex Newman. I'm actually restarting my business. Today is the 9th day. I'm gonna break down how someone like myself who used to run a multi-7-figure business is actually restarting to scale to 10K a month in real time, showing you what I'm doing instead of just a little hypothetical thing, actually the hard concrete things that I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. So yeah, I'm gonna show you how. Okay, so now it's actually time to explain the exact tactical steps that I am taking to actually achieve this in the month of January. So first things first is we have the mission. The reason why I'm doing this all in the first place. It is because I believe that if I can build a brand doing this and teaching the teachers, they are in result going to teach millions and millions of people, and it's going to have a ripple effect that kind of functions like this. So there's going to be me, and there's going to have the people that I help. Let's say right now I've got on 3 or 4 people that I'm helping. And then each of these people are helping, let's say, hundreds of people each, not only through their YouTube, but through the clients and everything that they sign on. And then these people might go ahead and help people, et cetera, et cetera. And essentially, it leads to me over here providing impact to help people. And that might be through giving them a skill in business. It might be through giving them a skill in overall well-being. But I plan to help coaches who actually have value to give to the world go out and do something big. And that is the reason why I'm doing this all in the first place. And I believe that my brand and building it is going to be a great way to do that. And then I can also make some change for myself in the process. And once I've actually created something and have work that fulfills me and that I enjoy. So from that point on, I have started the business. The name is 7-Figure Creator. I kept the logo super simple. As you can see in my computer documents here, I went on Canva and I made it super simple. My mission, simple, turn passion to profit. And essentially, from that point on, I made this logo in a good 10 minutes or so. I hit the ground running, and I built out this entire thing, which I'm about to show you here. So going into the self, that is just what I do on a day-to-day basis and what I want to actually become in life. But if I go on over to the info of the business and the funnel that I'm running. So the name of it, 7-Figure Creator, the offer that I have. So this was the next thing that I actually did in order to scale to this 10K a month mark and how I'm planning on continuing to push. I made the offer, which is scale to $1 million a month, the money that my previous business made while working 20 hours per week, and also sign your first client completely free of charge. The mechanism that I have is first principle scaling, a meta example, and a one-person business in addition to AI. The unique marketing style that I have is startup style documentation, kind of like the way that Elon Musk grew his companies being founder-led marketing. And then from that point on, I just have the principles that I want to abide by. What is very important and what I have done here is I've made sure that the offer that I actually have is something that people are willing to actually go for. So what I've done is I had previous experience, which is time, and that time that I spent in the previous business, building it, doing all these things with it, led to knowledge. And what I'm doing is I'm taking that knowledge, and instead of just selling like a course or consulting or any of these things, I am packaging it up and putting it in a box, and I'm sending this knowledge into systems that are repeatable to actually get people results. To show you what I mean, at this time of recording, I just checked my Slack, and as you can see, here, this guy closed a deal for 12.5K in 4 split payments. So that is the kind of thing that when you package this information, you actually have something that works, you can immediately package up and get someone results with. So that is what I've done, and that is the offer that I created. So now that I've got the offer and whatnot set out, the next thing that I'm actually going to do is build out the funnel that I'm running to have people see success. So that startup style documentation is all happening through YouTube. If I go to my channel here and I actually go into the studio so you can see, so you can see I have this series where I've gone from day 1 all the way up to right now where we're at day 8 and continuing, where I essentially just document everything that I'm doing. And if you were to click into the description of this, you can see that it directs people to, first off, my Instagram, and I also say DM me if you'd like early access to my product. So here's the 2 ways that the funnel is going to function. People are going to go and they're going to watch these YouTube videos like the one you're watching right now. Then they're either going to go to my Instagram where I put up stories, and I also have reels to actually show you. You can see this is just me, and I'm putting up these reels every single day. From that point on, these people that like the reels or the people that watch whatever stories I put up, what's going to happen is they're going to go forward into a DM conversation with me. I'm going to message them. And because the front end offer that I have, if you remember, is I will sign your first client completely for free, it's something so good that I am comfortable saying and sharing with as many people as possible. I don't feel salesy because I'm making people money first before they pay me back anything in return. So I'm going to DM them with the offer that I have. And if they're interested, then I'm going to send them to my calendar. Now, that is only if my videos are getting a few hundred views and et cetera, like they are right now. But let's say I have a video like the one that I'm about to show you over here, where it ends up getting more views. This video got 1.9 thousand views, which isn't a lot for some people, but for me, that is a crap ton of views. Now, I can't DM all these people. And a lot of people that watch this video probably didn't go over and follow me on Instagram because, as you can see, I only have 853 followers. So what actually needs to happen is when someone watches a video, what I'm going to go forward and do is I'm going to direct them in the description of that video that's getting all these views to another video. And this video is not going to be hosted on some separate landing page, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be an unlisted YouTube video that serves as my video sales letter. So unlisted VSL, but it is hosted on YouTube, which is important. And in the description of that video, it is going to direct people directly to the calendar. So when a video gets a lot of views, not only can they go to my Instagram where I'm going to interact with them, I'm going to message them, I'm going to talk with the people that are watching my stuff, but I'm also going to direct them to this unlisted video where they can see my offer, learn about what I'm doing, and if they're interested, go towards this calendar. Now, once they have gone to the calendar again is going to be a completely free onboarding. If I were to actually show you what it actually looks like, you can see within this calendar that I have all the information about what I'm doing actually listed. So again, I have my offer. I will work with you to sign your first client for free, and we'll partner to scale you to $1 million a year while you work 20 hours per week. I make it very clear it's not bait and switch. I do not ask anyone for money until they have made money using the system that I'm actually showing them. I have my qualifications, and I also explain what the call looks like and the entire process. Now, from that point on, what's going to happen is they're going to see the calendar, and if they decide to book, a few things are going to happen. First thing is that they might be accepted. They might be someone who's qualified, and we're going to talk about what happens then. But there's also the chance that someone isn't qualified. So they might go to this and they are a no. They just don't match the criteria for me to work with them for free. So what I'm going to do from that point on is I'm going to first off let them know as soon as possible. So I'm going to let them know on Instagram, I'm going to let them know on email, and they're going to get pushed back into my ecosystem after I find a way to provide some form of value to them. So maybe they're looking to start, but they just haven't got the initial traction yet for it to be a good idea for us to partner together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide value to them so they funnel back into the YouTube that I have, the socials that I have, and as a result start to exponentially grow my channel, right? Because even if I have people that might not be my ideal customer watching me, if they watch every single video that I put out, eventually my YouTube is going to slowly grow, and it's going to push it to more and more people. It's going to grow exponentially like that. But from that point on, if someone is qualified, so it's a yes, they're good, what I'm going to do is I'm going to onboard them completely for free. So they're going to get onboarded to my product, like the 4 guys that I have right now that actually talk about how I got them in that video. So I'm going to onboard them completely for free. And by the way, in this video, I use the exact strategy that I'm actually sharing right here. And then once they're onboarded, my job is to get them exceptional results. So when I onboard them, again, I'm going to be setting the frame that like, hey, I'm only signing your first client for free after I install the system. It will cost money. So next thing I do, set frame. And then after I've set frame, the only step left is going to be to deliver exceptional results. And once they get those results, it should be a no-brainer for them to want to continue because I've already pre-qualified and set the frame of what I'm doing. And I just share with them that I want to put my money where my mouth is with my entire offering. Now, to actually explain the daily actions that I'm doing to do this and to pull it all off, because there's so many places that you can distract when you first start off business, is I've designed a very intricate flywheel. So in the middle, you have got me. This is what I'm doing. This is these videos on a day-to-day basis. On this side over here, you have got the marketing that I do. So the marketing that I do, which as I showed previously is the startup style founder documentation. And then over here, I have the product. Now, a lot of people, these are 2 separate things. They have to work on the product at some parts of the day. They have to work on the marketing at some parts of the day. What I've done is I've said, no, screw that. I'm going to work on the marketing and the product at the exact same time. So essentially, even this video that you're watching now, I'm sharing what I'm doing inside of the business. So I'm going to first start off by building a product, which I shared with you before, was previously the information that I condensed and is now what I'm actually dealing with and working with clients on a day-to-day basis with. And then I'm going to record videos about it, like the video you're watching right now, which acts as marketing. As you can see, these videos are all getting views, etc., and they're going to go to my Instagram, or they're going to go to the calendar that I was showing you over there. And then from that point on, once they have done that, I'm going to get customers. So it's going to get me customers down here. And these customers are going to give me more things to talk about with my product. So as a result, I'm going to have more things to market, and it's going to keep spinning around and around and around and around. So I've designed a way to scale my business where exclusively working on the product and actually helping people is going to be the highest leverage thing that I can do, which is going to allow me to build massive trust with the audience and just you watching now, because you know exactly what I do. You know that there's no hooks around anything. You know how the product works, and you know that people are getting results with it in real time, as I've shown you somewhat in this video, and I'll continue to get results as I onboard more and more people for it. So that is my plan in the month of January to actually pull this off. There are some few KPIs that I have to hit. So first things first is I need to get at least 20 subscribers per day. 20 subs per day is a good metric that if I'm able to achieve, shows me that my YouTube channel is healthy enough that I'm actually having people get into my ecosystem so that I can convert them either through the calendar or through my Instagram. The next thing that I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to get some exceptional results. And then from that point on, I'm estimating that I'm probably going to need to onboard about 8 to 10 people for free. So if I can onboard 8 to 10 people for free, I believe that I should be able to convert 50% of the people that I actually onboard to get my first client. I actually think I can get everyone their first client, hands down with the system. But after I get them their first client, I believe that 50% of those people are actually going to go forward towards paying me on my package and what I have set up. And that's my plan in the month of January. Right now it's Christmas time, so it's kind of hard to go out and market super hard, whatnot, etc., etc. But in the month of January, I'm going to be pushing for 25K a month cash collected. I know that I can fall short and hit 10K a month, but this is my entire plan. You're going to watch it unfold live, and you're going to watch me pull it off. I'm going to show you, once I do it, how it all worked, so you can copy me and yeah, just honestly see results doing the exact same thing I am. Because again, the strategy that I employ for my clients as well. I have a meta business, and everything that I have operates inside of a flywheel. So I hope the value you got in this video was worth the time that you spent, and I will see you in the next one. All right, so today is day number 10 of restarting and scaling my business. And honestly, today is a brutally honest, just boring work day. So what I wanted to do is I want to give you a quick recap on what I've done today, what I'm going to be doing a little bit more today, but then also talk about this book right here, because reality, identity, and beliefs are three things that everyone, including myself, is held back by, and I wanted to share some of my experience when it comes to kind of shifting those and how I'm actually going to have to shift some of the beliefs that I have in my brain right now that I'm aware of that are actually stopping me from getting to the next level in my business. And then maybe you guys can relate, but more so just gonna be a rant for myself. All right, so first things first is essentially what I've done today and what I'm gonna be doing for today and going into the end of this weekend and whatnot, because it is going to be that time of year where it's very touchy to sell. People are off for Christmas break, and honestly just not going to be a great time for the acquisition end of the business. So I'll be working a lot on the product. But if you go below this video and any other video on my channel, you will now see the offer that I have. It's publicly launched down there. I won't say anything about it right now. But yeah, that is essentially what I've done today. And then now I'm going to need to be ramping up the daily acquisition efforts, which is a big part about why I probably need to pick back up this book and any other thing that I have when it comes to identity shifting beliefs and overall just how you operate in your brain as a human being. Because if you don't know me, I'm a very introverted person. I honestly, if you just look at my room, I don't got anything in it. It's very minimalist style done, and I sit in this room all day unless I'm dragged out somewhere. I'm just staying in this room all day. And I've got a lot of beliefs that honestly held me back from getting to the success that I know I was able to achieve and that I know I sought out. So I'm going to be walking through how I actually want to break these limiting beliefs in 2025. And when I say 2025, I mean starting right now. And yeah, just make a big impact. Okay, so to start and actually talk about this, we're going to cover identity, reality, and then finally, we're going to be covering beliefs. So to explain what I mean by all of this, because I don't want this video to be like woo, I want it to be actionable for both myself and anyone watching this. So right now you have goals. Let's say these are your 2025 goals. This is what you want to achieve in 2025, which is over here. Now, essentially the way that your brain functions right now is when you say the word goal, Goal means that it is something that you are trying to achieve that you haven't yet achieved, which automatically puts you in a state of lesser being to that thing. That thing is now automatically on a pedestal. You have to go after that thing. It is something that you have to go and get. Now, something that is a little bit ironic about life is that when you try and chase something, it implies that it's running from you and is going to be going further away from you. So, what happens is a lot of people, including myself, run after these goals and not much changes, right? They run after the goal and the goal keeps running from them. And because the goal is something that they've put in their mind, the goal runs at the exact same speed as them and we make no progress. Whatever state they were in when they were started, mentally upset, yada, yada, continues on and nothing changes. Now, how we actually change this is we shift our identity, which goes to the second thing that we've got. So identity is going to be this. And essentially, we have our current situation. So in my situation, I'm someone who have scaled a business to a good amount. And what I'm trying to do again is do it in a way where it is organic and it is profit based and it is in a different fashion where I'm the core marketer. Because my previous business, I was an operations guy. So being a marketer is something that's completely new for me and a completely new skill set. So I have my identity here where I say that I'm all these things. I even just said it if you caught it. I said that I was an operator. And then to actually achieve my goal, if I've been trying to chase after it the way that I kind of have right now, where I try and run at this business goal like an operator, it's not really going to work. What needs to happen instead, and this is where it comes down to reality, which is going to be the third one. I don't know why I didn't put it in order. But reality is instead of saying that I'm an operator, you pretty much just want to scratch all this out. It is not important. And it's partially what this book talks about. Some other books that also talk about this are things like the Master Key System, The Science of Getting Rich, whatnot. But I want to scratch this out and I want to position my new identity and my new way of seeing myself as achieving my goal. Now, to explain what that means, I want to give a full picture. So, my 2025 goal is going to be getting to 100K a month profit with this business. That is going to be the 2025 goal that I have set out for myself. And again, that's in profit. So that's going to be very different from revenue, which I've done many times before. So essentially, in order to achieve this, instead of trying to make myself forced to do this with the current paradigms and the current beliefs, which is actually going to be another stage that I have, I want to design my current thinking and my current beliefs in a way that support me living in this reality. So the version of me that gets to my goal, which is the 100K a month personal profit, which again is very different than revenue and it's very different than having partners in the operation and whatnot. So 100K a month personal profit, I have to identify who does that person look like. So like who is this person? What do they do? Why do they do it? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And instead of trying to chase after my goal and worry about like, oh, what's the outreach that I need to send? I simply need to figure out what the person that has this thing, because there's people who already have this, there's people who make 100K a month profit and laugh about it, right? And I need to figure out how these people think, what they believe. And then as a result, if I start thinking them and I start believing like them, I'm going to be in the exact same situation as they are. So what these things are, and essentially what the process of doing this is you want to write out all of the beliefs that you have right now. And I title this limiting beliefs because that's going to be a big part of this. So if I were to do this for myself right now, I'll give you a few examples. I have this social battery belief. And this belief has held me back more than you would know it. I believe to a certain extent that I don't like taking calls or talking to people. And this is honestly not true. I spend lots of time talking to the people who I'm friends with and the people that I say I enjoy speaking with. And honestly, I'm quite a social person with people that I know. But for some reason, the social battery belief, what it's led to in a real world impact is I am averse towards taking sales calls and taking setting calls, like doing appointment setting, reaching out to people, just putting my face out there. It's something that I've been very averse to because, again, this belief stems from whatever thing in my childhood or my life that is now causing me to not want to do this. And obviously, you can have the best product in the world, right? Like I've designed my offer, my product around trying to make this as valuable as possible. But once again, if you can't go through the process of sales and setting, it's going to hold you back. So I've automatically identified that, like, oh, this person does not have the same beliefs around sales and customer acquisition as I do. The big one that I guess should be very important for a lot of the guys watching this, and some that I'm honestly getting quite confident with and I'm getting a lot better dealing with, is the belief of money. So I did not grow up rich. I grew up in a neighborhood where a lot of my friends were rich, but I myself was not rich. And the reason that this is a big belief is because the amount that you perceive money and the way that you perceive money dictates the way that you think about other people giving you money. So I'll give you an example. Let's say that you are on a sales call and someone says, like, oh, yada yada, here's how much I'm willing to invest. And a lot of the time, you're going to throw out a price or you're going to be charging a price that to a certain extent you don't even believe that you're worth. So there was a time where I was like this, where I was charging $8,000 product and I didn't believe I was worth $8,000. So what happened as a result of that is when someone would even, like, these weren't even objections, but someone would ask questions about the product, I would talk myself out of the sale. And it was a subconscious sabotage of me trying to actually collect money, because at a certain extent and to a certain part, some gizmo in my mind, I didn't believe that this 16-year-old kid was worthy of collecting $8,000. So you want to break down what all of these limiting beliefs are. And the best way to break down all these limiting beliefs is to go over all the things that you question without, or sorry, that you just take with like absolutely no questions asked and are just true in your mind. So one of the things that I have honestly just kept wrestling with over and over again is routine. To a certain extent, I think that routine is dumb. I think that routine is something that if you honestly have the right mission in place and you're a high performer, no matter what situation you get put in, you're going to be able to perform. That's something that I've always just believed. Now, something that, again, I have to come to terms with in a situation like this is I look at this WHO thing, and a lot of the time that they're going to actually have a routine. They have a routine where they consistently do things, they consistently go to bed at the same time, they consistently wake up at the same time, and it leads to them actually seeing the success that they do. So again, I have to counter all these beliefs again and again and again. And instead of, after I've created this entire reality, going to myself and saying, hey, I am going to try to do all these actionable efforts and whatnot, I'm just going to tell myself that I am the kind of person who does these things. I'm not going to go through the process again of, let's say that here is where I am and this is the goal. You're not going to go through the process of trying to go on this journey. The second that you commit towards going on this journey is the second that you fail. What you need to do is you need to realize, and you also kind of want to like teleport to your goal and where you are. And then now you exist as that person, and it's just simply a matter of time until you see success. And this is the process of what it takes to actually have radical shifts in your life that are going to lead to you seeing success. I'm saying this, I'm talking about this because I need to have a radical shift to break out of the mold of some operator, because that is the role that I've played. I've played this operator who is hungry, who's willing to do anything to get ahead, but it's led to me not developing the skills that I know I need to develop in situations like marketing and just the overall confidence to stand out there with my chest out and be a business owner. And that is something that if I can conquer, I know it's going to lead to massive success in this entire operation. So honestly, I just wanted to share it because it's a little bit of a rant to myself. I'm going to pick this book again, and hopefully you can take some of the things that I've spoken about in this video, get your limiting beliefs identified, and shift your reality. Because if you can do them, and then if once you've shifted them, create a daily schedule or routine that you would actually follow if you were that person, and just continuously affirm to yourself that you're becoming that person, I can guarantee that that is the way that you're actually going to achieve your goals in 2025, because it's the same way that I'm going to have to. It's the same way I'm going to have to reprogram my mind for success. So I hope that the value you got from this video was worth the time that you spent watching it, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, so today is day number 11 of completely restarting my business from scratch. It is also day number 3 of me quitting caffeine, and something big happened because a few days ago, one of my clients signed a $12,000 deal, and I got a few other client wins that I want to show you today, walk through everything that's gone on, because those 4 clients that I've onboarded have absolutely been crushing it. Okay, so the first client, and I'm not going to use any names in this video, but we'll call him T, absolutely crushed that $12,000 deal, which is probably why you clicked this video. And the way that he did that is what I want to explain right now. So he works in a market very similar to myself. And essentially, the way that we were able to work together to create something that someone would actually be willing to pay that much for was by taking his super unique skill when it comes to customer acquisition and combining it with a kind of holistic approach, finding what people actually want and what I like to call a unique mechanism. So essentially in marketing, and when you want someone to buy your stuff, you have got the offer. The offer is the one line that describes what you do, who you do it for, and what they can expect in how long. And then the rest of your marketing is just how much proof that you can provide that actually backs up that that is true. And essentially what we did throughout this entire process is, instead of worrying about the big number that we can throw out, because that's what a lot of marketing is. It's how many clients can I sign you? It's, oh my word, how quickly can I get a money back? Or will I send you an additional money on top of it if I don't get the results? But instead, we focused on something a little bit different that I haven't seen many people talk about, which is called a unique mechanism. Essentially, you've got the who, what, where, when, why, but the big thing that no one actually talks about with the offer is the how. How does it actually happen? And the how is a big part of what makes marketing good, because again, the key to marketing is not to be better than your competitors, it is to be different than your competitors. So if you can have a how that isn't the same as your competitors, people are automatically going to add believability that your stuff works because it's completely different from what they are seeing from everyone else in the market right now. And I want to explain how you can create something similar for your own business. So if I had to sum up the process of actually doing this, the unique mechanism comes down to one thing, and that is going to be their lifestyle benefits and how it actually gets executed. That's the place to start. So for example, let's say that we run a traditional business that is a coaching company and we do consulting with people, and then in addition to consulting, we have an inner circle and a mastermind. Okay, completely super standard stuff. How am I going to turn this into a unique mechanism that makes people perceive me as different and as a result buy? Well, the answer comes down to the lifestyle benefits of achieving a result. Now, it is one thing, let's say, for example, we have an online fitness offer. I feel like that's all we talk about when it comes to examples, but we have an online fitness offer where we'll say that we'll lose somebody 30 pounds in 30 days. I don't know if that's realistic or not, or if it's been run before, but let's just say that's the offer that we run. Now, there are a million ways to do that. Someone can do strength training to do that. Someone can run a marathon to do that. Someone can do boxing to do that. There's so many ways of doing that. And essentially, the best way to create a unique mechanism is by finding their lifestyle and what it can look like as a result of using the actual system that we have. So maybe everyone in the market right now is talking about weightlifting, but what if you find a way that with 2 HIIT boxing sessions a week and a certain diet to follow that again allows them to eat chocolate on the weekends, for example, they will still achieve that same result. And essentially what you want to do is you want to find all the lifestyle things that people want while still achieving your result, so you can minimize the sacrifice that they have to make. So for example, again, if we have more of a business style offer, let's say for people that we teach them how to start a new business, if we can reduce the amount of time that they spend working on things that they don't like, for example, maybe they don't like cold calling. So we just say to them, okay, you'll be able to get this result without doing any cold calling, without doing any outbound messaging. That automatically creates a unique mechanism for us. And then all we have to do is slap a name on the new thing that we do and attach some form of principle to it. For example, what I do is called first principle scaling. That is a scientific concept that explains to focus on the most basic reason why something happens, and it overall explains the entire process of how my company and how my scaling actually works. I just focus on the most important things, which are the product and making these videos, and that is all I do all day. So essentially, if you can hone in to that very simple mechanism, you can have an offer similar to T and then close a $12,000 deal just like he did. So another massive win this week is actually on the screen right over there, but you probably won't be able to see that. It's a guy that I'm super close friends with. I'll probably sit him down and do an interview in the very near future. But essentially, they're in probably the most unique niche that I've ever seen. They help video game map creators do what they do best, and they essentially enable them to get more players to the maps that they create. And him and I have been working together, and we rolled out essentially a marketing campaign over the last few weeks. And it operates in the same series style, kind of the way that I'm doing right now, and has been absolutely crushing and getting a crazy amount of DMs. I'm actually going to see if I can zoom in and show you right now. But if you look right here, that shows like an inbound DM that he's been getting, and then also just a bunch of people saying like, hey, can we book calls with you? I want to speak with you. I want to work with your business, et cetera, et cetera. And all he's done is a very similar strategy, something that I kept talking about again and again and again on this channel, which is essentially if you can find a way with your organic content to position an overall goal and have a series behind it, you are going to be able to absolutely crush with your marketing and overall client acquisition efforts. So that's another win that I wanted to share from this week with the clients that I have onboarded. And finally, I want to give you a recap and what I actually have planned for the entire entire holiday season. So today's actually the 21st, and it's honestly pretty boring what I have planned for the next week because it's gonna be Christmas time. People are gonna be with their families, people are gonna be planning their New Year's. So it's gonna be very difficult for both myself and my clients, go super aggressive on the marketing and sign on a bunch of people. However, to that exact same extent, this is the best time for me personally to focus on a few things. The first thing I've got, which I mentioned at the start of this video, is quit caffeine. Caffeine's something I've been addicted to for a long time, so I'm gonna try and quit that. I'm already on day 3. I experienced a lot of the withdrawal headaches and whatnot, so hopefully that can get better. And if I actually calculate it properly, I should be like completely A-okay, full speed again by January 1st. And then in addition to that, the other thing I'm gonna be doing is just honing in and make my product as good as possible. I know this is a new business, but I wanna get my onboarding process near automated and dialed in, and I want to have a system for consistently delivering because I've got a lot of people that want to get onboarded for this new offer, and I just need the infrastructure to be able to handle it. So that's gonna be my focus over the Christmas season. Again, I'm gonna keep my videos daily, keep you guys updated with what's going on, and yeah, I hope you got value worth your time, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, so today is day number 12, and if you don't know me, my name's Alex Newman. I actually ran a $2 million a year business, and now I'm restarting from scratch, documenting the entire journey on here. And today I wanted to talk about something a little bit different, which is the concept of actually reaching your potential, not only in business, but life. Because it's been something that for the last good 6 months or so, I've been pondering and trying to figure out in my own life, because obviously as a result of running and I guess being successful by all conventional means, then from that point on having to kind of take everything down and restructure and build it back up. It's been quite a journey, and now I'm finally getting to that point where I feel as though I am fully conscientious of what I want to do today, but then also in the long term. And I just want to share what my journey has been and how I actually plan to attack everything. Before I do that, a little update on the company and everything that's going on. So right now I've got, I believe, 5 clients on board, and essentially what my goal for today and tomorrow is just to make sure that everyone is good ahead, everything that I need to do for them is done, squared off, taken care of. But then also let them know, I guess, what my schedule and plan of attack is going to be in the holidays so that they can kind of replicate the same. Because once again, I help coaches and I myself run a similar style business, so the market conditions are always going to be relatively the same. So now that I've actually covered that, the essential concept and what I want to actually talk about today goes down to a few levels. First off, you have got the idealistic level. So it's like, hey, what do you want to achieve in life when you die? Memento mori, what do you want to leave behind? The second level is going to be on a yearly basis. So 5 years out from now, a decade out from now, what do you want to achieve? And then it falls into the days and the week segment, which is how are you structuring the hours in your day, the minutes in your day to actually squeeze out the most and I guess pull out what you want of life so that on a day-to-day experience level, you're also happy. So I've actually gone down to my reading corner, as you can kind of see over here, to grab this book, and it is called The Magic Thing Big. It's by David Schwartz. It's an amazing book, and there's recently an interview by Jeff Bezos where he says pretty much the exact same concept in this book, which is that self-limited thinking, or the size of your thinking, is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And what that essentially means is that it's going to be the exact same difficulty to do something that is perceived as hard. So start a very hard business like sending a rocket in the air versus an easy business like doing a landscaping company or doing garbage removal. And essentially the reason why that is important is because when it comes to establishing the macro, right, what I was talking about, memento mori, your legacy, what you want to be left behind and what you actually want to leave the world doing, you need to be able to think big and actually go after something that is important and matters, because if you realize you're going to spend that same time working anyways, whether it is a landscaping job or whether it is, for example, like changing the world, solving world hunger. And if landscaping is what you want to do with your life, then that's amazing. There's probably some crazy visions with landscaping and like making the earth super cool. I don't want to knock that in any way. I'm just saying that you also should be going after that really core thing that if you could just change in the world, you'd be so happy with. And for me, it comes a lot down to education. Myself, I didn't do necessarily that well in school. I got by using like finesse and cheating and whatnot. And I want to do something very big in changing the education system, the kind of the way it works. That's why I work with people that educate other people and, sell info, whatever it might be. But essentially, the reason why I say all this and want to talk about it is because you can emulate the exact same thing with your life. So right now, if you're running a business of any some sort, let's say you're a coach running a coaching business, you have the ability to set an overarching goal outside of just making a few $1,000,000. You can actually impact and change the world. You need to understand that, once again, the size you're thinking is a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if you think you can't do it, then you won't be able to do it. If you think you can do it, then you will be able to do it. You're going to spend those same hours working anyways. It's not going to change, right? You're still going to spend that time. It's not like you're going to live longer if you have a bigger vision. It's just the exact same. So that's essentially the overall macro thinking that you need to have. Now, going on to a weekly level of how do we actually achieve that, I'm going to cover that now. So in my opinion, when it goes from a grandiose vision down to the tactical of how it actually happens, what makes people succeed, and I guess what has just worked for me so far with some of the big goals that I initially set out for myself, has been tangibility. And when I say tangibility, I mean the ability to see something as if it already exists and create like a very clear mental image of what life could actually look like as a result of having that thing. So if you've got this massive goal, the next step that comes as a result of that and actually making it happen is going to be the tangibility of how it actually happens. So for example, let's just say that the goal that you want to set out is to make $1,000,000. And obviously that's not some massive, crazy, world-changing goal, but I just want to give it as an example, because then I can do the very great example, make it tangible. So from that point on, you have the ability to break down every single step and tangibility of how it might actually happen. Like for example, if you want to make $1,000,000 in a year, you know you need to make $78,333.34. And if you do that every single month, then you're going to make $1,000,000 in a year. And that's done. It's going to be super tangible in that vision. So now you can create that, and it's something you can actually attack on a day-to-day basis. You can ask yourself, well, how many leads do I need to get to do that? How many appointments do I need to get to do that? How many closes do I need to get? How expensive does my product need to be? And you can reverse engineer the entire process to make it tangible. The actual act of writing all that out, even if you can just imagine what it would be in your head, even if you know what the things are, the actual act of writing out the steps for doing that, even if you're completely wrong and the plan changes along the way, which it almost always will, just by doing that, it now becomes a clear image of your head as a path that you can actually walk towards, instead of just like where you are now and where the goal is. There's going to be a path you can actually walk along in order to do it, and the path might have little bends that you didn't expect, but whatever, because you can make adjustments and then you're good. But there's still a path, whereas there wouldn't be if you just said, oh, well, I know that I need to charge this much, and I'm going to need to get a good amount of leads, so I might as well just start working right now. No, you have to make it tangible. And then from that point on, the final step that you have to kind of break down into is going to be the day-to-day level. Now, on a day-to-day basis, you win by just keeping things as simple as possible, and it's a lot more about removing things than it actually is about adding things. So now that you've got this tangible vision, the question that you need to ask yourself is, what is the least amount of work that I have to do in order to get to this thing? And I know that's a little bit of a different frame than what you typically hear of, like, oh, you have to work 12 hours a day, like, oh my, this is how you do it. But you can still do that. Essentially, what you want to figure out, though, is what is the actual first principle, which is like the very most core principle concept of achieving something, to actually getting my end result. So when you do this, you start to realize that a lot of the things that you'd actually spend time doing don't make a lot of sense. For example, if you were doing meditation every single morning, well, is there a prerequisite that meditation has to be a result of getting my goal? Well, if you're trying to be a yogi monk, then probably. But if you're trying to make money online, well, then you can see how it fades to the wayside. It can be something that you add in if it has other life benefits that align with where your mind wants to be. But for the actual act of tangibility of getting that goal that you set out for yourself, it does not apply. So you have two options. You can either change your goal so that actually facilitates things added to your goal, or you can not do it because you realize that it's no longer essential. And essentially, that's what you want to keep doing. You want to keep going on and either adding things to that big tangible vision that you have, or you want to be removing them because they're not essential and you don't need them. And if you can continue to do that on a day-to-day basis, you're going to slowly end up with a life that you actually want. And the final thing that I'll say about the day-to-day, which is kind of a hack that I realized, is, and you hear this all the time, so it's not going to be something new, but the actual care for your time and every single minute is one of the biggest differences between someone that achieves this big grandiose goal and someone that leaves it by the wayside and doesn't actually go ahead and pull it off. If you can care about every single minute and track every single minute to know what you are doing and make it a good use of your time, that is going to be the biggest barometer of, hey, can I actually pull this off? Because the second that you start caring about your time and you realize that every minute you are dying, then you can actually flip that frame and use it as an ability to actually go out there and get work done. But that is my big rant about how you can actually achieve your potential. So if you don't have something like this in your life, please implement it. It's going to honestly just give you so much more purpose, and you can actually impact the world the same as you see all the greats of the world that you always just see flown around, scattered up, flying on, doing whatever. But you can be one of them. And I hope the value that you got from this video was worth the time that you spent, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, so today is day number 13 of completely restarting my business from scratch, and I want to show you the simplest way that even beginners can use to reach $10,000 a month in 2025. Now, a disclaimer, because this is not some magical strategy, it is still difficult to actually execute on a day-to-day basis, even though it may be simple, and it doesn't matter whether you're a beginner or whether you have the most experience in the world, you are able to do this. And if you don't know who I am, my name is Alex Newman. I scaled my own coaching business to $2 million a year. Now I run a company called Seven Figure Creator, where I essentially partner with coaches and consultants to do the exact same thing. So to explain how this strategy actually works, obviously we got 3 steps here. We've got YouTube, we've got Instagram, and then we've got $10,000 a month mark, which I will equate to the actual process of converting attention. Now, to actually have this entire thing make sense, I first want to explain what the attention economy is, long story short. So essentially, you used to pay for attention either with ads or either with going out to people, reading contacts, outbound, etc., etc. But social platforms such as YouTube or such as Instagram have grown so strong to the point now where literally by just making videos like the ones that you're watching right now, you are able to attract enough attention to get to this initial mark. Now, to scale beyond that and get to crazy numbers, you will need to eventually turn on ads and run some form of paid advertising. However, to actually get the first start, you do not need any of that. What you need is a YouTube channel, what you need is an Instagram account, and then what you need from that point on is a scheduling tool and an entire offer and foundation created. Proof of this is that I actually onboarded a guy, I believe last week, with absolutely no experience when it comes to actually going through and selling. However, he had amazing expertise in how to actually become a content creator as he had built up his channel. And just by implementing these 2 strategies with the YouTube videos and the Instagram, he was able to get his first $1,500 deal, which again is going to allow him to scale to $10,000 a month as he repeats quickly on scale, especially around this time of year. So to explain the whole strategy of how this happens, first things first, you have got YouTube videos. Now, in order to actually execute on YouTube, the overarching thing that I've done is not similar to the Mr. Beast or the Iman Gadzhi trying to go viral. It is about 2 things. First off, it is about picking an overarching goal of your channel. This is a reason why people watch you. It is a series or an overall mission that you're on. For example, my channel right now that you're watching, the reason why people watch me is because I'm restarting my business from scratch. It's something that's new, it's something that's fresh, it's something to get interested about. Another example of what this might be is a guy like Sam Sulek. He documented his entire fitness journey. And from that point on, when you actually get that mission dialed in as the first thing possible, people begin to care a lot less about the thumbnail and they begin to watch a lot longer because they're bought into what you are actually doing as a person. So that's the first thing when it comes to YouTube. The second thing that we're going to actually have to dial in is the entire mechanism of how we are actually helping people. So are we documenting a journey or are we sharing the expertise that we already have? If we're documenting a journey, essentially what we do is we pick an end goal that we're trying to go after, and all the content that we now make is centered around actually getting towards that goal. Again, if we are actually going to share expertise, it's similar to a guy like Simon Squibb on YouTube, where essentially he just needs to get in front of a camera and talk because he has so much experience and doesn't need to show anything more. He can just talk about what he's already done and it speaks for itself. So once we've done that, if we can post on YouTube frequently, let's say 100 videos out at either a 3-time-a-week frequency, or if you really want to double down and go hard, a daily frequency, that is going to be the first step of actually generating attention. So now, all this raw attention, we've got our YouTube description. The place that we are going to drive it to is going to be our Instagram. On our Instagram page, the entirety of this platform is just good for nurturing people in. So when someone lands on our actual page, we are the ability to nurture them, allow them to get to know us as a person, allow them to begin to like us. So at that point, when we actually roll out an offer, which we're going to start with something free because we want to obviously develop expertise and create a great service, people are going to be interested. So what we need to do on Instagram is we need to imagine that the camera is your best friend. You should be putting up daily stories about everything that you are doing in your life, about the behind the scenes of the videos that you are actually making, and then just overall information bits and anything top of mind. I like to have a scheduled up part of my day where I essentially sit down and I think to myself, what did I learn today? And instead of putting it into a notebook, I will also post it onto my Instagram story. Then from that point on, I have a flywheel going where I consistently have people that are going to watch every single thing that I put out, and as a result, begin to know, grow, and like me at a leveraged scale. It's almost like having mini conversations with hundreds, if not thousands of people all at once. So to give a recap of what we've done so far is with the YouTube content, we've built up the crazy bubble of attention. With the Instagram, we have gone and nurtured the attention. So now we have what's called warm attention. Now the job is to convert it. And a lot of people do this wrong. They try and convert their attention wrong, and they end up doing it in an unethical way, which makes them appear as a scammer. And it's why the industry of educating people, which is one of the oldest industries in the world, it's one of the most powerful industries in the world, has been given this bad rep online, because people go about doing this the completely wrong way. Now, when we are initially selling, we want to start with completely for free. In fact, if we can keep something completely for free that's genuinely valuable, not some like crappy free training or like a custom audit or like, no, that does not work. Everyone knows that none of those are going to be quality. You need something that's actually for free that is going to be great. So I'll give you an example. My business, I completely onboard people for free. And what that does is allows people to actually go in, they get to test run the system that I have before they actually ever pay anything. So as a result, they know exactly what to expect and at no point ever feel as though they've been misguided or their trust has been taken and just like completely shattered. So the first place we want to start is we want to start with free. And then what we can do is essentially, as a result of building up this huge, massive free bubble of stuff that we have began to offer. So for example, if we're running an online training business, if we offer completely free training for your first month to lose your first 10 pounds, we're going to get a lot of people that are interested in doing that. They're going to sign up and we're going to be able to train them completely for free. Then from that point on, what we can do is we're going to refine our process, and then we're also going to have an upsell percentage. So of the people that we work with for free, which of them actually receive results, and of the people that receive results, which of them continue to actually work with us beyond that initial free service period. And again, by doing that, what you do is you undercut everyone in the market that is trying to actually sell the initial $5,000, $4,500 investment. But then what you also do is on the back end, you still end up charging more and having a higher LTV than them while you're still getting in people at the front door at a lower price. And if you are able to do that, as long as you continue posting YouTube videos, as long as you keep posting Instagram, people are going to begin to like you. And the difference is that they might not begin to like you enough for you to sell something for $5,000 initially and make that money, but they will like you enough to actually purchase something for free as you get started. And then once they pay you something for free, then you can go up and you can actually go forward and upsell them onto a form of paid product. And if you can repeat that consistently for 90 days in 2025 with the posting frequency on YouTube and the Instagram stories, and then you create a free offer that is genuinely valuable, you will be able to hit $10,000 a month. Now, I know I kept this simple. There's lots of other videos on my channel if you want the more in-depth, purely tactical, like, hey, what do I do on a day-to-day basis, task list kind of thing. However, I hope that the value that you got from this video was worth the time that you spent, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, so this is Alex. I just want to show you proof of everything I'm saying. So here's our first Stripe account. If I go up here and I show you the second one, both of these are inactive, by the way, because no longer involved with these business directly. We switched our processors up. But if I were to go down to the gross volume down here, you can see right through here. So yeah, just want to dive into that and show you that before the video, showing a lot of other videos as well. But yeah, just want to get that clear. So roughly around 2.5 years ago from today, I quit my SMMA, which was an appointment setting agency for agency owners, and I began my coaching business where we collected directly over $1 million. And today's video, I kind of wanted to explain the reason why I did it, and maybe if you're someone who's currently running an agency or you run some other form of business and are interested in starting coaches, what my experience has been doing the whole thing, and I guess just kind of a full breakdown, full story going into 2025 and the new year. So to explain how this entire thing happened, again, I ran an agency that set appointments for other agencies, and I did anywhere between $10,000 to $20,000 purely on commission. And yes, it varied that much because of the way that my offer worked. And when I got to that point, I essentially realized that a lot of the things I was doing with clients could be systematically repeated, and it didn't actually need my direct involvement to do. Let me give you an example. So big thing that I would actually do for people is I would set up Instagram DM campaigns. So it would consist of me writing the hook message that they'd follow, the Intover pitch that they'd follow, the script, the follow-ups, everything that they'd actually do to send out to clients. And essentially, I realized that, well, outside of the actual process of going in and sending out the messages, I'm pretty much not doing anything for these guys, right? Like I'm making these scripts and whatnot, I'm placing the setters, but to actually run that as a recurring month-to-month service after I've given them these deliverables already isn't gonna make sense. So what would happen is I'd either be on a crazy commission where my revenue would vary so much because they didn't want to put the upfront cash flow, or what would happen is they would just literally go through and churn when I tried to put them onto a monthly retainer. So I realized that it was a very big issue and I wanted to actually look into charging for upfront packages. That's where I initially started the entire route of coaching. So when I actually started this, I looked online to see how people were packaging this. And whether you call it coaching, whether you call it licensing, whether you call it a build and release, it is essentially you are taking a time of like upfront amount of time. So you're taking upfront amount of time, like you spent 3 years learning this, you're extracting the knowledge that you got from it, and you're building it into one big package of value that you slap a price on and you send out to people. That is what it all is at the end of the day. And I realized that all the guys doing this were making a lot of money. These guys were making a crap ton of money. And B, the second thing that they were also doing is all marketing on organic YouTube. All these guys had nurture content going out. They were going through and they were posting, they were sharing their experiences. And it seemed like publicly, these were the people making the most money, right? Obviously, there's going to be killers in every space that don't use any social media and they just have these super high up clients. But that is a very gate-kept industry when it comes to getting information about it because it's a lot harder to seek out. Now, obviously, you can do it. But in my mind, well, the easiest route seemed to be, well, I should begin a coaching-esque service. So it didn't start with me becoming a guru, but it started with me actually packaging everything up and going like, hey, here is the setting scripts that I'm going to make you. Here is the actual templates for the hiring that I'm going to give you. Here's how you manage them. Here's how you train them. Here's the SOPs. Here's everything. And I slapped the price on it and I started giving it to people. And immediately I noticed a few things. The first thing that I noticed is, well, first off, it was a lot easier to sell because instead of selling a recurring service and yeah, getting the upfront payment might be easier, but I was actually able to retain people on the back end and sell them bigger products afterwards because they had gotten in the front door. And then following that, I also noticed that people were a lot more inclined and had a lot more of a positive client experience when they did it themselves and they didn't take it for granted. So around that time, I actually joined a mastermind named Relentless Success Club, and I met a guy who was in the exact same situation as me. He was an agency owner. He had made good money. And if you know him, I've talked about a lot on my channel. I've actually done an interview with him. He's my business partner, Dylan Wilson. And him and I came together to start what was called the First Client Challenge. This was something where essentially all we did was we worked with people one-on-one, and we had this leveling system to get someone their first client completely free of charge. It was like $100 deposit, and they get their money back once they sign their first client. And essentially, we partnered up, we started this thing, and just through posting on organic YouTube, we were able to make a consistent $10,000 a month. And I don't say that to oversimplify what it took to actually get this business kicked off or anything of that nature. There are 3 steps that we did. First things first is we built out our curriculum, what we're actually offering. So we had a Discord server and we had levels in each server that associated with roles. Then we had course content that we recorded. The course content that we recorded were initially just call recordings of us just teaching people, getting hands-on with them. And then eventually we went back and actually recorded modules. And the third thing is that we just posted a crap ton on YouTube. Both him and I were going at a pace of like 2-3 videos a week. And then we're also going hard when it came to meeting people in our industry, when it came to actually reaching out to previous people that we had worked with, all these things. So that is actually how we started and scaled up. And if you are not at that mark with your coaching business, it is purely a matter of reps. You just haven't spoken with enough people or your offer is not good enough. First step is to make your offer sweet. Second is just speak to as many people as possible. Then from that point on, we actually noticed that this could be a far more viable business model because, well, as both of us were still running our agencies and our previous services, we noticed that we were able to make a consistent $10,000 a month from this model. And we had clients that had a lot more respect for us. And as a result, we're actually achieving life-changing results. Whereas with our Done For You service, it was a lot harder to actually establish the frame that led to people becoming a great client. So following the story, and I guess from that point on, we got to our first $20,000 a month just by having a few videos go kind of berserk on the YouTube algorithm. We jumped to 50K when we actually introduced more expensive products, and we scaled to 100K after going through and developing a crazy social proof piece. And I guess I've talked about this in so many other videos. You can see it on my channel. I've already talked about it. I actually have an interview with Dylan, and I also have all those previous videos. You can see us doing it in real time. That is not the moral of this story. What I want to talk about now is the actual reason why I did it. And if you're in a similar situation, I guess what you should think about if you're considering making the jump and it's something you want to do, but maybe you just haven't had the time or information to act on. The first thing, and primarily where you should start, is just with your offer and your network. One of the biggest mistakes that I have made, and I see a lot of the actual, a lot of the mistakes that I've made, and I see a lot of the other people that I actually work with make, is when they're beginning out, they try to start by marketing. They try to start by just like going all in on the content. Here's my offer. Here's how it works. Let me go all out, guns blazing, et cetera, et cetera. And I mean, it's not going to work because A, it requires such a commitment from you, especially if you've got other things going on, you have a legitimate expertise that you've developed. And then B, it also is just weird because in order to actually go through and convert people on a product, you have to have trust and attention built up. So if you don't have a brand already, it's going to be very tough to do that. Where I would recommend starting is I'd recommend starting with an audience that already knows you, likes you, and trusts you. And the number of people that actually fall into this category are going to be your network. Once you've got these people in your network, what you want to do is you want to make what's called an MVO, minimum viable offer, and you could also have an MVP, which is not most valuable player, is a minimum viable product. What these two things are is pretty much the bare minimum of what you need of a business to actually go through and service people. All right, go to everyone in your network, and I would make them this MVO, which is something for free. You're giving them something for free, or going to work with them for free, or you're going to give them something for free, but you're going to deliver something in return for a testimonial or a case study. And as you begin developing case studies, what you can actually do is create a series or actual documentation on your social media, whether it's Instagram or YouTube, that shares the actual path and shares the journey of you going through and doing these things. Once you have done that, and it's actually something you can do while you're already working on your business, whatever it might be, because all it requires is a few text messages and maybe an hour of thinking. These people, when you actually sign them on, are going to be someone that you work with on the weekends, if it's actually like pure work, laborious stuff you're doing for them, or if it's form of coaching, you're just going to dedicate one day to have a few of the calls in the calendar to actually work with them. And from that point on, even if you're running a business, this is something that you're going to be able to squeeze in. And you're also going to get the proof of concept to know, A, whether it's something that you like doing, whether it's something that you want to take all the way. And then also B, if you're good at it and what you actually have to do to get people results when you end up working with them. If you can do those two things, what is actually going to end up happening is you'll be able to go through and convert people onto a paid upsell in the near future as you begin to ramp up your marketing and begin to roll out a pure product that you're actually going to sell. It's actually going to be, I guess, the core offer at your business. But before you start marketing, start with an MVP, start with an MVO, and begin to offer that to people in your network. The same way that I kind of did when I started out. It gave me the gist of everything. I got my product market fit down, and I knew exactly how I was going to service people, what I wanted my life to look like, and the entire end vision before I actually had to get integrated into the business. So if you're in the same situation, if you're considering starting a coaching business, that is how I do it. And I guess the reason overall why I quit, the moral of the story, why I quit my agency, is because I realized that I'm able to get better results and make more money doing something that allows me to actually serve and have a greater impact to more people. And that is, again, only when you do things the right way, only when you have complete legitimacy with your offer. And again, my golden rule is that I will always make my clients more money than they pay me. That's a golden rule. Every single client that I have in my business currently actually abides by that rule. They've all made more money as a result of me than they've actually paid me. And it's something I'm going to continue abiding by for the near future. Or sorry, not near future, forever. And if I continue doing that, it's always going to be a positive trade-off where I know that people are going to continue working with me. And I also know that they're always going to be satisfied with the service delivery because I've done it in a way where it makes sure that they get results. So I hope that the time you spent on this video was worth the value you got in return, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, so today is December 25th of 2024, and I want to do a fully year recap for those who know me and those who want to get to know me a bit better. This is going to show you what I've been up to for the last year, and I'm going to go through this whole thing, show you the biggest lessons that I learned and whatnot, and yeah, just make an honest video. So in January, I started off the year by first off getting out of Ontario. I grew up in Ontario. That's where I met all my friends. That's where I went to school. That's where I played sports. That's where I founded all the businesses. Everything I've ever done was in Ontario, and I had never really left Ontario outside of maybe a few vacations growing up as a kid. So first time I visited Florida, And doing that, I got to just get outside of my comfort zone, get outside my shell. And I came to 2024 off of my first 100K a month. I think we did like 101K in December 2023. So obviously felt like I was on top of the world and just like everything was falling in the right place. And I was going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg by the end of the year, as we all do when we're on these highs. Now, going into February, what actually happened is I traveled to Florida again. This time was my first time alone to meet up with some of the friends that I've been doing business with for the last 6 years. And even these guys that I played professional video games with. And you can see all these guys here. And then also what happened in February is I navigated two seven-figure companies merging together. And it was operational hell, as I call it. I had to kind of merge all the software stacks, merge all the team, get everyone set together. And it was surely an experience. And when I did this, when you merge two seven-figure companies together, and as you can see, one of the meetings that was actually covering everything we're doing during this time, it requires a lot of work and you have to move at a ridiculous pace to actually keep it up. So that was February. Learned a lot during that month. Going into March, this is where my life changed forever. So one day I get a call and they say, well, come to Vancouver, Alex. These guys that I'd done the merger with wanted to meet me, want to get to know me. Completely fair. I have a new business partner. So I packed up my life on a whim to go there, and I slept on a couch for 2 weeks while initially scaling. And I was introduced to a completely new lifestyle. For those of you who know me, those of you who don't, I'm the kind of guy where I don't even have a license. I don't have a complete car yet. Like I don't have any of that stuff. And I prefer to just go on my walks. I prefer to DoorDash my food. I'm a pretty simple guy. So getting exposed to all this was like the equivalent of showing a phone to a caveman, to like Neanderthal. I saw supercars, I saw Porsches, I saw R8s. I went to 5-star restaurants for the first time, and I just saw crazy views in the penthouse that all of these guys had, and it was a complete shock. This is actually a screenshot of a video I recorded to myself, which I'll probably post on this channel one day of when I actually first initially booked the flight. Going into April, so after living on the couch for the 2 weeks, well, what we ended up doing was moving 2 floors down into a penthouse of our own with myself, my partner that we were actually working with before the merger, Dylan, and then below the 2 guys that we were actually merging companies with. And when we did this, it was absolutely huge. We had a crazy overhead. I believe the rent was like well over 5 figures a month. And we were pushing at a massive intensity. And because of the role that I played at the company, which is kind of an operations person, I had always just been like a little software cretin that sets things up in the background. I had to learn the skill of leadership and management, and it just got like all thrown on me at once. And I learned so much in this short period of time. And I also did something I've never done before, which is I went from, I guess I did boxing. I played a lot of sports growing up, but I felt like I hadn't challenged my body in a very long time. I went from only running 10K, which is the highest I've ever run before, to deciding to run a marathon on 12 days notice. And this was the first half marathon I did. I believe it was the weekend before the race. I did them 2 back-to-back days. So I did 21K, next to 21K, and then I got ready to run the marathon, which here between May and July, most focused that I've ever been by far in my life. I completed the marathon. I think my time was like 4:20, 4:40-ish, like somewhere in between there. I don't really remember. It was a crazy experience for sure. Aggressive scaling. And essentially, the biggest thing that I had done was I balanced completing high school, because I do online school up until that point. I'm now graduated. And also just running this company. And at this point, we had gone to a payroll well over $60,000 a month, and we were making good money. And so I had to learn how to balance these two things and really just get an operational masterclass. After that point, something that I actually decided to do was begin working on my own products, my own projects, my own things, because a part of my 10-year vision is I want to start my own companies. So in August, I went back to Ontario and I saw a few things. First off is, given that I was going ahead and started my own thing, I got to decompress after 3 years of just like straight hard grind since I ever started business. And I slowed down and I enjoyed my summer for the first time in a very long time. And I got to see my friends graduate, got to spend time with people that I haven't spoken to in a very long time. And it was overall something that I needed just to keep myself sane, keep myself in check. Going to September, on this point, instead of just relaxing and connecting back with people, with those same friends that I initially visited Orlando with, we went ahead and went to Vermont. And at this point, I had confirmed to myself that I'm now, okay, I was 17 years old at the start of this year, but now 18. I'm well versed in traveling. I can navigate myself. I am a self-sustaining human being. So that was a good feeling. Then from that point on, my mother and I actually decided to get a house in Florida. And between renovating and dodging hurricanes, this is what the place looked like. And you can see me recording here now. It is a pretty cool place. And outside of that, going into December, I founded Seven Figure Creator, which is a company I'm working on now, publicly scaling. And I've been posting consistently, documenting my entire life on YouTube. So you can see my entire December. It's on there. The biggest lessons that I learned during this entire time, and this is coming from someone who had a multi seven-figure company that they're running, managing, working on, et cetera, to now even just restarting and seeing the entire thing from what I consider the top, even though there's so much more going on, and your ego gets inflated when you're making good money. Looking down to now being at the absolute bottom, like starting 14 days ago from nothing, and seeing the entire journey and the road ahead of me. First thing is, do not externalize. So I had this tendency to write down a crap ton of things on my notes. I had this urgency to write down everything and try and turn it into a system. And one of the biggest lessons I learned is not to externalize my own power. So if I'm learning something and if I want to embed something into my life, like for example, I want to embed focus into myself. I want to be absolutely honed in. I want to be able to just sit down and work on a task. You don't need to write anything. You don't need to make any protocols to do that. What you need to do is you just need to embed it in your brain and trust that your brain can exercise that. It's not a certain order of words that you say. It's the actual habit of doing it. And then as you continue doing it, it becomes instinctual. You're never going to actually develop any habits or these crazy skills when you hear someone talk about like monk-like focus without actually going ahead and just doing the thing, but then also doing it at a frequency in a way that it becomes instinctual to yourself. Second thing is, well, be grateful. And this can go to an energetic, esoteric level, or it can also just be on a day-to-day enjoy life level. If you are grateful in your life for what you have, the people that you know, what you have achieved, and just overall the experience that you get to be here doing this, and you've been given that opportunity, it is a way better frame of mind to introduce new things into your life. It's a way better frame of mind to deal with anything bad that comes into your life. And as a result of that, it is going to bring you and allow you to see a lot more success. Third one is going to be that speed is king. So beyond everything, one of the biggest, and this is actually, I believe, part from Hormozi, part from some other guys, but the overall gist of this lesson is that I define power as the speed between something that when you think it's going to happen, when you want something to happen, and when it actually decides to happen. And the speed between that is power. So for example, if you want your company to make 10K a month, the power that you have, the proficiency, the skill that you have is the time between you deciding that thing that wants to happen in your brain and it actually like going about and happening in reality. That is what I define power and strength as. So if you can master speed, essentially what happens is you go through feedback loops, which is an engineering concept to just define all the variables, all the given things within a thing. And as a result, you are going to just move way faster. There's even this documentary of this guy who went to study these Kenyan runners who were just breaking every record to find out, is it something in their bones? Is it their biology? Is it spirituality? Is it their culture? What is it? Like, what is it? What's making these guys just smoke everyone in the races? And this guy dedicated his entire life to studying it, decades after decades. And in his own book, he writes two things. They trained harder and they trained longer. So the more practice that you can put in and the speed at which you can do that heavily determines the success you're actually going to see. Fourth is that conversation runs the nation. So I'm a generally introverted person. I think I scored like 80% introverted. However, I realized this year that you have to get out there, you have to talk to people, and whether it's me talking to a camera like I'm doing right now, or whether it's me going face to face, camera to camera, whatever it might be, you have to get out there, you have to talk, you have to bounce ideas off people. Everything good in this world comes from other people. The money that you want right now is sitting in other people's pockets. So in order to actually go through and work and to build something great, you have to communicate with people in the business that we do. If you're running a software, something of that nature, maybe you don't. But end of the day, when you get higher and higher up in business, you're still going to have to manage people. So you need to learn that conversation runs a nation and learn how to actually communicate and become great. The fifth one is going to be let go. Just let go, and it actually combines with the sixth one, which is make it fun. Let go, make it fun. Don't take it too serious. If you've committed to being an entrepreneur, which you probably have if you decide to watch 10 minutes into this video, you really just have so much time ahead of you. You have decades ahead of you. So make it fun, have fun, because you only get one chance to live in this life, and you don't want to spend it just being there like studying productivity gurus so you can get into a car or a penthouse. I promise you, that's not what makes it worth it. It is the entire journey, and especially the company that you actually have along the way. So that is my 2024 reflection. I'm going to be posting a video about 2025 goals, hopefully tomorrow. And I hope that the value you got from this video is the time that you spent, and I will see you tomorrow. So today is day 16 of me completely restarting my business from scratch, and I want to talk about a very simple concept, which is the only KPI that you need to hit 100K a month. And I'm just about to head out on a walk here, so hopefully this is a quick video. My name is Alex Newman. I ran a $2 million a year coaching business for marketing agencies, and now I make these videos to actually document the process of me starting up my new company. So to explain what the purpose of this video is, I know a lot of people right now are doing their 2025 goals, and whether you run a marketing agency, a service-based business, an info business, you're a coach, consultant, whatever it might be, there is only one metric in a service-based business that matters when it comes to actually bringing in people and the acquisition side with growth. On the back end, you know that thing is LTV, lifetime value, how much your customer pays you. On the front end, it is not your close rate. It is not the amount of leads you generate. It is one thing. And this one thing is what determines a six-figure business from a seven-figure business from an eight-figure business. It is the entire thing. If you look at the difference between companies at different levels in the agency space or any service-based business space, the only difference between them is the one has more of this given thing, and that is calls booked. So to explain what I mean by that is pure in a raw format, the amount of calls booked that a company has usually directly correlates to the revenue. A company that has booked well over 1,000 sales calls is usually making well over six figures. A company that's booked well over 5,000 sales calls is usually pretty far into seven figures. And essentially, you can look at a correlative basis that most people that are starting out that haven't got the success they wanted, it is purely because they have not taken a good amount of calls. Maybe they've taken 10 calls, maybe they've taken 15, 30, whatever it might be, they haven't taken enough calls. And I kid you not, that is the one KPI and metric that you can optimize for. So I want to explain how you can integrate it into your goals and then how you can also integrate it into a strategic roadmap to book a crap ton of appointments to virtually guarantee your success in the year 2025. So the metric that you actually want to go after is not necessarily calls booked, but it is the amount of calls that are actually taken by either yourself or a sales rep on your team, someone of that nature. So from that point on, what you actually want to do when you're reverse engineering your OKRs, your business goals for the year 2025 or just any given month is you want to figure out how many calls you actually need to book to enter the cash end of the business that you like. Again, the product LTV end, that is quite simple. But on the front end, I kid you not, the amount of leads that you get does not matter as a metric. The amount of closes or your close rate doesn't matter. It's just the amount of calls that you are taking. Because once again, to explain the entire philosophy of why this is the only metric that matters, if you have calls booked, that is the end goal of why you even want leads in the first place. So if you just focus on getting calls, you're actually going to be a lot more efficient with the leads that you already have. It also applies on the sales end. If you're taking all these calls, you don't necessarily need to worry about getting better at sales, because just by the act of showing up to this many calls, you are going to learn what actually makes you go ahead and close people. You're going to learn what closes deals because you're getting so much practice from just booking all these calls. It is the one centerpiece, the one commonality that you can optimize for on the front end that allows you to get better marketing results, and on the back end allows you to actually improve not only your customer retention when you get better at sales, but then also your close rate and your cash collection, et cetera, et cetera. So it is the end-all, be-all metric of a service-based business, in my opinion. And if you just optimize for getting as many as possible, you are going to see success with it. And the way that you actually can go about booking these calls is pretty simple, right? You've got outbound messages, you've got referral, and you've got paid traffic, and you've got organic and YouTube video kind of traffic, the one I'm making right now. And then from that point on, all that you necessarily have to do to optimize for these things and start seeing success with them is just go through and commit to a time dedication that you do every single day. For example, I have a time blocked out on my calendar. I record these videos every single day. If you're doing outbound, you should have a time on your calendar where you're doing it every single day. And this is the activity in your business that should happen first thing in the morning, because it is the highest revenue generating thing you can do outside of upselling clients directly or retaining them. So it should be a priority, and for a lot of people, it is the point of business that has the most friction involved with it, the most resistance involved with it. So it should always be the thing that you do first in the morning, just to build the habit and actually get comfortable doing it. And if you are able to actually go through, do that, and execute on that entire strategy fully of just optimizing for this thing by finding the daily KPIs of hey, let's say I have to send 100 messages daily, absolutely no matter what, and that's something I'm completely committing to, or I have to spend this much on ads every month, that's something I'm completely committing to, you are virtually guaranteed to see success if you continue that throughout the whole year and you focus on the end result of booking as many calls as possible. Ideally, if you want to hit 7 figures this year, the metric that you should aim for that gives you an absolute no-brainer chance of just guaranteeing that you hit the number is 500 calls taken. If you take 500 calls in the year 2025, it is guaranteed your company will hit 7 figures, given that you are awake on the calls and you're getting a little bit, just a teensy bit better each and every single time. And you can do that simply just through reviewing the calls. So this is a note that I wanted to make because I'm making my goals. I'm super identifying and going through all the KPIs, and yeah, calls booked are the biggest thing that you can optimize for. It's the difference between a 6-figure company and a 7-figure company, the difference between a 0-figure company and a 6-figure company. So I just wanted to go hop on, talk about that, and I hope that the value you got from this video was the time that you spent, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, so today is day 17 of restarting my business from scratch, and I want to talk about a pretty simple concept that is how I actually went from doing 13K in October of 2023 all the way to doing 100K, my first 100K month ever, in December of 2023, and the concept that allowed us to go from making so little money the month before to just absolutely skyrocketing the month after. And I guess the whole formula on how to actually see success fast, because the way that I explain it and the way that I look at business in general is like a system of variable after variable after variable after variable. You got a whole bunch of things. You have got your service delivery process, you have got your setting process, you have got your sales process, you've got your marketing, your lead generation process, and all these things have more things entangled under them. And this is a simple strategy to remove those things, to simplify those things. And when we actually implement it into our business, we were able to reduce the overall amount of variables that were required for our business to make money and have cash go in the door. And therefore, with the exact same amount of input and work, we made exponentially more money. And I want to explain exactly what the entire process looks like so you can do it yourself and see the same kind of results in your own business. Before I do that, there's actually a clip of Elon Musk explaining the entirety of this strategy. So I'm not special, I didn't make this myself. And I'm going to play it right here just so you can understand a little bit more about the concept.
Anyway, so step 1, make your requirements list dumb. Step 2, delete the part or process step. If you're not deleting a part or process step at least 10% of the time, basically if you're not adding things back in 10% of the time, you're clearly not deleting enough.
Right.
And then only the third step is simplify or optimize. The third step, okay. Not the first step. The reason it's the third step is because it's very common, it's possibly the most common error of a smart engineer is to optimize a thing that should not exist. And then finally you get to step 4, which is accelerate cycle time. You're moving too slowly, go faster. But don't go faster until you have worked on the other 3 things first.
Gotcha.
Like if you're digging, your grave, don't dig it faster. Stop digging your grave.
Right.
And then the final step is automate.
So now, when it comes to actually applying this into the day-to-day of our business, I want to give a few examples so that you can walk away from this video and actually plug things into your business. So the first example that I want to think of that I see this messed up the most on is going to be on the front end, specifically when it comes to setting appointments. If you saw the last video I made, I talked about how the only metric that matters between a coaching business or an info business of any kind that is doing 6 figures and the difference between one doing 7 figures and one doing 8 figures is the pure amount of calls that have been taken. So what we want to optimize for is what is the least amount of steps that need to be taken for us to actually book a call? What is the least action that leads to the most output as a result of that? And whatever that answer is how we're actually going to want to implement it to go through and book calls. So for example, if we are running a coaching business and for example, we have an Instagram funnel set up, there is no point in creating an 8-message DM sequence when you can have a 2-message DM sequence that achieves the exact same result to book appointments. Therefore, we get to the exact same end goal quicker, which means that with the exact same amount of work that we're doing, we're able to see 4 times more success and theoretically book 4 times more appointments because we're spending so less time on each individual prospect that comes in the front door. If we think about this in our sales process, the best way to do it is to provide as much upfront information as possible so the prospect shows up to the call knowing exactly what the conversation's for, what you're going to cover on the call, and then on the meeting it should only be 1 call unless there's an actual need for a practical reason, logistical reason why there needs to be a second call if they're deciding to move forward. And then what you're going to do on that that call is essentially just restate everything that you've gone through, answer any questions they might have, and then close. There's no need to go through the complexities of crazy follow-up sequences or crazy setting sequences or giving someone 8 phone calls. It's about establishing clarity so you can see the most impact with the least action possible, which as a result, you're able to get much better at these things. Imagine how much better you'd be at those 2 messages instead of the 8 message sequence if you're getting 4 times more practice per day. Not only are you going to book 4 times more calls at the same skill level, your skill level is also going to increase massively, so you're going to be able to book more calls. If you look at this with service delivery, it happens at an even more exponential scale. Instead of creating a process that has 8 steps and modules and then actual courses inside each of the modules that you have, what you can instead do is you create a one simple entire walkthrough process that every single client is going to follow, and in each part of it you keep it simple with core action steps that they need to do with only one goal they need to complete at each step. And if you're able to do that and simplify down everything, the loop at which you iterate to actually see results and the way at which you actually improve to get better at doing those things is going to increase massively, and it's going to be absolutely pivotal in your business seeing success. So if you're watching this video, it is a sign that you need to remove things in your company, get rid of a lot of the processes that don't make sense, and if you do it, your business is going to thank you because you're going to be able to move a lot faster, and when you move a lot faster, you're going to be going through the OODA loops or the trial and error loops, and as a result, see success faster. So I hope the value that you got from this video is worth the time that you spent, and I'll see you tomorrow. So today is day 18 of completely restarting my business from scratch, and I just signed another client yesterday, so I want to explain how it happened, what I'm thinking, and kind of the whole way that it happened, so again, you can install it into your own business, start to see success. So first, start off, my name's Alex Newman. I'm actually documenting my entire process of restarting my business on this channel. Company's name is 7-Figure Creators. Essentially, I was the operator at my previous business that we scaled to $2 million a year. I've taken all the time, condensed it into knowledge, taken that knowledge, put it into a product and a service, and then from that point on, I actually offer it out to other people who are coaches and consultants while documenting how I kind of scale the whole thing and grow the business on this channel. And essentially, yesterday, I signed on another client, and the way that I actually did this is I created a super banger free offer, and then I had a very simplified voice message system into a smooth onboarding process that sets expectations, and now over the weekend, I'm actually going to be getting this person on board. So to explain kind of the strategy that I follow, the actual context that you need to understand is that I'm a big believer in free being the absolute best way to actually kick off your business and then even scale it. If you look at the biggest services in the world, if you look at some of the best products in the world, they all start by initially giving something for free. Once you've got something for free, you can tell whether it's good or not. And something that people do is they make the assumption that if someone's free stuff is a certain level of skill, then their paid stuff is going to be even better. So if you deliver an absolutely amazing experience for free, people are going to assume you can do the exact same thing for better. And then essentially, then what I've gone and done is I've made the offer that I will sign people's first client completely for free, absolutely no charge down. And then after we've signed that client on, then we can discuss payment terms about whether a partnership would be a good idea or not. That is the offer I run. So you can do something similar if you have an agency or any business of that nature. And from that point, what I've actually gone on done is when someone watches these videos, they see any video of mine or they're on my Instagram, what I'll do is I will send 2 voice messages. First off, I will send a voice message that is super simple where I essentially just go, hey, tell me everything about your business, your life, everything you're doing of that nature. I ask a whole bunch of questions, so usually they send back a pretty long voice message to me or even multiple. From that point on, all I do is provide value, and then I position naturally, hey, this is the offer that I have. Would you actually be interested in a call from doing that point on? From using that strategy alone, I've been able to book a ridiculous amount of appointments. From those right now, I sit around a 75% close rate, and the ones that I actually haven't closed so far, I just haven't accepted. Obviously, at scale, that will dilute because if these videos get more and more traffic, obviously not every person that comes in is going to be qualified. I only want to work with people who are legitimately good at what they do. So essentially, I followed that strategy out. I got this guy interested. We had a quick call, and then from that call, all it did is essentially set the expectations that, hey, once you've signed on your first client, this is what the payment would look like. Here's how the whole entire process would look. He said, all right, sounds good. You make the money first, and I'm more than happy to pay you something back. And I got him on board. So 2 things that I want to talk about in this video about how you can replicate it is first off that free offer, because once again, when someone sees something for free, that's how they're going to make the assumption of how good your paid stuff is. And then second off, it is I keep my business super simple. All I do is I make these videos, I post on my Instagram, and I work on my product. Just by doing those 3 things alone, in about an hour a day worth of just messaging people on Instagram with those 2 voice messages that I was explaining, I'm able to set appointments. And going into January, my only plan is just to do this more and more at scale. And just from doing that, I'm going to be able to actually push this business business forward and forward and forward, and I get a crap ton of users on board, which is going to make a product really good and eventually going to allow me to break further and further into the market. So I essentially just wanted to hop on, say that today. Again, I'm visiting family for holidays, so all of these videos are going to be outside just because it's noisy. I'm not in my office and all these things, but I hope that the value you got from this video is worth the time that you spent watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, so today is day 19 of completely restarting my business from scratch. If you don't know, my name's Alex Newman. Started and scaled my own coaching business as an operator to $2 million a year. Now I'm restarting and documenting the entire process daily from scratch, and I want to talk about something a little bit different today, which is the concept of actually finding a little bit of a purpose in why you run your business, because if you do, it's going to create the actual ability for you to focus and just get a lot more done in the overall company. And the reason why I actually want to talk about this video today is I was recently hanging out with one of my friends who is an artist. He makes music. He's quite successful doing so. And I realized that we as entrepreneurs, we struggle a lot when it comes to how can we focus, how can we get the work done, how can we sit there for 8 to 12 hours a day just doing the tasks that are important and knocking down the objectives that we actually set out for ourselves, and compare that to this guy. And what I saw him do is he's got a MacBook just like I've got right over here. And essentially, he, whenever he gets the chance, will open it up and he will, with absolutely no breaks and focus, stare at a screen and just completely hone in, lock in. And I've seen him do it for 4 hours at a time, 5 hours at a time, even up to like 6, 8 hours at a time, which is absolutely ridiculous. And in seeing this, I asked him and I wanted to have a conversation with him to figure out how he's actually able to pull this off, because I knew that in my own reality and what I actually do, if I'm able to sit down the exact same way that you are, well, everything that I see as a problem in my business is going to immediately evaporate. And the answer that I got in the conversation that we kind of had was a little bit different. It was not what I was expecting at all, because instead of it being some kind of mental frame or routine of anything of that nature, it was really just about the purpose of why he actually does the work that he does in the first place. And to sum it up, a lot of people, when they try and find their purpose, they get this end objective. It's like, I want to solve world hunger. And that is what they want to do. When in reality, what you actually want to do is you want to break down the process of what it actually takes in order to achieve that thing. So solving world hunger, you have to feed people, right? You're feeding people. So it might actually be a better, if you want to actually have a purpose and you enjoy feeding people, better occupation to become a chef rather than try and become this philanthropist businessman. Because instead of going through all these trials and hoops that you don't want, you can immediately feel satisfied in achieving your purpose of feeding people on a day-by-day basis and build that up into something bigger. But you have to start doing the thing that you are purposeful and passionate about if you want that unrelenting drive that you see all these greats in history and society have. And if you're actually struggling to find what that thing is for yourself, I mean, I'll give you the things that everyone tells you, right? You have to find something that you lose track of time doing, yada, 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 all these things. And the way that I almost break these down for myself to actually create and find what it is for me is you want to go through and look at all the things that you've already done in your past. If you're to go through things like your browser history, where you're spending your money, the kind of videos you watch, you get a really good idea of what you're actually interested in when it comes to the processes of things, right? So instead of paying attention to you watching, for example, a video on someone building a log cabin, there's a super big video I was watching on that. I realized that what I actually care about is the process of building things. I like putting things together. I like actually taking something from nothing, an idea in my head, and forming it into reality and a big system that cooperates and works together. So you want to look at the process of what is actually going on and the kind of work that it is, because from that point on, you're likely to find what you can actually leverage as a purpose for yourself. And if you're able to do that, you can install it into the mission and the goal of what you want to do. And if you're able to do that, you'll find something that you actually care about in life, and then you can go all in on. And those are just my reflections going 2025. Going to be finding goals such as that for myself. But as an overall thing, I hope that the value you got from this super short video, the time that you spent, and long video is going to be coming back a little bit more into next week as I get more situated, but I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, so today is day 20, and I want to show you what the raw reality of restarting as a 7-figure entrepreneur actually looks like. And if you don't know, my name is Alex Newman. I scaled my own coaching business to $2 million a year. Now I'm actually restarting and documenting the entire process live on this channel. And I've seen these videos either go one of two ways. One is that they'll show that their lives are amazing and all the fun things they do, or B is that they're going to show that they're depressed and that their life sucks and all this stuff as a result of making their their money, and I'm neither of the two. So I just want to show you what a normal day in my life looks like and how I'm actually going about building up my business and also enjoying my life at the same time. So the absolute first thing I'll do and why I'm here in the first place is I'm just going to get outside and walk. I actually got some new shoes, I believe yesterday, and essentially what I do when I wake up is get up, I get outside, because majority of my workday actually happens while I'm walking, whether it's on the phone or whether it's sending voice messages. I like to actually be on the go as I'm conducting business, make my brain work better, get more ideas, and honestly just enjoy my life a lot more. So as I sit down here, I'm actually recording the actual short day in the life, like the vertical video that I do. Now I'm recording the horizontal one, and then after I'm done that, I'm going to be getting back to every single person that's been messaging me on Instagram, reviewing my sales pipeline just from my phone, checking in on what call I have for today, and then also getting ready to sit down and go into a workbook. And the reason I actually do things on the go is because for the longest time, my previous business, the way that I ran it is I would be chained to my desk for 12 hours a day, and I honestly just hated it. So going about restarting my own company, I can build it in my own absolute way. And for me, what that looks like is instead of doing a crazy amount of Google Meets and calls and everything like that, I have one day per week that's dedicated to all my voice and video calls. And outside of that, every chat that I do, every conversation I have is either over a Slack huddle or a WhatsApp voice message. But yeah, that's essentially what I do. All right, so now it's about an hour later and I'm freezing, but I've got all of the Instagram messages sent out to new people, and then I've also gone through and sorted every single previous message I've ever sent, which was a lot of work. My hands are freaking freezing. But outside of that, pretty solid stuff. We've got now essentially for the rest of the day, just want to finish up this video. Then I just want to sit down and get probably 2 to 4 hours of work done, just on, as I mentioned, the nurture sequence and all those things. And there's a few very important reasons to note as to why I'm actually able to do this, why it works, and then also kind of my working patterns as a human being. So first things first is I'm somewhat of a night owl to a certain extent, meaning that anywhere between 9 p.m. till 2 a.m. I'll usually sit back down and do even more work. So that's something that I always need to keep into account when it comes to documenting my work day, because I probably won't have my camera around recording myself then. Another thing, and why I'm actually able to do this, is because I concentrate all the efforts in my business purely into just a simple flywheel, meaning that when I actually work on my product, when I work on my business, because I'm documenting it like this video you're watching right now, it actually leads to me bringing in more people in the front door. So all I have to do is have a camera turned on while I'm in the process of doing the so-called boring work in my company. So what that allows me to do is have, again, these relatively boring and simple days where I'm doing no more. I would say I'm required to do no more than 4 hours of work, and I choose to do more just because I want to actually grow this and I enjoy the process of doing so. But again, it's not necessarily about the time that I'm spending, it's about the leverage of the activities that I'm doing. By focusing in on the content, it's a compounding vehicle that's only going to grow over time, and it's going to get to a point, hopefully, where I'll spend 30 minutes making a video and it will be worth whatever months of my time is worth now, just because of the amount of impact it has and I guess just the scale of what I'm doing. So I want to commit to actually these compounding vehicles, such as my content, my brand. Then from that point on, all I need to do is continue to work on my product. Those are the only two compounding vehicles in my business. So that's where all my time goes into. And I know if I can focus that on the long run, I'm going to be absolutely dialed. So from this point on, I'm really just going to finish my walk here, probably going to sit down in a coffee shop, edit, and actually publish this video, then also the daily reel. And outside of that, going to sit down, dial in on the product. But the raw reality is that when you focus in and you have what I call a first principle scaling model, you don't need to be sitting there slaved and chained to your desk all day, because you have the ability to be intelligent with your time using both automations, AI, and just your brain when it comes to focusing on the most important things. Okay, so I am now back at the makeshift setup for the holidays, and I'm just going to sit down for the next 4 or so hours working on product, putting together everything that I've set up for the day, and then finally just doing 1 or 2 calls that I have scheduled. But yeah, essentially this is going to be a super simple, raw day in the life of a 7-figure business owner restarting from scratch. I hope that the value you got from this video was worth the time that you spent, and I will see you in the next one. Okay, so today is the 21st day of restarting and scaling my business from scratch, and once again, I apologize for the audio or anything else in advance. I'm going to be heading back down to Florida, so normal quality resume probably around the 4th or 5th. However, today was a pretty hectic day. I had around 8 client meetings today, so just making sure, checking up on everyone, making sure they are good. And the concept that I want to talk about in today's video is about removing friction and how simplifying your business and reducing the friction between someone starting and someone becoming a customer is the single biggest lever that can lead to you doing the most important thing for your business, which is booking appointments. And the reason why I actually had this conversation is because I actually have a client, and one of the guys who I spoke with today, who was really struggling to book appointments. He wasn't able to get people on the calls for the program that he sells, which is mentorship, and he was struggling a lot. He was, just not doing well. And the conversation and what we ended up actually doing is we took his calendar and we absolutely shrunk it down to nothing. So before, he had a crazy funnel. People would land on it, they have to fill out their email, they'd have to share information about them just to actually get themselves booked in on a call. And the change that we actually went through and made is, instead of doing all that, essentially what would happen is they'd watch his YouTube videos, and if they're interested in working with him, they would go through and they would book a call. And there's a few things that I want to talk about as to why, not only even like a week later, this allowed him to start booking 10 to 15 meetings in that same given week. And the first reason why is because what an appointment actually is. The goal of an appointment is not to actually sell somebody. When you're trying to get someone to book a call, the goal is not to sell them, it's not to make them try and buy your product. And the mistake that I've made so many times, that I see a lot of other coaches that I work with also make, is they'll go through, and what they'll essentially do is they'll build out this elaborate marketing plan to try and sell someone before they've gotten on the call. And the reason why this could be an effective strategy is because you see the top guys like Iman, or the guys that have lots of attention on YouTube doing it. The reason why they can do it is because they physically don't have enough time between themselves as the founder and then also the closers on their team to actually withstand the amount of calls they book if they didn't. So they have to add friction. But if you're starting and you're still trying to get to 10K a month, 25K a month, even up to 50K a month, which is around where this guy is doing, well, you don't actually need all of this friction here. And essentially, the only goal of the appointment is to do one thing, which is to make them curious enough to actually schedule the call. And then once they've scheduled the call, you can actually go about the process of explaining what the service is, how it would work, and then going forward to actually getting them onboarded. So that is the first thing that I'd like to talk about. Beyond that, second thing that comes in is, if we're trying to invoke curiosity and the goal is to make them curious to book a call, not actually to sell, well, then we don't need to state our offer. We just need to keep it extremely simple. And the best way to do that, and the best example I can think of in the entire market that everyone that's watching this video is going to know, is a guy named William Brown. And if you haven't, you can search him up right after this. He makes around $500,000 a month, and the call to action on his videos is, if you're interested in scaling your online business, you can go ahead and work with me. And it is literally that simple. So if you're a coach right now and you're producing YouTube content of any sort, essentially all that you have to do is simplify your descriptions, simplify every call to action you have to being, hey, I just want you to go through and book a call. And the best way to do that is just say, hey, schedule a chat with me to see if you can partner one-on-one, to see if we can work one-on-one together. If you're able to do that, you're going to book way more calls, and you're going to reduce all of this upfront friction that leads to people actually booking appointments. Because if you can get those appointments scheduled in, that is the single most important thing for your coaching business. If you're scheduling those appointments, from that point on, you can take someone from that point of being curious, which would otherwise happen when they see your video, to being a customer way easier over call than it would be to actually do it over marketing. And immediately when I say that, I already know the initial objection, and everything that I heard from my clients when we first came up with this idea was, well, Alex, I don't want to do that because I want something that can scale long term and get me to 100K a month. And I want to let you guys know that when I hit my first 100K a month, that was the exact same thing we had. All it was just book a call, and we used it, and we actually leveraged our own timeout because we hadn't hit that big goal yet. And essentially, the way that it works is really just understanding, I guess, the importance of communication. If you're a coach, well, you're going to be talking in your marketing, such as I am right now. And if someone wants to work with you, they're going to have to talk with you, regardless of whether they're pre-sold or not. So that's another conversation. And then eventually, if they actually buy your service, you're going to be coaching them, which is talking to them again. So there's no point in trying to skip that conversation when the resource that is scarce is the amount of attention, the amount of leads you have, and the resource that is abundant is your own personal time that you can spend actually creating custom deals and working with people. And for that reason, it is so important to actually just double down on spending so much time in conversation, because you don't need to overcomplicate your funnels or your SEO strategy, your thumbnails, or anything of that nature. Your entire job should be to optimize for the amount of conversations possible. The more you talk as a coach or someone that sells a product online, the more success that you're going to see. And I found this time and time again. I'm a generally introverted person. I don't like talking that much. However, once I made this change, my business started growing massively because I understood the foundation of what it actually takes to succeed. So if you're a coach and you enjoyed this video, you're looking to monetize your brand, what you can actually go ahead and do is implement everything that I spoke about when it comes to simplifying your description, simplify your copy. You don't even need a landing page. You can just use a straight up calendar and get people to actually invoke curiosity to book. If you're not getting appointments, you need to simplify, you need to remove friction. And if you're interested on how you can actually do that, always feel free to book a call with me. It's super simple because I run a meta business. Everything that I say for people to do, I'm actually doing myself, and we can chat about maybe if I can actually sign your first client for free, because that's the offer I run. But anyways, I hope that the time that you spent on this video is worth the value that you got. And yeah, better quality is going to be coming back soon, but I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, so I've signed on 4 new clients and cash collected $2,500 this week, and it is only Wednesday, and today is day number 22 of restarting and scaling my business from scratch. If you don't know, my name is, I'm Alex Newman. I founded a multiple 7-figure coaching business, and now I'm actually restarting, talking about the process of me doing the same and scaling it back. And today I just want to explain how this all happened, and maybe you have some takeaways and can implement the same strategy that I'm using as well. So to actually break this down, there are a few pillars I want to cover. The first thing that we have is the actual offer that I'm running. The second thing is going to be the actual funnel that I'm actually using, and then the third one is going to be the traffic source and how I'm actually getting the attention of people. So first things first, to explain the offer that I am using, essentially what I'm doing for people is I'm installing all the things that I learned from my previous business into people's businesses with the promise of signing on their first client completely for free. So they get onboarded, sign the first client completely for free, and then from that point on we can actually talk about working together on a partnership basis. The reason why that offer works is because I've established some form of credibility with these YouTube videos, everything that I put on my page where there's proof and all the things that I'm talking about. And essentially what I've done is I've allowed all this to get packaged up and allow people to just go through and book in, which goes to the funnel that I'm running, where if you were to go into the description of this video and look at it, essentially it is one calendar, and I'm pretty sure it says like let's work or onboard yourself here at the time of this recording, and you can just click through and it's a very simple calendar that explains the step-by-step process. So the reason why I've done this is because there's almost absolutely no friction involved with the process of someone actually becoming a client or actually getting on board for my company. All they have to do is like me and trust me enough to allow me to actually work for them for free, which is a very small barrier to overcome, which means that I'm able to get a lot more people in the front door. And overall, after I'm done my upsells, which not every person is going for, I believe I have around a 33% upsell rate at this current time, then they're going to actually go onto a paid plan. But for me, what this does is it allows me to actually improve my product a crap ton, because I'm not actually going through and having to spend all day trying to chase down high ticket deals immediately. That'll probably happen in the future. And the second thing is it allows me to actually get great client relationships where I'm able to leverage things like social proof, interviews, all these things, because they're not actually paying up front, so they feel more of a way to reciprocate and actually work with me. So that is the overall process and what I actually am trying to do. Now, when it comes to the traffic source for doing this, I have a few things. The first off is that there is a unique approach to YouTube that I've been using for some of my clients, and I want to explain it here because it's working super well for not only me, but then also all the people I'm using it for. And it's called YouTube to Nurture is the name that I've just came up for it now. But essentially, when you're starting a YouTube channel and you're like myself and you don't get many views on your videos yet, essentially what the process of actually using this content for is not to bring in attention and convert it into customers like a guy like Iman or people who get lots of views. It is to actually nurture attention that's already coming in. So people who are aware of you are actually going to this YouTube channel to begin to know, like, and trust you even more. And essentially, that's the exact thing that I'm using. So what I'll do is I'll put out these videos and it will be directed from everyone on my Instagram page, which is the only other place where I link people, and I send them over to this YouTube video. Or what I can also do, and we've been doing with some of my clients, is they'll actually be sending outbound messages, and instead of doing an outbound message that's saying the call to action, hey, book a call with me here, let's do this here, let's get you signed up here, it's actually sending them over to their YouTube channels where they can get nurtured and then go ahead and book a call. And essentially, the reason why is because we are in somewhat of a trust recession. A lot of people are making some crazy offers, and you will absolutely stomp out the competition if you have an offer that meets a few criteria. First off, it's simple and easy to understand, such as we will do this for you, and here's how it works, and here's how it's going to happen, and here's how long it's going to take. You need to outline all those things, or else it's not going to be clear enough, and you need to state it in as few words as possible with a unique naming convention. Even if you have the most revolutionary system in the world, if you were to call it a Facebook ad system or a one-on-one mentorship, it would be a lot more difficult to sell than if it had a custom theory and principle actually behind it and backing it. And then the fourth and final thing that I want to cover in this entire process is how operationally it looks to actually execute it. So now we've covered all those three things, and actually traffic source wise, the way that I'm executing this is just by spending my whole day in conversation. For example, yesterday was Tuesday, and on Tuesday I had 8 back-to-back client calls all day. And essentially, I'm optimizing for conversation. I can speak to this camera, I can speak to every single person that gets onboarded or actually wants to get on board, and then I can speak to people as customers. And what are they doing with their customers? Well, they're doing the exact same thing because I implement the same strategies that are working for myself in my clients' companies. And essentially, that is why this whole thing operates in a flywheel, and I don't actually have to spend all day slaving away at a funnel or doing these crazy outbound messages, because everything that I'm doing proves the point of my product, and it all plays into actually pushing the business forward. So that's the overall strategy that I'm using. And I know this is a quick video, but I hope that the value that you got from it was the time that you spent, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay, so today is day number 23 of completely restarting and scaling my business from scratch. If you don't know, my name is, I'm Alex Newman. I started and scaled my own multi-7-figure coaching business, and now I'm actually restarting, documenting the entire thing. And essentially, today is a very simple day. I am sick as a dog, and essentially, I just did a super quick rant about one of the biggest things that my clients are currently struggling with, on how you can just quickly double your revenue by improving the time between when someone actually books a call to when they actually show up to the call, and everything that happens in between that. So without further ado, I'll just let the rant play and let me know what you think. Okay, so I'm going to show you the second fastest way to actually 2x the revenue in your coaching business. The fastest way that a lot of people aren't actually going to do is just double your price. But typically when we're running a coaching business or info business or an agency of any kind, essentially here is how our funnel works. So we're going to have an eyeball that's going to be the attention that we actually have. Within this eyeball, we are then going to be sending people to some form of calendar, some form of booking page. Let's say they book in, and then in between the time of when they actually book in to all the way over here, which is actually going to be the actual sales call that they show up to, there is a big disconnect, because a lot of the time what will happen is typically, let's say the gap between when they actually book in and when they do the sales call is going to be, well, 3 days. And in order to get someone to book a call, they have to do a lot of research into you and everything that you do at your business and at your brand. And essentially, if you do not have something going on in these 3 days that is going to increase the likelihood of someone buying, it is going to massively decrease the likelihood of them buying, and then also them having them not show up to the call, which is going to be terrible. So essentially, you are able to find a big area to just 2x revenue in between when someone books a call and when they actually show up to the call. And there's a few ways that we can actually do this. So the actual methods that we have the nurture sequence, then we have personalization, and then finally, we actually have research. So I will give you an example. Let's say that you want to buy a program on how to actually get into shape with a keto diet. Well, let's say you go ahead and you find a guy online who's a very big influencer in the space, and you decide to actually go ahead and book the call. And between when you book the call over here and then when you show up to the sales call over here, you're probably not going to stop doing research. You probably found this guy on YouTube, or you got hit by one of his ads, and now you're actually down a spiral of not only watching his content, but watching all his other competitors' content. And essentially, when someone is in the vulnerable state that leads to the booking call, there is a whole bunch of things going on that you actually should be capitalizing on in order to have them hit on all three of these points. First of which is going to be nurturing. So in order to actually nurture people throughout this entire period, the most important thing you can do is provide them research and education. If you don't do the research for the prospects that are showing up to your calls, they're going to do it themselves. They're going to look at other YouTube channels. They're going to look at other articles, at other studies. And if they do that, it's just going to reduce the authority you have, which heavily decreases the likelihood of them closing. So show you what I actually have of this. This is an example of emails that I had written for my business when I actually first started out working directly with coaches. And you can see in all these videos that there's 12 emails that are actually going to get sent out. So in between someone booking a call and someone showing up to the call, there are 12 touch points, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost like times 2. Okay, there's that many touch points that all redirect to either a YouTube video that explains a methodology that I actually have, or redirects to some form of asset which is going to educate them. This takes care of the entire research and nurturing part. The second thing is going to be personalization. So in between them showing up to the call, Screw coaching, because this is the actual best model in 2025. And I don't have a name for it yet, but I'm going to tell you exactly kind of how it works and how myself and my clients have actually used it to make hundreds of thousands of dollars per month online. And if you don't know, my name is, I'm Alex Newman. Today is day number 24 of me documenting the process of me restarting my business from scratch. And I actually scaled my own multi-7-figure coaching business beforehand. So I actually know all the details and everything good and bad about this model. And the concept of where I actually ended up and made this model from was because in my previous coaching business, I made every mistake that you could make. I tried every single product. I tried the Mifki, I tried the $20 product, the $97 product into the upsell. I tried the free community. I tried the email list. I tried everything. And what I actually ended up realizing is that essentially the number one problem that coaches have is overcomplexifying their business out of not understanding the nature of what it actually is their job to do. And I took this to the absolute extreme, to a point where myself and my business partner had around a $60,000 to an $80,000 overhead without actually even spending that much on ads. I'm talking like purely the amount of staff that we had on board to actually execute things for us. And it led to us getting worse client results because we didn't understand that what people actually wanted, which was our own attention. So to explain where this whole model comes from, I guess the name that I'll give it is either first principle scaling or proximity model. One of you guys can decide in the comments below. But essentially the way it works is that your business operates in somewhat of an onion layer towards you. So if you're making content like the videos that I'm making right now to actually acquire clients, people are only ever going to buy your products and interact with you because they like you as a person. They like what you stand for, they like what you speak about. So it is the number one cardinal sin of getting terrible results if when someone, as a result of liking you, decides to invest their time and attention, which is a valid resource right now, it's more important than their money, into your videos, into your funnels, into everything, and they receive something that is not you or does not align with you in certain ways, they're going to feel like absolutely betrayed. And this is what we did. We hired a team of, I believe we had 6 consultants, and these guys were by no means like CSMs of any sort. These guys, as we helped marketing agencies, were actual legitimate verified 6-figure agency owners that we had helped scale to 6 figures with their own agency. So they knew the methodology that we were teaching and were probably to some extent more familiar with it in their certain areas of expertise. However, what we found is that people, even as a result of this, still weren't actually invested in actually learning from these guys. And my business partner, Dylan, who's the guy who ran the YouTube channel, they all actually just cared about spending time directly as a result of the guy that they were watching content with. And the times when our community was doing the absolute best was when he was the most involved and on the ground floor with actually seeing client delivery. And immediately the problem that probably rises in your head as a result of me saying this is, well, how is this business going to scale? How is it going to make a lot of money doing this? And I will tell you that the loop that we almost followed is we go up when we actually had the personalization of the founder and the brand involved. And the second we removed it, we go down a little bit, then up again, down and up, et cetera, going on. And we actually had our first 100K month with the founder completely integrated into the product process. So it is absolute BS if anyone tells you that you cannot scale with this model. Now, when it comes to actually getting beyond that, it is not about building out infrastructures that do not directly involve you. It is actually about the process of just leveraging yourself out more. So instead of hiring a CSM to do your bidding, it actually makes more sense to just find a leveraged way. Perhaps maybe it's an AI bot of you, or perhaps maybe it's an office hours of you, where you can still spend time directly with people in this leveraged fashion. And the people who get this the best are the ones that make the most money in this entire industry. So overall, if you want to explain how this model works, it's essentially that when you're running a coaching business, your time as the founder, as the person creating content, is the utmost thing of value. If you just optimize to have that shown to as many people as possible, you are going to 100% be just a smashing success. And essentially, the way that you're going to go about doing that is in your process, you want to remove as much friction as possible between someone watching your videos, someone consuming your content, someone looking at your ads, and actually speaking to you directly. And whether that is a sales call or service delivery, you just want to simply optimize for that. So if it's your appointment setting process, if you are not at 100K a month yet, you're in a position where you yourself can completely take the calls and you can show up, you can close them, and essentially all you need to do is just have the right nurturing in place so you only end up speaking with people that are serious. If you're talking about it on the product end, if you leverage out your time to a point where you maybe have 3 group coaching calls per week. Well, that's automatically 3 hours that they're going to spend with you directly. And then in addition to that, you have 1 recurring call per week. You can take up to 20 clients that are active paying you on a weekly basis. And if you move that to an every other week basis, you can take up to 40 active clients. 40 active clients gets you a lot of money, especially if you do a recurring model instead of a PIF model. So essentially, if you are running a coaching business right now, you're going to make exponentially more profit and you're going to make exponentially more client results, referrals, and everything good if you just spend more time directly involved in the business, because your brand is the core thing that runs it. And instead of trying to create systems and leverage out other people, what you essentially need to do is harmonize your company in a flywheel of sorts. So what do I mean by this? And I'll give you the example of my business because I've optimized it exactly for this way. So essentially, the videos that you're watching right now are just me documenting the process of me living my life. Right now, I'm not in my office. I'm actually at the office that I first started business on because I'm back home visiting family. And essentially, all I'm doing is I'm picking up a camera and I'm talking about either something that I'm thinking about that I've actually had to overcome as a problem, or something that I'm dealing with the clients that I'm actually working with. So essentially, me working on my product, me delivering for my clients, operates in a flywheel because all I have to do is turn on a camera, document it, and it turns into my marketing. And as a result of actually doing this, all I have to do is spend time on business just doing one thing, which for me is servicing clients. And I consider this servicing clients. This is going to go out to all the people that already work with me. And it's the exact things that I'm actually working on with my clients so I can develop better course material. I can develop better programs, better SOPs, and everything that I can actually go ahead and give to them. And if you can do this exact same process of just creating a flywheel where every single action correlates back into the overall objective of the business, you don't actually have to work that much, because instead of building out all these systems, infrastructures, and things that would take your time, all your job becomes to do is just passionately work with the people that you enjoy working with, you love working with, and just make sure they get results. And if you do that, you put a camera on, essentially just document the process over a long enough time horizon. As you slowly improve your skills, you are going to make an exponential amount of money. So I hope that the value that you got from this video is worth the time that you spent. And I hope that someone finds a name for this model, because I'm looking for something to call it. I'm thinking either first principle scaling or proximity model. But yeah, I will see you tomorrow. To explain how I've signed 8 clients in the first 25 days of completely restarting and scaling my business from scratch. And if you know what my name is, I'm Alex Newman. I started and scaled my own coaching business to $2 million a year. Now I'm actually restarting and documenting the process again. And essentially, I've actually onboarded 8 people. Not all of them are paid because I use a free Tripwire offer, which I'll get into in just a second here. And I want to explain the acquisition strategies that I've been using, because a lot of these guys didn't actually come from the content that I'm posting and documenting right now. Majority of it actually came from my network and then some outbound messages that I can do, which has allowed me to actually create a strategy that is replicable for any coach or someone that sells an online service or product that actually wants to just go forward and sign people. So essentially, to break down the offer that I have and the reason why I run it. So I have this offer where I essentially will work free till I sign someone's first client. The biggest thing that we are actually dealing with in the overall market state right now is a trust recession. Unless you have lots of social proof or some form of brand authority, it's going to be very hard to attract a mass amount of leads in the front door unless you have a super cool, unique mechanism, which we'll also talk about in just a second. But essentially, the way that I've combated that is, while I don't have the most insane, unique mechanism, I just have something that I call first principle scaling built up right now. I've actually just said that I will sign your first client for free, and then from that point, we'll decide if we actually want to partner or not. And this is very appealing to people because it actually plays on the number one thing which every consumer wants, which is to know whether they are actually going to make money first and whether it's going to be an ROI investment. If someone believes they put in $1, or in this case $0, and they can get back out money and only pay afterwards when they've already made money, that is like the dream of every single person that would ever buy a product. So given everything that I'm saying is true, well, there's a very high chance that someone will want to buy and actually use that product. So essentially, I've created an offer that has allowed me to do that. And then what I've actually done is this entire series acts more so as nurturing than it actually does anything in regards to client acquisition. So the second that someone sees me actually making that offer, they'll be able to jump to my page, whether it's on my Instagram where I post the short versions of these videos, or whether it's actually on this YouTube channel where I post the long form like the one you're watching right now. They're able to see everything that I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. They know that it's legitimate, and I've shown proof of everything that I say in these videos in a lot of the other big, more information piece things that I've actually built up. So now what that allows people to do is it sees like, okay, well, this guy's legit, he knows what he's doing. And then from that point on, the only question that they have is about believability, which then goes into the how, which is the unique mechanism that I want to talk about. Essentially, what is more important than the offer that you're making is how it actually happens. If you're guaranteeing someone $1 million and you're just going to do it by getting them a lottery ticket, well, they don't care because anyone can do that. You want to find a unique mechanism that is believable, and the best way for something to be believable is for it to be completely different from anything else that exists in the market right now. So the way that you actually come up with a unique mechanism is you think about the lifestyle benefits as a result of achieving your service. The greatest example where you can get the most tangible vision of this would be in the fitness industry. So let's say that you want to lose weight. Well, there's a million ways to lose weight. Are you going to be losing it with a keto diet? Are you going to be losing it with a vegetarian diet? Are you going to be training boxing? Are you going to be doing cardio? Are you going to be doing weightlifting? This is what's actually important when it comes to figuring out the how, because if you can find a how that resonates with someone's dream of what they actually want to do beyond the money, then it's going to be a mechanism that resonates. So one of the greatest examples of the actual way that I've done this is what I call that first principle scaling I was mentioning earlier. I believe that a founder should only have to work around 20 hours per week, and their business should operate in a flywheel, which means that working on their product and servicing their clients acts as their marketing, which means they only have to actually just spend all day talking to people in front of a camera, which is the most important thing that they can actually go forward and do. And that is the belief and the mechanism that I've created, because I realized that as I was a coach and I was running my own business, what I actually wanted after all the money was made and after I had my base level accommodations actually set up was just the freedom and the lifestyle to pursue and work on something bigger. And whether that's going to be an 8-figure play or a 9-figure play like a software or a bigger business, or whether it's just relaxing and enjoying life, it does not matter which of the two it is. Essentially, it is just the ability to not have to work so that you can go ahead and choose to work. And that is what the unique mechanism that I've actually positioned is. So if you're in a market like you're helping someone run businesses or you're helping someone with maybe fitness, you want to find a mechanism that actually aligns with their dream life after they have made money. And from that point on, what it actually gets down to is the meat and bones of the acquisition strategy, which is probably why you clicked on this video in the first place. In order to actually build up this acquisition strategy, majority of the clients that I signed on were completely through the referral basis or just my existing network. And essentially what I did is I took my Instagram and I said to myself, well, what is the best possible thing that I could do to reach out to all these people? How can I get into contact with them? How can I tell them the offer that I actually have? Well, the best thing that I could actually do would be to fly out to each of their houses, meet them for coffee or get them a dinner and tell them everything that I'm doing as a pitch. But I can't do that. It's not scalable. So I worked back step by step till I got to something that I could actually do at a mass scale, which was send out personalized voice messages to every single person that I either had a first degree contact with or that I could actually reach from actually reaching out to that initial person. So what I would do is I would say to someone, hey, I've got essentially this thing where I'm restarting my business up and I have this offer where I just genuinely want to make someone money for free. Once they've made money, they can pay me back a small percentage of the amount that I've actually made them in regard to the way the whole thing works. And then essentially I had, okay, well, does this apply to you or maybe someone that you know or could actually use this service? And obviously these people had seen the credentials that I had so far, which is a big part about actually seeing success. You have to have credentials. You have to be somewhat good and be the, I guess, desired outcome of where your people are actually trying to go to for this to actually work. But then from that point on, do you know somebody who could apply this or does it actually work for you yourself? And if your offer is good enough and you have the trust built up, you should be able to get a whole bunch of responses. And it's purely just about making the contacts, about being personalized, about being genuine. And then from that point on, let's say that completely flops, it doesn't work at all for you, then you would actually move into the field of outbound. And the best way to actually do outbound to coaches, it has nothing to do with the message you send. It doesn't matter what message you send. The example that I give is if Grant Cardone messaged a realtor just one single dot, they'd probably respond and start freaking out. So it obviously shows that there's something bigger than just the outreach message that you send. And for me to say that there's a magic outreach message that I've sent would just be a disservice and a lie to you. Essentially, it's the process of building up your online image, your brand. It doesn't mean you have to have like Rolex or anything fancy like that. I don't think I have anything fancy on any of my profiles, but it's the fact that I've shown so much information and things about me that someone can get to know me and see what I've actually done and whether it's something that they'd also like to do before they actually ever speak with me. So my message has a lot more merit behind it. It's like if you had a message from Elon Musk saying, hey, I want to make you $1 billion versus a message from just some random guy saying, I want to make you $1 billion, you're going to treat the two opportunities very differently just because of actually who it's coming from. So if you're doing outbound messages, I will tell you right now, the number one thing you can do is personalization. I've seen the best possible results on outbound messages just by giving someone a voice message where you ask a question about something that they have. You don't need to do a hook message or have a script that you can copy paste a million times. You only need to do like 100 messages a day, which takes anywhere from an hour to 2 hours. And if you're willing to work 4 hours in a day, that's gonna be the highest leverage thing for actually acquiring clients. So essentially, it is going to be that simple, and you just need to work on the actual process of building yourself up and your brand. Doesn't mean you have to post content or anything fancy and get views. You just have to establish yourself as someone who has that dream outcome that someone would want after actually having a result of achieving the money that they want to make. So after doing all that, obviously the content that you post and the things that you actually put up on your page are going to act as nurturing. So when I've sent these outbound messages, they're going to click to my page, they're going to watch videos like these, they're going to watch the short videos that I put out, and slowly but surely they're going to actually go forward and learn more and more about me. I have people in my network that when I made my initial call to actions didn't say anything to me, but now I just see them like stumbling into appointments on my calendar. And it's because I've actually diligently went through this entire process, and you can do the exact same thing. The two vehicles I recommend you doing it on are Instagram and YouTube. And if you just go all in and you do your 100 outbound messages a day, you post like 2 YouTube videos a week, and you just legitimately build yourself into an authority and have that insane tripwire offer and unique mechanism, you are going to see success. So I hope the value that you got from this video was worth the time that you spent. Yeah, I'm going to be heading back to Florida in the office, so you'll see some more high quality videos with some more in-depth information and whatnot set up soon. But yeah, I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one. So I'm about to show you the Instagram funnel that has allowed my coaching business to make over 100K a month, and I want to show you the entire process of actionably how to actually go out and do this for your own business. And it's not going to be creating ads or making any videos, anything like that. It's going to be stuff that with your own existing Instagram following, you can put in action to actually convert and make the most money possible out of your entire audience in less than probably an hour per day of effort. And if you didn't know me already, my name's Alex Newman. This is actually the 26th day of me completely restarting my business from scratch and documenting the entire process. So actually diving into how this works. We've got our Instagram profile over here, and it does not matter how many followers you have, whether you have 500 followers, 100 followers, or whether you have 5,000, 10,000, 100,000 watching this video, because within this, if you are well connected in the business world, or you're going to be doing things that make you well connected, such as meeting people, outreach, or anything that just generally goes to meeting new people for your company, you are going to be connecting with people on Instagram. So what is going to happen as a result of this are you going to have people that are potential buyers, right? People that are potential buyers. And I'm not saying that they might be the perfect fit, your ICP for your product, but however, if there was something that you could actually provide to these people of value, which you could probably spin up, they would actually be qualified and able to buy it. So given this, everyone is able to, if they're able to use Instagram well enough, somehow sign deals. And if you're a coach in particular, as you begin to actually work on your acquisition channels or just building a personal brand in general, you're going to get more people who are also like this. So whether this number stays at 100 people, whether it grows to crazy numbers of thousands of people, you can still use this and actually just put it through a machine like this, the money machine, and have it convert into cold hard revenue that you're collecting just as a result of actually meeting people and providing value, finding ways to solve problems. So going through Instagram as a platform, there's a few ways to actually utilize it, but we first need to understand that at the end of the day, it is a social platform made to connect people. That's what it does. It takes one person on one end of the world doing their own thing, connects them with another person doing the exact same other thing, and there are very different vehicles for doing this. Obviously, the most personal one and the most close contact is going to be DMs. And there's so many things in DMs that can make it even more personal. We can go even deeper on this, but we have DMs. Then we have things such as stories. So these are probably the second most personal. And within that, you've got things like close stories and normal stories and all these things that I'll also dive into. And then going on another layer, we've also got just your general posts. So the things that you are actually putting out to your audience that everyone is able to see. And with a combination of just the things that you see on the screen right now, you can take however many people you have on your Instagram, begin converting them to revenue so that when you start adding on more people, you'll be able to convert even more revenue on top of these people. So going into each individual one, the first one that I'd actually like to talk about is going to be the DMs that you have. So within DMs, there's a few actual vehicles of socializing with someone. You've got straight up text messages, so you can text them with your thumbs and it could just be the words on the screen. You've got voice messages, and then you've also got video messages. these are the primary forms of communication. There's also kind of like the third adaptation, which is going to be just like some form of resource. So whether that's a URL you're sharing them, or whether that's like an Instagram post that you're actually just linking into your DMs together. These are every single way that we can actually communicate with someone in DMs, and using these, we're able to actually make the money. The rule of thumb that I follow is the closer to a human conversation we can get, the better. The best absolute thing possible would be for us to arrange a meeting with them in person where we do all these things. But as a result of us not being able to do this, we have to pick the one which is the most scalable. So if we have a one-off chance just to make good first impression, the best of this is going to be video. So video is going to be the absolute best thing. And that's just like a handheld video where you grab your phone like this and you talk to it like that in order to actually get people through. And then the second one above that, which is probably the most scalable, doesn't matter where you are, as long as you have like one of the little Apple headphones or even just your normal mic, you can record a voice message. And a voice message you can send for as long as you want. I believe they removed the limit of it. And within this voice message, you can carry out what would be paragraphs for the conversation. And essentially whatever you'd actually book them in for a call for, you can just do immediately through the voice message. So as the video is probably the most powerful, it also takes the most time to do. Voice message is probably the most scalable, so it's probably going to be the one that we just use the most often. So I'm going to put 2 boxes around voice message and video here. If we have the ability to avoid texting people unless it's just like a quick message back, we want to do that, because even though it might be more efficient, and if there's someone that you're super well connected with, don't need to grow a closer relationship with, that's going to be fine. But if there's someone who you actually want to make a good impression and meet, it's just not going to be actually good for getting to know them and building a sense of just how they are like as a person, and them going to do the exact same thing for you. So given we're going to take the 2 actual modes of video and voice, you're going to actually avoid resources. It's not good to just send people off Instagram. Second you do it, it just misaligns and they don't want to watch entire VSL or an entire video you send them. If you want to link someone a reel that you think is good, that might be something in an off-case scenario, but outside of that, you want to stick to voice and video. So given DMs, that is the first thing that we got. The next thing that we have is story. So with story, there's been this big craze going around of actually like close friend stories, and then you've also got normal stories. So in doing these, I simply believe that the only goal of stories should be to update people on your life and make them like you more. It shouldn't necessarily be to convert buyers or to make crazy call to actions every single day. That can be done from time to time when you have something actually good that you want to give out to people. But that should be one-off. So CTAs should be something that happen very rarely. I would say at the most, probably like twice per month, maybe once per month is going to be just a good quantity for doing that. So I want to cross out CTAs because that's not the main way we use stories. The main way we use stories is to do a few things. Again, make people like us, but also learn information about the people that are watching our stories. So my favorite way to do this is going to be polls and just straight up value. So I essentially have a block that whenever I get on my phone for the day, I just rack up all the client problems I've been dealing with, all the problems that I've been dealing with, and just share my honest thoughts on value stories, and then also just anything cool that I managed to capture on my phone. And then outside of that, the big one, which is probably something you can actually take away from this, is going to be polls. So you can qualify someone with all the questions that you give them on a calendar form or ask them on a sales call just by doing polls and watching someone's responses over time. So for example, if you're running a content agency, a great example of what you might actually be able to do with someone is send out these questions. Well, do you have a personal brand? So personal brand question mark. Oh, do you make YouTube videos? Okay, do you make TikTok videos? And you continue tailoring this. When someone responds yes to this poll, not only are they growing and actually like kind of opting into what you have, you can now learn that about them and then move this directly into a DM conversation, which if you start with either a video or a voice message, you are able to actually build a connection to then actually go forward and get them onto a call, which is the final thing that I'm going to talk about right now when it comes to actually converting people and converting attention before you get into the post and actually bringing in new attention. So when we actually DM people, our goal is to actually just close in 2 voice messages. And I say close, I mean get them onto a further chat. Obviously, they're not going to pay you off 2 voice messages unless they've been following you for a very long time. So getting them to actually get to a call or just interact with us at a deeper level where we can actually communicate with them from 2 voice messages. And the way that we do this is very simple. We've got the first voice message, which basically consists of just sharing them every single question that we might ever ask. So it's just Q, 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 Q. And then the second thing that we actually do is we actually go forward and we provide value. And then it goes into a CTA. And I'll explain the way it kind of works. But essentially, we want to learn so much about them that we can respond back with a super long value message and somewhat cut ourselves off and go, okay, well, it obviously seems like this is something that probably might be worth a chat. I just don't want to keep spamming you with voice messages. When do you have time next week to actually hop on and chat? this assuming authority frame and actually assuming the appointment has been the number one strategy that not only I've used, but also all my clients actually use to currently book appointments. And this is something that's working in the market right now. And the way that you're able to do it is essentially every single question that you probably ask on polls, you're going to immediately hit them with right now. So for example, how long have you been running a business? How old are you? What kind of skills do you have? What kind of service do you do for your clients? Who are your clients? Ask them every single question. The second value is just dependent on you being an authority. You want to share as much value as you possibly can to them. From that point on, CTA to actually get them onto a call. And if you're able to do that with every single person that opts into a poll that you put on your story, and then outside of that, go out of your way to actually connect and meet people in this exact same way through the vertical of that voice and video message, you are probably able to find a ridiculous amount of revenue in your own Instagram following right now. And the final point, which I was speaking about, was going to be the posts. Now, this doesn't always have to be directly on Instagram. There are guys who never post things on Instagram and still get loads of new followers because they have traffic from other sources. But essentially, with new people coming in, you want to do this exact same thing. So every single new follower that you have should be getting a message. Every single new like that you have, any single new comment should be getting a message. And the most important, once again, is going to be the new story views. Because a lot of people that stumble on your profile but don't actually follow you, don't actually like anything, are going to view your story if you have one up on a daily basis. So as a result, you're able to catch people who are kind of on the fence about interacting with you, make the first step and get them into conversation. If you do this, sit down for an hour a day or even walk around. I walk around while I do it. I walk around the pool while I send out voice messages. I'm able to generate tons of appointments every single week doing this. And as a result of that, get all the revenue that you're seeing me make from this business and documenting my entire business and journey, documenting from scratch. So I hope the value that you got from this video, the time that you spent, and I will see you tomorrow. So building a personal brand is difficult, and I'm somebody who, for a living, takes people that have brands such as creators and monetizes it, just like I did at the previous business where I was the shadow operative man, but we managed to scale to $2 million a year. And now I've stepped into the limelight, and my name's Alex Newman. I'm actually documenting the process of me restarting from scratch. And essentially, I'm going through a lot of what I consider the false complexity and all the problems that make building a personal brand difficult. And I just want to share with you how I'm actually navigating them and what it actually means to overcome them. So if you are a creator or anyone that's just trying to start your personal brand, you can do the same if you're running into just like these endless problems where you feel like no one's watching your videos, and no matter what you try or what extent you actually execute it to, it doesn't work, because the actual answer lies a lot deeper than that, and it has nothing to do with the strategies or tactics you do, and more so about the fundamental positioning of how you actually appear in the market in the first place. So to actually first start off and get a basis of what we're going to talk about, I consider a personal brand's success not by the views that you get or not by the subscribers that you get. And a lot of people are going to say this and they're going to say they agree to it, but what ends up happening on the back end is that when they don't have a video that does well, like it doesn't get views, they immediately get demotivated because they feel as though people are not watching them, people not like the content that they're actually going ahead and producing. And immediately you want to like cut this out of your brain. The goal of a personal brand, in my opinion, and if you want to be an influencer, you can go and watch another video, is to generate revenue for whatever you are doing, whether that be a B2B offer, like you're teaching people how to make money online, or whether it's an offer like you're teaching people how to get in shape. There are so many wide niches that you can do. But the goal at the end of the day is to make money online. So as a result of that, you shouldn't be optimizing for purely the views and subscribers you get. You should be optimizing for how can I move someone from cold attention, they don't know who I am, they don't know I exist, to actually being a paid customer, which exists and actually happens over here. And you don't want to quantify your success by any other metric. That's the most important thing. So the YouTube Studio dashboard is nothing more than a guide, and whether it says a 1 out of 10 does not matter. And to actually prove this point, at the previous business I ran, we had a software called Hyros set up. And essentially what Hyros does is, beyond the platforms like YouTube or like Instagram, it actually tracks what video performs well when it actually connected to a long-term timeline, like 6 months, 12 months, so you can see which videos are generating you the most revenue. And something that we found is that almost every video that we published that would be some boring form of case study or client interview would show up on the YouTube dashboard as an 8 out of 10. Everything's like the little gray down arrow of doom. And yet, if you actually track on the back end with Hyros, these videos were not just converting 1 time better or 2 times better, but they were converting on a rough average like 5 times better and making us way, way, way more money. So you have to understand that what you necessarily see on the YouTube dashboard or the Instagram dashboard, that is not what you're optimizing for. What you're optimizing for is money in your bank account. And the quickest way, if we actually subtract that out to what we're looking for, is either leads or calls booked. I prefer just to go straight to calls booked, keep it simple, but that's another conversation for another day with funnels. The reason why building a brand is so hard is because we get caught up in what I consider false complexity. Essentially, I believe that complex problem only ever is going to have a simple solution. Like a complex problem, you want to solve all the YouTube, you have the click-through rate, you've got the thumbnail, you've got all these moving variables, moving parts, is always going to be solved by just a simple solution. And if you ever try and come up with a complex solution for it, it's never going to work. Never come up with this complex solution of getting a video editing agency or getting your thumbnails dialed in or hiring this YouTube consultant, because essentially none of that matters. And when you actually look at the personal brands that see success that might have all these things, they were seeing success and they added on these things as fuel to the fire, but it's not the actual reason why their channels get views in the first place. And it all comes down to who you are as a positioning, which is the concept of this video. So when you think of yourself as a personal brand, it's almost like you automatically put yourself at an authority standpoint to a certain extent. People are watching you and they're putting the experiences and what you're showing on a pedestal and comparing it to what they see in their own lives. And the second that this happens, you need to realize that your job should be to actually play a role in a character to a certain extent that people want to see. And it doesn't mean that this character needs to be not authentic, but it needs to be who you fundamentally are in alignment with what you want to do. So if you want to sell a product, because our goal again is to make money, it's not going to actually benefit us if we do not come across as someone who is an authority in this given field. So one of the greatest examples of this is you could have the best video editing agency in the world, you could have the best thumbnails, titles, and everything like that. But if you're trying to sell people on a trading course and you never show someone a chart, you're probably not going to make a lot of money. And the same way goes that if you try and sell someone a trading course and you look like you yourself are not a trader and you don't use trading terms and you just physically don't appear like you are in the same relatable, resonatable life experiences as these people, it is not going to work. And this is the biggest thing that I found. I've spent, if you go on my channel, you can see it. I spent so many years going through and recording videos in all these different settings and trying to do all the little hacks that you can see. And I'll be honest, it like really didn't work out that well for a lot of the products when it came to me actually being a traffic source. For the business, it was still doing fine because my partner has a great actual YouTube presence and whatnot. But for myself, it didn't actually work that well. And essentially, the goal of what my channel actually is going to be doing in the future is just doubling down on this, presenting myself as authentically what I am, which is a guy who was the operator at the back end of a business. And I'm going forward and I'm just restarting and sharing the entire process as my scrappy marketing, these crappy videos where I keep stuttering over my words over and over and over again. And that's who I am. That is what I do. So essentially, if you've got a personal brand right now, the success is going to lie not in any of the external things, but about the character that you actually are. And if people want to learn from that, if you're teaching someone how to get in shape, the best thing that you could do yourself is to display that you are the person that's watching's goal. They want to be in shape like you. You want to be rich like this guy. And if you can do that, almost everything else in your content, your equation falls into line because you can just talk about the genuine things that you want to talk about because you are the person that these people want to listen to. When you look at the number one authorities and how actually people became famous before the internet, it wasn't by optimizing the click-through rate or doing any of these things. It was the fact that these people were so good at a given thing that people wanted to be like them in that thing, and as a result, listen to every single word they said as a result of it. That's why celebrities can go over now, produce YouTube videos, and just absolutely crush it because people already want to be like them. The reason why Michael Jordan is a celebrity and he could do whatever he wanted, or you see these guys that were playing sports and then go over to actually just being a star celebrity, is because they were already the person that people wanted to be and emulate. And I'm telling you right now that if you can do the exact same thing for the ideal viewer of your content, the same way that I'm somewhat trying to, of just a genuine, honest guy restarting his business, showing what happened, then you are able to actually position yourself in a way that's going to allow your content to see success. So overall, that's a message for the day. That's why building a personal brand is hard. And that is kind of my solution to actually overcome it. Big update on the business is I actually got another client on board a bit earlier today. He's going to be going through the exact same personal branding setup. And Essentially, if you're wondering what I do, I essentially partner with creators to do the exact same thing that I did at my previous business. And the offer that I have and what I believe in is always making people more money than they pay me in return. So at any point, if you are actually interested in working with me, you can get onboarded completely for free. Just schedule your call down below and we'll chat about whether it's a good fit or not. But yeah, I hope that the time that you got from this video was worth the energy that you spent on it, or worth the value that you got from this video, was the time you spent. And I will see you in the next one. So by the end of this video, you're going to have 3 different strategies depending on the phase you're at in your business to generate thousands of leads within minutes. And the reason why I can say this is for the last 2.5 years, I actually scaled my own coaching business to $2 million a year. Today's actually the 28th day of me restarting and partnering with creators, 9 of which I'm going to show you how we actually implement these strategies and the kind of results they're getting in today's market. So without further ado, let's dive in. So right before I show you the proof, we're going to be covering a tier list, qualification matrix, and then strategies A, B, and C within this video. So first and foremost, at my own coaching business, this was the YouTube channel of my partner Dylan. And over the course of the last 2.5 years, we managed to hit our first 100K organic month within December of 2023. And from that point on, scaled that up to around 250K at our highest month running the business. Then to show you strategy A, which is actually being used by one of my clients, Aleem, he was able to go from actually doing affiliate deals with people and actual creators for dropshipping to actually signing on his first mentorship client. And we're going to keep scaling that up, keep seeing success with that. Then we've got Tamir, who's actually using strategy B. You can see here he closed a 12.5K deal. And just in the last week alone, his YouTube video stats have been massively improving. He's generating lots of leads alongside paid ads and organic, which is a sneak peek at strategy B. Hamza is actually me hanging out with him here, is averaging around 9 school joins per day and is signing on lots of coaching deals alongside actually Tamir using the exact same strategy. And then going over to strategy number C, which is a strategy that myself and Dylan use. We've got Kanan, who has a packed calendar and is scaling, just consistently booking appointments, signing on more clients. Then we've got strategy C, which is Tristan, who is actually just getting crazy amount of DMs, signing on, I believe, 6K deals, you can see right here, and just overall crushing it. And this is all within the last 28 days, honestly, for a lot of them around the last week or 2 weeks from when they actually got started. So this is all possible, first off, because of this tier list, which essentially, this is my breakdown of every single traffic source that you can use and which one ranks the best. So essentially, organic long form has the most potential. The reason for this is because it can scale exponentially. So unlike paid ads, to actually differentiate between these 2 traffic platforms right here to show you what I mean, paid ads will only ever scale linearly. So if you want to make more money, you have to spend more money. So your spend is always going to be equal to the actual yield that you get. Whereas with YouTube organic, what happens is you might put in 10 hours into a video and it might get 100 views, or you can put 10 hours into a video and it can curve up exponentially and get you 100,000 views. So it's an exponential vehicle here. And then the second thing that goes very well with YouTube organic long form is going to be retargeting inbound Instagram. So when someone actually comes into your Instagram ecosystem, contacting them and booking them in, it's a kind of way of taking the attention that you have and converting it into money, which has been the most effective for myself and all the clients that I actually work with. So going into the B tier, the 2 things we have here are paid ads. The only reason why paid ads is an S tier, even though many people use it to scale to millions and millions and millions, is simply because it doesn't have that exponential potential that these 2 actual volumes here right have. And then short form content, the only reason why this is in the A tier, as you can see, is just because it does not actually have the ability to go forward and nurture people to the same extent that YouTube long form has. And if you're going to put a lot of attention into one of the 2, it would be better to actually put it into long form, as that will yield you more money in the long run. Then diving into the B tier, the big one here is just going to be cold DMs. Cold DMs are actually not as ineffective as people think. One of the clients and one of the strategies that I actually break down is heavily leveraging cold DMs and absolutely crushing it. What's good about cold DMs is it has an absolute 0 cost to send out. So you're able to run on very high margins. I actually have a client who's doing around 50 to 60K a month. I haven't included them on this video. However, they are mainly using cold DMs as their acquisition source. And then finally, E, which is group engagement. The reason I don't like group engagement is because it's not consistently repeatable, such as cold DMs, and it also doesn't have that exponential potential. So it's not worth you putting your time in, and it would be better you trying to crack one of these platforms here, especially as someone selling something online. So now that we've covered that tier list, it is time to actually go into the qualification matrix. So what this is essentially going to do is let you know where you should actually strategy you should use and what actually would work best for you. So first question is, do you have an existing personal brand? If the answer to that question is no, then strategy A is going to be the best for you, and I'll show you what that is in actually a second here. If yes, and you have actually cash flow to invest into ads, then strategy B is going to be the best thing for you. And if the answer is no, then you actually don't have existing momentum. You're going to go all the way up to strategy A, as you can see right here. And if you do have existing organic momentum, which essentially means that you've got 500 followers on YouTube, you've got just some videos out, you have initial traction, then strategy C is going to be the best thing for you. Again, strategy C is the one that I personally use and I personally believe has the most potential, what I'm doing right now. So again, you actually want to optimize for strategy C because it has the highest margins. So going on to how these strategies are going to work. Strategy A is obviously going to be the most beginner suited, and it gets more advanced the further you go on depending on what your needs are. So essentially, the way that strategy A works is we want to position our YouTube content as nurturing. So we don't actually have many followers. People don't really know who we are. So essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to create one big sales asset. So SA is going to stand for sales asset, as you can see right here. And our goal is going to be to manually drive as much traffic as possible to this sales asset. So our way of doing that are going to be cold DMs. So we got cold DMs of driving traffic to it. Then we also have short form content. And what the short form content does is it makes our cold DMs more effective because it makes our profile appear more legitimate and also brings an attention that we're going to go directly into our sales asset, which is going to go to our calendar, as you can see right here. This is an extremely effective strategy for getting to your first 10K month, first 20K month. It will require a lot of legwork and input though. So if you're someone who has limited time, this might not be the best strategy for you because it's going to require at least 4 hours per day to do these repeat functions every single day. Essentially, the way it works then is you're going to be doing 100 cold outbound per day, as you can see here, and you're going to be sending it to your actual 30 per day of short form organic. And then that's going to be getting sent into that process video, which is going to explain what you do and then have people go through to book a call. This is the most manual way of seeing success. Instead of running something like paid ads or organic content where you have the ability for the video to go viral and explode exponentially, essentially what you're doing is you're creating an asset and you're pretty much going out to people and saying, hey, look at me, I've got this thing. So imagine if you were running paid ads, but instead of actually just running the ads on Facebook, you're going to every single person individually. And that's essentially what your cold DM is. And you actually want to run this. And the way that you're going to go about doing these cold DMs is you're going to go to these people and you're going to say to them, hey, I just want to connect with you, et cetera, et cetera. And you're going to have a free Tripwire offer. That free Tripwire offer is going to allow you to onboard a lot of clients, such as myself. You saw my first few videos. When I started my business, this is exactly what I did. I created a short form and Tripwire offer where I could go forward with people and sign their first client completely for free. And that allowed me to sign on my first 4 clients in 48 hours using this exact strategy right here. So if you're looking to get started, this is probably the easiest way to get momentum built up and just start going on a roll. Then from that point on, once you've rolled this out, this should be able to get you the legwork to get to that first 5K, 10K month. Then you're going to be going into strategy number B. Strategy number B is the one that actually requires you to reinvest your money. So this depends on personality between strategy B and strategy C. Honestly, either of them can work. Strategy B is more predominantly based on running your advertisements as a way of getting attention. So instead of focusing into just scaling up your organic long form, which is a bit of a grind and takes time, you're essentially opting to spend on ads and immediately just get returns. And then once again, direct people to your inbound conversion attention and then also your sales letter, which I'll cover in this section about messaging people. So when you do that, the actual recommended spend that all my clients use is between $20 to $75 a day. The guy that's getting those 10 leads a day going into his school, I believe, is spending around 30 to 40 bucks per day. And then in combination with that, you're going to be running one Instagram short form. What this does, this is a two-pronged approach because when you put out short form, one of two things can happen. The first thing is that the short form content can actually turn into an ad, which you're just going to boost. So if you have a video that performs super well in short form content, you can boost it as an ad and it's like it can continue to perform super well. And then two is what it does, it allows you to actually capture your attention. So when people see your profile, they are going to be able to interact with it. And as a result, you're going to know that you can message them and reach out to them if they have interest in your product some way, shape, or form. And then third and finally, the one that I actually forgot to say is authority. Generally, your profile is going to look better. You're going to want to be verified on Instagram, have a decent profile headshot, when you know what I mean, and just appear as someone who knows what they are doing. And if you've got this entire grid set up, even if I show you my Instagram right here, which is by no means professionally designed or looks great, but my Instagram alone has been able to convert me lots of clients. And as you can see, I've just got a super simple profile photo, super simple bio, and I just have the videos where I document the process of me scaling my business every single day. This has allowed me to run this machine completely fine when I had ads turned on, and then even better when I actually use strategy number C, which I'm going to show you in a second. So From that point on, once we've captured the Instagram attention, this is where a lot of people lose out on a ridiculous amount of their lead flow. And if you're posting short form content, you should have more than enough leads to book 1 to 2 calls per day. Absolutely knock out of the park, easy. So everyone that likes a reel of yours gets messaged. Everyone that follows you gets messaged, and everyone that views your story gets messaged. Now, if you are a B2B coach, this could be a little bit different because you're going to have higher qualification. You might not want to onboard every single person that likes a reel of yours or that follows a reel of yours. And you don't need to actually go forward and do that if you're selling a high ticket B2B offer. However, what I do recommend if you're actually in the process of starting up and building momentum is that you message every single person for a mentorship sake offer. So you're always going to have people that might not fall into your target ICP that you will still be able to help. A great example of this is actually one of my clients. He was an amazing sales rep. And as a result of being an amazing sales rep, he has lots of other sales reps that message him saying, hey, I want to work with you. So essentially, he's got his main operation where he works with coaches and consultants. And he's also got a side operation where he works with sales reps. So when people are interested in becoming a sales rep or learning from him how to do sales, what he does is he converts these people into attention on sales training. Here where he works with them, has an entire program built out, mentorship. And he also converts people on this coaching and consulting offer. And what this has allowed him to do is to capture all the attention while his audience is in this period of transition. And if you sell any form of B2B coaching offer, this is going to be the number one way to get cash in the door without having to wait for ridiculous and just crazy amounts of time for your ads to get better or your content targeting to get better, because you're going to be able to offset all your costs and still bring in revenue with the existing audience that you have on a somewhat B2C offer, which means that even if someone doesn't have a profile picture, even if someone's profile appears like they doesn't know what they're doing, they still get a message, you still open up the conversation, and this is going to create the door for so many leads if you just consistently do this every single day. I recommend you do it first thing in the morning. I have a lot of coaches and consultants. I know it's tough to actually go through and do this, carve out time in your day. Do it first thing in the morning and your Instagram inbox will be on fire. From that point on, we're going to use the question value close framework. And this is essentially a way of fast tracking a conversation. Typically, DM conversations are like a game of tennis. So it's like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And if you exponentially scale this with every single person that responds to you, there's too many variables to control and it just does not work. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to separate and actually just dial in these messages to a few things as possible. What that looks like when we do it is the first message, we're going to ask them questions about their business. Our goal is to tell them essentially, I want to learn everything about your business. I want to learn about everything that you're doing. Tell me your name, your age, your experience, the business that you're running, how it works, who you're servicing, what your goals are, how you plan to get there, and essentially just hit them with as many questions as possible. And one single voice message is all condensed into one 30 to 40 second voice message. From that point on, that is the first 10 hits of the tennis game that would usually happen down here. They're going to respond back with their own big message. They're going to respond with all the questions and answers, likely in format of voice message if they're reciprocating, which most people do when you message them with a voice message. And from that point on, once you've gotten this, they're going to know a lot about you and you're going to know a lot about them as well. And you can go into the actual second part, which is going to be value. So essentially, given the situation that they actually provide to you and given ways that you can help them, you want to give them back a huge bunch of messages about how you can help them. And almost as you are saying this to them, you want to cut yourself off at this period here. And you want to say, you know what? I don't want to send you a 5 to 10 minute voice message or just anything more crazy. It would make sense if we hop on a call so I can explain more about this to you. And this is the final part of the close framework. As you can see right here, we're actually going to go through and convert them. And using that alone and messaging every single follower along with the short form and paid ads practically guarantees that we're going to have thousands of actual leads come in and messages open in our inbox. I can literally guarantee you that if you do this for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, months at a time, after doing follow-up, you will literally wake up to hundreds of actual messages in your Instagram inbox, and it will be absolutely ridiculous. So now going forward, you're going to move these people to your booking calendar and then you're going to close them. And that is the second strategy that you can actually go forward and use. Now, going into strategy C, which I believe is the one with the most exponential scale and most exponential potential actually as a vehicle, it's going to be pretty simple. We're going to be doing short form organic. So we're having Instagram Reels go out every single day so we can capture attention and we can use this exact same strategy over here, which is highly effective. We're going to have that happen. And then we're also going to have 3x weekly long form. So as you can see, the difference here is that instead of running the paid ads, essentially we are cutting this out. And instead we are swapping that in with the ability to plan long form, doing a lot more exponential and creative work. So instead of being mechanical ad work, we're going to be creating value videos for our audience so that we can build attention and build a brand on a more long-term time horizon. And from that point on, we're going to be doing the IG attention capture into this exact same sequence into the closing calendar right here. And depending on the actual sophistication and the amount of bandwidth that you have to do work, you can even add on the paid ads here. And even if that's not working, I would suggest you would cut one of these. So if you can't do the paid ads and you want to ramp up your leads even more because your YouTube content's not working immediately, I would suggest then you actually go to the cold DMs. And again, the cold DMs are something that a lot of people just have a ridiculous amount of friction to. And the reason why they do is because A, they can be lazy sometimes, which is completely fine. But then B, is that they also do cold DMs in a way that makes them feel guilty about saying what their offers and pitching to people because they feel like they're interrupting. They feel like they're being a nuisance. So if you don't want to do that, the strategy that I recommend you actually follow is you go about your cold DMs as if you were simply connecting with someone and you make an offer so good that you actually feel obliged to tell people because it's free and it actually meets the demands of the consumer, which is to have no risk upfront initially. And if you can do that in combination with all these things, this is a strategy that I'm currently running. As you can see, I've got about 9 people on board in my Slack that I'm working with, and it's the 28th day of me doing this. Cash collected anywhere between, I believe, around 5,000-ish so far. And this strategy has been working extremely well for me. So combining any of these 3 strategies or even just doing one individually is going to be all that you need to get a ridiculous amount of leads. And I hope that the actual time and attention that you spent on this video is worth the value that you got. And yeah, go ahead and get some leads and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, so today is day number 29 of me restarting and scaling my business to 100K a month. And I want to give kind of a review of everything that I'm doing today and then also a big recap of everything I've done this month because I want to show you guys a lot more in the weeds of what I've actually been doing. So jump on my computer and I'll show you what that looks like. All right, so now we're over on the computer and as you can see, this is my second time recording this because the first one, the audio sucked, but to show you what has been going on. So today is the 8th of January. Pretty solid day today. First things first is I had a call with a client here, Javon. We got him kind of ramped up. All that he needed to do was just essentially just ramp up his lead flow, which he already knew how to do. So that was a pretty simple call. Then I actually had a call with a potential client here. We're actually getting him on board for free just because it doesn't make sense for him to actually move on to a paid plan. There's not much that my business can actually do for him until he's ramped up his stuff. So that's good to go. This whole week. So looking forward, I've got 4 client calls and also just a connection call with Dylan, my previous business partner on that Friday there. And my goal is actually to get some of these guys onto a paid plan because they're doing super, super well for themselves. And I want to get more integrated with their business. And yesterday was my big client call day. So I went through all these guys and just checked in, made sure that they were doing good, made sure they were actually seeing success. And yeah, it was a pretty solid day yesterday. And on Monday, we actually got on board Lorhan, who's in the same situation as this guy, Abdullah, going into last week. So this was kind of the holiday week for me. I flew back to Canada on the 27th and I got back here a few days ago and I've been a little bit sick. So really need to get in the routine of things. But essentially, I was able to sign on, I believe, about 2 clients. And essentially, that has been a super big perspective shift for me because my close rate for this entire time has been anywhere between, I believe it's around 80%. And the people that I haven't onboarded have been people that I just don't believe are qualified for the offer that I actually have. And this has been just doing calls on WhatsApp, not even hopping on Zoom, anything like that. And it's predominantly because the offer that I have, as you can see, I was previously explaining, is completely for free. Essentially, what I do is I onboard people's first client for free. Once they've signed it, then we actually talk about a payment, what a partnership would look like. So a lot of people are willing to take me up on that offer if they believe what I'm saying is true and if they believe that I can actually be able to help them. So it's been super good in that regard. What I actually need to do in order to scale the business is a big, big talk of the day. So if I go over to my Slack here, you can see that we've been getting some pretty big wins like Tristan here. As you can see, he's been doing super, super good to go. Javon here been getting big wins. And then a lot of the guys have just been either have packed calendar or they're closing big deals. Like I think the biggest deal so far has been Tristan. I believe he's closed around 17,000 this week. And he has like these little Twitter videos that he makes. And every single time he makes one, it is worth about $1,200 to his revenue statistically, which has been absolutely insane that I've just been able to be part of that strategy. So now essentially what I need to do is I've got all the information for my product right now in my brain. And what that causes is it means that every single time that I want to get someone on board, instead of having the journey kind of shortcutted by the product that already covers a big part of the journey for them to get from where they are to the monetary goal that they actually want, which might be, let's say, for example, like 100K a month, as you can see here. What essentially I need a product for is every single time now I have to custom take someone the entire length of the journey. Whereas when I have a product, I can templatize, let's say, for example, 60% of the customer journey, make it happen a lot faster. So when we're personalized, we can just move to the actual goal that we're trying to get to, and then even past that to bigger goals and get better client results. So that's a big focus of the week. And I'm determining whether to do this on Google Docs or Notion still. But I essentially need to build out a huge just compilation of all the SOPs knowledge that's in my head for my previous business into an actual product that I'm formally giving out to people outside of just working with them on custom plans one-to-one on this kind of free tripwire offer that I'm doing right now. And that's going to be a very big objective of this week, especially on the product and the weeds end. Now, going into acquisition, I would like to show you guys the YouTube channel and what's going on here. First things first is that I make sure that I respond to all the community comments, as you can see here, including haters. Even if you hate me or even if you're doing a bot Forex comment, I will still respond to you. And essentially, the big flux that I have been having is for the last, I would say, probably week and a half, I've been making these videos where I'll talk about something conceptually. So I would just grab the camera, and if you're watching this, you've probably seen them, where I'll say like, hey, there's something I learned. Here's how I learned it. Here's you can apply it. And those are great. I like making those videos. I believe they're important. But I also just want to document what I'm actually doing inside of this business because I believe that is infinitely more valuable. So while I was in Canada and I didn't have internet to actually make videos like this and actually put these together back home, it's fine. But now I want to get back into actually documenting every single day what's going on in the business. So you're not going to be seeing videos like this anymore. I made one yesterday as I was kind of just like crawling through the day that absolutely started terrible. It had like a 0.7 click-through rate. Thought the world was ending, that my channel's dead. But as you can see here, it kind of brought itself back and it's been doing super well. So I'm hoping to see that this video does well. And essentially, I just want to get more into the personalized documentary style. You just kind of just like being a business partner of mine, being someone over my shoulder, watching what I'm actually doing inside the business on a day-to-day basis. So that's the kind of overview of the YouTube channel. If I go to my eligibility on YouTube monetization, I'm still not quite there yet, but that's kind of the update on the YouTube end. Acquisition end. So as you can see here, I have not been filling out my data, which is something that there are no excuses for and I need to be doing because I tell everyone to do it. So I need to make sure I do it myself. And I actually set up a Google Analytics tracking on the calendar that I have, which I'm going to be changing up a bit, but essentially it's very simple. Like this is the offer that I have. I know I explained it earlier already, but you book the time, we'll sign your first client for free, then we decide whether to continue and you can just book it. And there's no time, you'll just speak with me. There's no setters, no calls, just tell me what you want and we'll get it done. And that's essentially the offer that I'm running. I want to keep it as simple and bare bones as possible so that someone who actually needs my help can go through and book. And essentially, outside of that, the biggest actual thing that I need to do actionable wise for this week is going to be, first off, I need to do my catch up. The catch up is going to be very, very important. I need to first off heal myself physically. I need to recover from whatever I've been dealing with, and I need to get in the gym because probably for the last 12 months, I have not been as physically active as I've wanted to be. I ran a marathon, I believe, about a year ago, and then I was doing boxing before that. I was like super athletic. I was in really good shape, and I just haven't been doing anything for the last year, really. So I need to catch up, get back into the groove, both physically and then also mentally. And then from that point on, catch up in the business. That means stuff like making sure all my stuff is in line, not operating and living like I've got these million tabs open because I hate this. It's like even like all these things on my dock, I just hate having it exist. I like to be super simplistic in the way that I kind of operate. So catch up, I'm going to be doing that today. Then from that point on, the next phase is actually going to be acquisition. So I want to ramp up. I've been getting a lot of people that follow me on Instagram, message me on Instagram. I need to get back to everyone. It's been something I've been not very good about. Get back to everyone, start to acquire them, start to actually market my offer, start to market these wins that I'm getting. I can do that, acquire clients, and then from that point on, the next thing I want to work on is the product. So I want to get, as I mentioned, all the info out of my brain into actual documents, SOPs, templates that I can give to people, get better results. And then from that point on, it is going to be about charging. So after I've done this and got a pretty decent thing ramped up, I actually believe I want to keep the initial free offer that I have right now because it's been working super, super well. And I know if I find a way to upsell people on, it's going to absolutely print money. But I want to also get really good about setting expectations about the way it works so that I don't just end up working someone, making them money. And then from that point on, they just like, all right, well, I don't want to do it because ultimately, again, it's something that I need to have more control over, and especially just on the accountability end, both for myself and the client, making sure I'm working with them more closely and not in this kind of consultative way that it's kind of fizzled out to sometimes that I don't like. So if I can do all those things, it's going to be super, super good. Let's take a look at the war map and see what we have going on. I actually haven't looked at this or planned it, so it's going to be a surprise to both myself and you. So what we need to do, actually ways of doing that. So create canvases. I actually did this, so this is good to go. And essentially, I'm just going to be pulling and taking everything that I just showed you into this war map, updating it, and then taking some action. It's about 3:19, so I'm going to get this video live, and then probably take a break, read a little bit of the book I've been actually going into, which is Reality Transfer, from about 500 pages in. Somehow, I actually brutally destroyed the book in the process too, which kind of sucks. I'll probably have to reorder it. And yeah, it's been a pretty solid day. I'm looking forward to finishing it out. Probably gonna clock in for the night shift. I love doing that. And yeah, I will see you boys tomorrow because I have no meetings. So it's gonna be a long day. It's not my calendar. It's gonna be a long day of just pure working on the things that matter in the business. And this is actually the right calendar to show you. But yeah, that's about it. Okay, so today's day number 30, completely restarting and scaling my business from scratch. And today is going to be a big day. We've got no meetings on the calendar, so I want to show you all the work that I'm doing, some massive client wins that have come in, and how I'm actually planning to ramp up client acquisition later on in the month of January. Okay, so to show you what we actually have planned for the day. So first things first is I've done a data backtrack, and I've also gone on to the Slack over here and updated all the clients that I currently have on board. So that's super good to go. Then from that point on, I've done the daily reel and short that's been uploaded to both my channels. That was super simple, just did a little bit of a different format today. Now I'm actually doing the daily vlog, which is gonna go live after this. And then after that, what I actually have planned for the day. So to show you my calendar so far, again, I woke up and I read this book for probably most of the morning as I'm still kind of recovering from whatever I actually came down with. But outside of that, I updated all the data, clients, daily reel short as mentioned. Now I'm doing the vlog. Then I'm going into creating the canvases. Essentially what that is as I mentioned yesterday, working on the product. In any given channel, what you essentially can do is if you click into, for example, the wins channel here, which before I do that, we've got some big wins coming on. So first things first is this guy managed to book 4 calls from 8 views, which is absolutely nuts. And then Tamir over here closed a 12.5K deal. Another one, by the way. So that's a super solid here, and it's a split pay. So what a canvas actually is on this little section of your Slack here, you can click canvas and then you can write in this whatever you want. And essentially what I'm going to be doing this for is you can see with each of my clients, I have their actual Slack channels that I have created for them. I'm going to be creating a canvas with their entire roadmap, personal custom plan, details, etc., as my way of kind of running my service delivery. So I don't have to use any external softwares, and I can just link things like Google Doc and whatnot in there. So essentially that is going to be what creating the canvases looks like. Creating the template for them is probably only going to take me around an hour or so to do. Filling them out and getting them actual detailed with the client's custom information and plan might take a little bit longer. From that point on, then what I want to do is actually jump over to Monday, which is the CRM that I'm using, and essentially build something out to do the following functions. First things first, I wanted to keep track of all my clients. So I want all my clients in there, and I want to separate the free clients from the paid clients. So free from the paid clients and all the info regarding the actual upsell continuation that they're doing. I want to get that good. Again, I'm running a Tripwire offer where I essentially onboard people for free. The next thing that I want to do is I want to get all of the sales pipeline. So people that I've booked calls with, and for whatever reason they didn't move forward, maybe it was people that I've spoken with in the past, etc. I want all those people in one place just so I can overview it, continue to follow up with them, message them, make sure they are doing well. And then finally, what I also want to do is configure a database reactivation so I can run that off my Instagram. And that's going to be super sick. I want to build all that out today. And then finally, if I actually head over to my YouTube channel, as you can see here, I actually did a little bit of a different format yesterday, and you'll probably actually click on this video and see it today using this more formalized thumbnail style. And essentially what I want to do is I want to go through all the days of 30 that I've actually been doing. I've uploaded consistently for 30 days now, and essentially just pull and switch all the titles and thumbnails to this format right here, which is going to be a lot of work, but it's going to be kind of like VA boring work to a certain extent, but only I can do it, unfortunately, and make sure that the entire series is formal and something that people could follow and get really invested into. So that's going to be a very big thing that I'm happy to be rolling out today. And if I can get all of that done, essentially what I want to do going forward in my actual plan for this week is first off, I want to optimize my Instagram. So on my Instagram right now, essentially I have this issue where it just looks like a random page and doesn't actually show what I do, how I do it, and how it works. So I essentially want to get all that figured out. Then I want to run a database reactivation so I can get my upsell process a lot more down. The biggest bottleneck in the business right now is pretty much just the upsell. So essentially, I'm really able to get people on to this free lead magnet offer like very, very easily. I believe I have a 100% close rate. My acceptance rate is not 100% just because some people aren't qualified. And essentially, now what I need to do is I need to figure out how to get them into paid, and I need to have data around how many people I'm actually getting pulled over into the paid on a weekly basis. Because as soon as I figure this out, as soon as I scale, I'll be able to sign on 2 clients, 3 clients per day, which is absolutely nuts without even running ads or doing anything like that, just given the existing systems that I have so far in place. So that's going to be something very big for me to figure out that I actually want to get dialed in. A big part of that and what it actually comes down to, and kind of the way that you actually do a product generally in the first place, is you want to focus on everything and every little milestone that someone needs to hit. So in my situation, that comes down to mostly the onboarding process. And then after the onboarding process, the initial ramp up process. Because if someone hasn't got some success, got their first client on board within the onboarding and the initial ramp up process, there's not that much I can do because it shows that there's some more of a problem with their offer or internal processes. And it's going to take a long winded solution to actually solve. So I'm not going to focus on that since it's not high leverage. What I actually need to do is in the onboarding, I want to go ahead and first off set expectation. That's something that I need to do a really good job of. That with, hey, you get on board with me, you sign your first client, and from that point on, you move on to the paid plan. I need to do a better job of setting the expectation. The other thing I need to do is I need to set a better job of actually tracking and making sure that everyone that comes in, I know where they're at, I know what's going on with them. So I have a bird's eye view of all the people that I have on right now. Because I believe I have on 10 people on this offer right now, and a few of them are actually paid. But of the guys that aren't paid so far, it's very difficult to have a bird's eye view of everything that they have going on, all in their businesses, all at once. Then from that point on, if I can get those 2 things done, the ramp up period is where the results come in. Essentially, what I want to do is you want to write out all the milestones that a customer would actually go through during the process of working with you. So to give you an example of what that actually looks like, let's say I am getting someone started as a coach. We need to write down all the milestones such as their first lead, their first appointment, their first client. They go forward and get their first paid client. They go forward and get their first 2,500, first 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. You want to write out every single milestone that someone would actually have to go through. And then from that point on, reverse engineer the work that needs to be done to make it unreasonable to see success at each stage. So for example, if I can get someone on board and I can run a combination of a database reactivation with them, I can run a combination of that with cold DMs and a content push. And from that, they're able to get their first client on board, and I can do that for 50% of the people I get on board. Essentially, I'm now able to close at a ridiculously high rate on an insane offer and move people onto that paid. So a big part of what my bottleneck actually is just finding the time to actually refine those processes, make sure it's going as good as it possibly can. And then as continuing time goes on, here's what's going to happen. So right now, I have something extremely good that is free. And the reason I have something that is free is because my attention, so A represents attention, is not correlative to the time that I have. I have more time than I have attention. So in an effort to actually go forward and have, and that's going to be the other way around. So it would be more so like this. So if I have it like this, my time is all the way up here. And as a result, I want to match my attention to that, because right now I don't have the ability like someone like William Brown or people with more and more followers in my space to actually go forward and say, hey, it's going to be this crazy amount up front. Here's how it's going to work. Because I don't have the leisure right now of denying and disqualifying thousands of people, because I don't have thousands of people knocking at my front door just yet. So what I'm doing is I'm actually matching that with the kind of offer that I have, which is something for free, again, that I can close at a ridiculously high rate. And as my attention keeps rising, let's say I catch some really big YouTube traction, what's going to happen is I will slowly but surely actually just adjust the kind of time and attention ratio. And what that would mean is that the free offer that I have would go into a small deposit up front, and then it would go paid, and then it would go even more paid, and go even more paid. But essentially, it's the process of knowing where you're at in the overall journey so that you can price and actually charge people according to that. And if I can do all of that and build it out into my product, it's going to be a very, very productive week. And to show you what I have for the rest of the month planned, I want to create a mastermind with all the clients and people I have on board right now. That's going to be very huge as I begin to leverage out more and more of my time, because when I onboard someone for free, I won't be able to do one-to-one with them. Let's say after I have 25 clients and whatnot, Then from that point on, I want to keep tracking my calendar analytics, because to show you something very cool here, if I go to, let's see, my bookmarks and I go to Google Analytics, hopefully this loads quickly. Okay, cool. So showing you this, I essentially am tracking the amount of people that land on my calendar. So if I go to, let's say, this video here, and I were to go to this description link here, I'm tracking every single person that opens this from the Calendly to the actual fact that they convert. And what I essentially want to be doing is I want to get this KPI down to anywhere between 5 to 10%. And depending on how that actually works, I might actually go through the process of running out a thank you for booking or an unlisted nurture VSL. And essentially, that is the only thing that I'm watching for. Outside of that, it's just about dialing in and acquiring people on Instagram, making my product better in the actual sense of upselling people and getting all the prefabbed work done, which is what I'm actually going to be doing today. And if I can get all that done, I'm actually positioned to do a pretty big month in the month of January, just by continuing the actions that I know are going to lead me to success, keeping this content coming out, and just doing great work. So yeah, I hope that the value that you got from this video is worth the time that you spent. And yeah, this organic style, I'm liking a lot more. So I'm going to keep doing this, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so today is day number 31 and we completely restarted my business from scratch, and it's been a big day because between the video yesterday and today, I've onboarded 2 new clients onto the offer which I have, which is essentially that I work for free to get someone their first client, and then after that point on, we figure out a paid plan. And yeah, essentially I've got a lot of work to do since I've got to get these guys on board and also begin segmenting out my service delivery. So I want to give you a big kind of whirl on what has actually been going on today so far. So first things first, to show you my calendar. First things first, this was a client call that I did here. This was actually the call that actually ended up being the second client of the 2 yesterday. Call was actually just one over WhatsApp. So pretty simple. Then 3 more client calls. And yeah, that was a pretty simple day in regards to what the actual conversations, whatnot look like. If I'm going to show you the actual data that we've got on board so far, is essentially yesterday we put out all of our videos, good to go on that front. We only gained 1 new subscriber, which was a little bit weird, just hadn't seen that in a while. And then essentially we got a good amount of calendar views, 6 calendar views, 1 call scheduled, 1 call closed, 1 person closed onto the free offer. So as you can now see, if I were to actually open my Slack here, we've got, I believe, either 11 or 12 people on board. There's actually 1 client that isn't in the Slack here. And essentially now I've got a really big and good problem to have in my business, which is if I pull up a whiteboard for you guys, you're able to see that now I've got these 12 clients, and of these 12 clients, I believe around 2 of them are paid. And now what the big bottleneck in my business is I just need to get better at actually going through the process of converting someone from this free offer into, again, this paid offer over here, which is a really good problem to have because it means that essentially I don't need to focus on going crazy and like going ham on acquiring clients and whatnot. Right now, I believe I set it around 100% close rate, which is absolutely insane. Something that I've never even had before. So it's good to have this, but obviously that will change as I turn on ads and these videos get more views and whatnot, and time goes on. But essentially now what my plan to do is to do a few things. The first off of those is going to be to get a contract in place, not for the existing clients I have, but for new people when they get on board, pretty much just to set the expectations so that I know when someone gets on board, I know that they're being legitimate in the way that they're actually documenting, they're showing all the wins that they get with me so that we can stay accountable. And I know that if I fulfill on my end of the deal, which is getting them their first client, then I receive of course the agreed upon payment amount and whatnot. So that's the first thing that I actually want to do with the contract. Then from that point on, I want to create a deck. So what the deck would actually look like is when someone's getting on board and actually going into the process, I want to create an onboarding deck that basically shows them a bunch of case studies of people that have seen success before them, so they're even more committed. And I also want to create what I call daily engagement. So in combination with the daily message that I hit all my clients with, what I also want to do is create daily engagement where I the same way can have data that they actually track the same way that I do my data. So I'm able to look, let's just say once per day, and see all my clients' data just like on a spreadsheet, similar to this, so that I can make sure and see any tweaks that we actually need to make in order to make more money in the business. This is the big things that I am actually doing. In regard to the acquisition, right now, I believe this week we've got on 4 new clients, so it was a really good week in that regard. And essentially, I just need to learn how to convert this attention into paid clients, which doesn't come down to getting results. Actually, a lot of the guys are getting great results already. This process is something I'm quite familiar with just from my previous business. However, the process is actually how can I make it a good customer experience for someone to want to move forward and see the value in doing so. And that is the actual big, I guess, goal that I have over the weekend. And outside of that, it's just boring business stuff, such as if you don't know, I'm a Canadian citizen, so going to the US, I have to get all my US stuff set up. I have to get my business here with this new name set up. I got to do all that stuff over the weekend, which is the boring stuff of running a business. But outside of that, I'm super happy with how this week went and my big takeaways going into next week and what the objectives are. If I actually pull up the war map here and show you guys what that looks like. So far, the goal of the month is actually doing pretty well. If I were to change this, 4 to 6 free clients onboarded, we've actually got 6 out of 10 free clients onboarded, which is super, super good. And of that, I want to actually onboard and re-sign 5 of those guys onto free, which we're looking on track to do, which should be a good month here. And essentially, as I mentioned, the Canvas contract onboard, which I'm working on, RBC US card, that was what I was mentioned there. And then onboard Jack is one of the guys I got on board. I did not actually yet get to go back and rehash all the videos yesterday. So I'm going to do that today. Hopefully get through all those, rehash all those videos, because that's something that's going to be massively improving the click-through rate and just the bingeability of this series in general. And if I can get all that done going into the weekend, building CRMs, and then once again, I actually want to run a big database reactivation. So my processes for actually acquiring clients when it comes to like thank you for booking, nurture sequences, all that stuff isn't actually great right now. So I want to improve that for myself, begin tracking the conversion rate on my calendar, get that up, because right now it only sits around, I believe, anywhere from 2 to 3%, which is just not great. And if I can do all of that, it's going to make it so that when someone watches these videos, likes the offer that they see, which by the way, if you are a coach or online consultant of anything form, and you want me to actually work free to sign a client and just be one of those guys that I work with, you can get access, just call 111 with me, completely super simple. And yeah, that is essentially what I've got planned for the weekend going into next week. And if I can get all that done, it's really just about segmenting out my delivery, and we should be on track to hit all the goals for the month. The only one I'm actually worried about is this mastermind. I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing that, so I'm going to delete that for now. But yeah, outside of that, this goal is on track. We should actually be able to hit this next week if everything goes all well and good. Posting daily reels and vlogs, that's something that we're already doing. Just need to keep doing that. And then upsell and actually re-sign 5 clients, which is where a lot of the work and the legwork is going to go into this month. If I keep doing that, we're in a really good position. I just need to set up my sole proprietorship and banking. And yeah, it is going to be a super, super good month. And that is honestly a pretty good update of what's going on in my business this week and then also today, and then going into next week what I'm actually going to be taking care of. As mentioned, I'm actually going to be continuing these videos over the weekend, so you'll see kind of the working. When I have no calls, my calendar, it's just pure locked in time. Also going to be recovering from finally getting over the sickness so I can start working out, getting the gym again, which is going to be another big part of this series I want to implement. But if I get all that done, it's been a super good week. And yeah, I hope that the time that you spent on this video is with the value that you got, and I will see you tomorrow.